that a constructive atmosphere and cooperative spirit is essential for the effective functioning of the Council. This allows for an open exchange of views and frank discussion while respecting the dignity inherent in this body. We will begin this session by listening to statements by the President of the 77th session of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Csaba Kőrösi, the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Volker Türk, and the Head of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland, His Excellency Mr. Ignacio Cassis, representing the host country. I wish to take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to all delegations and other stakeholders who will participate in the session of the Council. It is a special pleasure to warmly welcome 14 government officials whose participation has been made possible by the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund, supporting the participation of least developed countries and small island developing states. We look forward to hearing their voices. I'm also pleased to welcome the delegations that are participating online, thanks to the Council's continued use of modern technologies. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, dear participants, I now have the honor to give the floor to the President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is an honor to address the opening of this 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. We are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This year is also the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Vienna Declaration of Programme of Action. And while there is much to celebrate, any festivities are clearly superseded by reality of the world in a state of disarray. We are facing unprecedented, cascading, and interlocking crises. In fact, we have been acquainted to a prototype of the Anthropocene era crisis, the first time in the history of humankind. As we gather today, we are far from recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. Over 70 countries are in death distress. Women and girls remain systematically marginalized in many countries. We simply are not on track to achieve the 2030 agenda. At this moment, armed conflicts have risen after a relative steady decline. One of these is an aggression from a permanent member of the Security Council against a neighboring member state. This has effectively paralyzed the Security Council. In sum, what we are experiencing is precisely the interlocking nature of the challenge we face, calling us to galvanize integrated solutions. This Council, like the General Assembly, is at a crossroads. Will it go about business as usual, compounding the crisis of trust in multilateralism? Or will it translate the political consensus on the need to cooperate into transformative solutions? Excellencies, today I want to advocate for a transformation of how we do things. I'm calling for a fundamental shift in how we manage interlocking crises. Now, nowhere is there more apparent than in tackling climate change. Climate change, the crisis of this generation, threatens human rights to water and sanitation, food, health, adequate housing, and in certain cases, self-determination even. climate change is already threatening the right to life of many. Integrating the grim reality of climate change with the insecurity of human rights, the General Assembly, following the lead of this Council, recognized that a clean, healthy and sustainable environment is a human right. So, what does it really mean? Some member states have signaled that a clean, healthy and sustainable environment is not really a human right, but a galvanized political sentiment. Others have indicated that it is absolutely a human right, worthy of implementing legislation and action. Yet others go further and believe that a clean, healthy and sustainable environment is a human right, but is collective rather than individual. Some scholars say it is both. I welcome the fact that these discussions exist, and I call on this Council to help us go further. After all human rights have their origin in political recognition. Dear friends, human rights violations exist in every country. No state has a perfect track record. In times of crisis, governments must prioritize. In this watershed moment, we must take a step back and recognize that the crises we face are human crises. Once we do that, we notice that solutions that do not respect human rights are not solutions at all. Transformation will require the acknowledgement that the effective fulfillment of human rights will only come about by assuming our responsibilities as governments and as individuals. As we embark today together on this transformation, I urge you to continue to advance the rights of those marginalized and in vulnerable situations, and to ensure that women are fully, equally and meaningfully involved in decision-making. Please harness the full power of the treaty body system. On my side, I will continue to urge the General Assembly to mainstream human rights throughout its work. Let's start conceptualizing prevention as a path towards peace and inclusive societies. My hope is that by addressing the crisis of trust head-on, putting the rule of law front and center, we will pave the way for the transformation that our societies and our institutions desperately need in this time of crisis. As Nelson Mandela so eloquently expressed, to deny people their human right is to challenge their very humanity. Sadly, that crime has been committed alarmingly often. As we move forward, please keep this in mind. Transformation will rest on respect for human rights, or there will be no transformation at all. I thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. President of the Human Rights Council, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted 75 years ago. The Declaration described for the first time entitlements that apply to everyone, everywhere, always. And the most translated document in the world, its English version, is just 1,300 words long. But all human life is there. The Universal Declaration sets out the rights to life, liberty and security, to equality before the law, to freedom of expression, to seek asylum, to work, to health care and education, and more. But as we mark its 75th anniversary, the Universal Declaration is under assault from all sides. The Russian invasion of the Ukraine has triggered the most massive violations of human rights we are living today. It has unleashed widespread death, destruction and displacement. Attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure have caused many casualties and terrible suffering. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights has documented dozens of cases of conflict-related sexual violence against men, women and girls, and serious violations of international humanitarian and human rights law against prisoners of war, and hundreds of cases of enforced disappearances and arbitrary detention of civilians were also documented. Excellencies, unfortunately, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which should be our common blueprint, is too often misused and abused. It is exploited for political gain, and it is ignored, often by the very same people. Some governments chip away at it, others use a wrecking ball. And today's public disregard and private disdain for human rights are a wake-up call. This is a moment to stand on the right side of history. A moment to stand up for the human rights of everyone, everywhere. We must revitalize the Universal Declaration and ensure its full implementation to face the new challenges of today and tomorrow. And my call to action for human rights, launched 3 years ago in this chamber, is the blueprint. Human rights are not a luxury that can be left until we find a solution to the world's other problems. They are the solution to many of the world's other problems. From the climate emergency to the misuse of technology, the answers to today's crisis are found in human rights. Excellencies, human rights are innate to being human. The Hindu Vedas, the ancient Chinese analects of Confucius, the Bible and the Quran all set out very similar duties and rights. The Declaration on the Rights of Man and the Citizen, a cornerstone of the French Revolution in 1789, set out rights to liberty, property, to freedom of speech, the press and religion. But these rights extended exclusively to men who were citizens, not to women, slaves or minorities. When a French women rights activist published a parody of the men-only revolution, she was tried and executed for treason. Less than 90 years ago, in 1875, my maternal grandfather was born. He was an important role model and an inspiration throughout my life. A man who told me so much about his experiences that they became part of my own memories. When he was born, the colonial project, based on massive human rights violations, was flourishing across Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Slavery, the utter denial of human rights, had recently been abolished in the United States, but would continue elsewhere and in other forms for many years. Women everywhere were subjugated by men. And although my grandfather's life began in an era of human rights horrors, we saw incredible progress. Slavery was formally abolished. Most colonies won independence. Women secured the right to vote. There was widespread recognition of civil and political rights, including to free speech and association. At the start of the 20th century, the harmful impact of industrialization brought attention to social and economic rights. Civil society and the trade union movement led the fight for the rights to education, health care, social security, and decent working conditions for everybody. Half a century later, from the carnage of 2 world wars and the appalling crimes of the Holocaust, a transformative moment saw the birth of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Universal Declaration sets out the rights inherent to all people for all time, an unparalleled achievement. And thanks to the efforts of the Indian women's rights activist, Ansa Mehta, the equal rights of women and men were explicit from the start. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. My grandfather's generation benefited from a century of progress on human rights that went hand in hand with the remarkable leaps in human development. In 1900, 80% of people around the world lived in poverty. The figure had fallen to less than 10% by 2015. The average person lived 32 years. Today, it's more than 70. 7 out of every 10 people were illiterate. Now it's less than 2. So, Excellencies, instead of continuing this progress, we now have gone into reverse. Extreme poverty and hunger are rising for the first time in decades. Nearly half of the world's population, 3.5 billion people, live in climate hotspots. These vast areas are fast becoming human rights disaster zones, where floods, droughts and storms mean people are 15 times more likely to die of climate impacts. A record 100 million people have been forced to flee by violence, conflict and human rights violations. Just yesterday, yet another horrific shipwreck in the Mediterranean claimed the lives of scores of people seeking a better future for themselves and their children. Refugee and migrant rights are human rights. They must be respected without discrimination. While criminal gangs control migration routes, people will continue to perish. We need safe, orderly, legal routes for migrants and refugees. And we must do everything possible to prevent the loss of life by providing search and rescue and medical care as a humanitarian imperative and as a moral and legal obligation. Every day brings new evidence of human rights violations, from summary executions and torture to enforced disappearance and sexual violence. Around the world, anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim bigotry, the persecution of Christians, racism and white supremacist ideology are on the march. Religious, linguistic and ethnic minorities, LGBTQI+, and other minority communities are targeted for harassment and hatred. Women's sexual and reproductive rights are denied, and gender-based discrimination and violence are rampant. Freedom of expression is in free fall, and the number of media works killed around the world last year rose by a horrific 50%. Inequalities of all kinds are dividing societies ever more deeply. Social cohesion and trust are draining away through the yawning gap between the haves and have-nots. The pandemic left us with a pandemic of abuses of civil and political rights. And it laid bare routine violations of economic and social rights, including the exploitation of women's unpaid care work. Looking forward gives rise to even greater alarm. Unless humanity kicks its addiction to fossil fuels now, critical climate tipping points will crush the human rights of generations to come. The misuse of new technologies could threaten human rights on a scale we can't even imagine. Future generations could inherit a world with no protection from misinformation, disinformation and lies. A divided world of winner takes all. Excellencies, we must heed the lessons of history. As flashpoints multiply and deadly new risks loom, we must fight for our rights. We must protect and promote the global consensus around the Universal Declaration and move forward into a new era of human rights for all. This requires both a laser focus on the rights we have already recognized and a quantum leap towards a new generation of rights. The report on our common agenda sets out a vision for the future with people and their rights at the center. A new social contract to rebuild trust and social cohesion. A new global deal to heal divisions and give developing countries a greater voice in decision-making. And a new agenda for peace, based on a holistic vision of the peace continuum, from prevention to mediation, peacekeeping and peace-building. The call to action for human rights sets out 7 areas for urgent attention. Rights at the core of sustainable development, rights in times of crisis, gender equality, civic space, future generations, collective action and new frontiers. We at the United Nations are changing the way we work, recognizing that human rights are central to everything we do. We are prioritizing the connections between human rights and the prevention of conflicts and crises of all kinds. In July this year, the High Commission and I will launch a new agenda for protection. This important initiative will seek to strengthen support from across the United Nations system to member states to protect people and their rights, both in times of peace and in times of crisis and conflict. Excellencies, j'ai eu le privilège de travailler avec 3 hauts commissaires, Zeid bin Rad Al Hussein de Jordanie, Michel Bachelet du Chili et à présent Volker Turk d'Autriche. Tous sont des leaders et défenseurs des droits humains remarquables. Ils ont accompli les missions confiées par ce Conseil et ont également publié de leur propre chef plus de 170 rapports nationaux et thématiques importants au cours de ces 10 dernières années. Ces rapports portent notamment sur le changement climatique au Sahel, les migrations en Europe et dans les Amériques et les préoccupations en matière de droits humains dans différents contextes, notamment en Afghanistan, au Chili, en Éthiopie, au Guatemala, en Libye, au Sahel, en Ukraine et au Xinjiang, pour n'en citer que quelques-uns. Ce Conseil, vos différents mécanismes, y compris l'examen périodique universel, les procédures spéciales et les organes de suivi des traités, ainsi que le Haut Commissariat, sont essentiels pour créer une dynamique de progrès. Cette institution soutient les efforts des défenseurs et défenseuses des droits humains qui, avec courage, risquent la persécution, la détention et même la mort dans l'accomplissement de leur travail vital. Vos missions d'établissement des faits, vos commissions d'enquête et vos experts indépendants sont essentiels aux principes de justice et de responsabilité. La Cour internationale de justice occupe un rôle unique en matière de justice et de responsabilité internationale. La Cour pénale internationale est l'institution centrale du système de justice pénale internationale. Elle incarne la vocation de placer les auteurs des crimes les plus graves face à leurs responsabilités. Je me réjouis des progrès accomplis afin que les violations des droits humains soient poursuivies au niveau national et régional, y compris les violations commises par le secteur privé. Les actions en justice à l'encontre des entreprises qui détruisent le climat constituent une avancée importante. Les producteurs de combustibles fossiles et leurs financiers doivent comprendre une vérité élémentaire. La poursuite de méga profits, alors que tant de personnes perdent leur vie et leurs droits aujourd'hui et à l'avenir, est totalement inacceptable. Excellences, alors que nous célébrons l'impact de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, notre pire ennemi est la complaisance. Car en matière de droits humains, l'histoire reste à écrire. Nous devons continuer à faire des droits humains une réalité dans la vie des populations du monde entier. Nous devons nous inspirer des mouvements de libération et de protestation qui ont accompli d'énormes avancées au cours du siècle dernier. L'abolition de l'esclavage, la décolonisation, le suffrage universel, le mouvement féministe et la fin de l'apartheid. La société civile, les défenseurs des droits humains, les personnes en situation de handicap, les femmes, les filles et les jeunes du monde entier sont déjà dans la rue et exigent la protection de tous les droits humains pour toutes et pour tous. Je suis à leur côté, nous devons tous être à leur côté et je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, President of the Council, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Human rights is the common language of our shared humanity. It is about how we interact with each other as individuals, within societies, between countries, as well as with our environment and the planet. At its heart is the recognition of human dignity, the need for power dynamics and relationships to be based on respect. Human rights unifies us, and it can overcome polarization, especially in its striving for equity, shared prosperity and justice. Let me begin at the beginning. Il y a 75 ans, dans un monde secoué par une horreur sans précédent, les mouvements des droits de la personne contemporains a pris sa source dans de nombreux courants, de nombreuses cultures et traditions dans l'histoire sans fin de la poursuite des libertés. La grande vague des mouvements d'indépendance qui ont repoussé la domination étrangère, la colonisation et l'exploitation, les luttes antiracistes et anti-apartheid, et plus loin dans le temps, la lutte pour mettre fin à l'esclavage. Le mouvement ouvrier, le féminisme et plus récemment le combat pour nos vies, pour la justice environnementale et climatique. À une époque de menaces existentielles, des États d'Afrique, d'Asie, des Amériques, d'Europe et du Moyen-Orient ont conçu ensemble un manuel pour la prévention de la misère, de la guerre et du mal. En los últimos 75 años ha habido profundos avances y muchos logros singulares, logros que deben ser honrados, preservados y mucho mejor financiados. Tenemos un sistema basado en tratados y toda una arquitectura institucional para la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos, incluido este Consejo y sus innovadores examen periódico universal y procedimientos especiales. Hoy en día hay mucho más conciencia de los valores y compromisos que los sustentan. We have also seen the growth of other innovative movements that draw on human rights principles, among them movements for the rights of indigenous people, Black Lives Matter, Me Too, and Fridays for Future, to name a few. Young people in particular consistently speak in the language of human rights when giving voice to their concerns. I pay tribute to all human rights defenders of the past and present. Human rights is a force to reckon with, not because it serves the interests of the powerful, but because it has captured the imagination of the powerless. Still, as we know too well today, the oppression of the past can return in various disguises. The old authoritarianism, with its brutal limits on freedoms writ large, and the suffocating straitjacket of patriarchy. The old destructive wars of aggression from a bygone era with worldwide consequences, as we have witnessed again in Europe with the senseless Russian invasion of Ukraine. The new supple artificial intelligence, blurring fact and fiction and raising uncharted risks, and the tumultuous online world where viral deceptions threaten our elections, our health, our security, and more. Let us hope that 2023 will be the moment in which we finally shift the balance from exploitation of digital technology for profit and oppression to greater investment in digital innovation to tackle our biggest challenges, poverty, climate change, and inequality. If there was ever a moment to revitalize the hope of human rights for every person, it is now. Yet, much of the progress made over decades is being reined back and even reversed in some parts, most conspicuously for women and girls, the civic space, and the freedoms enjoyed at times of peace and through sustainable development, and the list is long. With an eye to the past, as well as to the future, in the spirit of never again, and in the interest of intergenerational justice, it is critical that we rekindle the spirit, the impulse, and the vitality that led to the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 75 years ago. We need to forge a new worldwide consensus on human rights, broadening its base of support and moving forward together in recognition that our survival depends on finding our way back to that common language. Our institutions, which exist to advance all civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights on an equal footing, as well as the right to development and the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, are in a unique position to rebuild this shared respect for each other's dignity. Our goal must be to promote and implement a 21st century human rights vision that is transformative, solution-oriented, unifying, and that speaks directly to every person's need for justice and search for meaning in life. It is against this backdrop that we have embarked this year on the Human Rights 75 initiative, first and foremost to rebuild trust. Trust between states, that they will act in line with international law and the agreements which they themselves have crafted, and jointly work to advance the common good. Trust between people and their governments, which have promised to represent and serve them. Trust between communities, and trust with future generations and the planet. We can rise above the fray and use human rights not as a weapon in the context of geopolitical shifts, not as a nice to have for sunny days in the future, but as what it is and was always meant to be, a solution to help us get out of the harms that are destroying our world. I invite all member states and all relevant actors to take the lead in advancing all human rights across the world and in their own nations. And as we commemorate these important anniversaries this year, let us use this opportunity to re-energize and update our work and to de-escalate, to overcome our differences through solidarity and genuine dialogue, working across geopolitical divides with a clear vision to advance the needs of every country and the rights of all. And so I ask all of you to deepen cross-regional engagement, to revive the spirit of universality that is the foundation of our work, and to ensure that important discussions on worrying situations to which no country is immune, as well as on racism and the right to development, move forward in the interests of all. I encourage you to ensure that serious violations and abuses are addressed wherever they may occur, and not to fall into the trap of denial or obfuscation. I encourage you to address your people's rights to freedom from want and to freedom from fear on an equal footing and with the same emphasis, so that all human rights can strengthen each other and support the renewal of the much-needed social contract between the institutions of the state and their peoples. I urge you to communicate to the public your sincere commitment to human rights and to counter the rising tide of hatred and division. I urge you to help put the world back on track, to realize the promises of enduring peace, sound development, and justice, to strive for greater solidarity within and between countries in much-needed discussions on reform of the international financial architecture, the legacy of colonialism, and compensation for climate change. And I ask you to help re-establish our generation's commitment to human rights by sharing with us transformational promises that you would like to make at the high-level event that we have planned in December. I, for my part, am committed to principled and practical engagement with states. It is my responsibility to reflect back to you the reality that we see in our careful and methodical monitoring, and to work with you to assist improvement. And I'm duty-bound to speak out on trends that are detrimental to human rights. As is standard practice, I will provide a detailed global update on specific country and regional situations on 7 March, in addition to the various country-specific statements that form part of the agenda of this Council session. I will always be ready to listen to your concerns, willingness to engage in genuine dialogue, a desire to seek common denominators even in the midst of fierce disagreements is, I believe, core to our common language. Engagement, however, is not an end in itself, but must take us forward and ultimately effect positive change in people's lives. And so I will endeavor to promote advances in all human rights without distinction in every region and across all UN activities. I will do my utmost to fulfill states' requests for cooperation, good offices and guidance, and for my office and the human rights system to be inclusive and responsive. We have more in common than we think. And if we hark back to our origins and to look forward to what the world could be in the future, we can see that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights not only voices ancient wisdoms from all cultures, but will ensure our survival. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency Mr. Ignacio Cassis, Head of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland, to make a statement on behalf of the host country.
Monsieur le Président du Conseil des droits de l'homme, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire des Nations unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, soyez les bienvenus dans la Genève internationale pour cette 52e session du Conseil des droits de l'homme. L'année dernière, je m'exprimais ici, devant vous, peu après l'agression militaire russe contre l'Ukraine. Depuis 368 jours maintenant, les forces armées russes violent de manière flagrante la charte de l'ONU. J'ai vu de mes propres yeux à Kiev les dévastations de cette guerre. Je renonce ici à dresser une liste exhaustive des violations horribles du droit international humanitaire et des droits de l'homme commises dans cette guerre. Les rapports d'enquête relèvent des massacres de civils, des violences sexuelles, des camps de détention et de torture, la déportation d'enfants et d'adolescents, la répression et l'emprisonnement des opposants. Nous pensions, dans cette salle, nous pensions, nous tous, ne plus jamais devoir dresser une telle liste en Europe. Nous avions tort. Et ceci ne concerne pas uniquement cette guerre, mais bien de conflits dans le monde entier. Mesdames et Messieurs, nous commémorons, vous l'avez entendu, cette année, les 75 ans de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Il y a 75 ans, les États fondateurs de l'ONU se sont engagés ensemble à protéger l'individu contre l'arbitraire. Plus jamais les individus ne devaient pouvoir être privés de leurs droits et libertés fondamentales par un État. Malheureusement, depuis 1948, le monde collectionne les encore des millions de femmes, d'hommes et d'enfants privés de leurs droits individuels absolus. Encore tant de personnes emprisonnées, voire torturées, pour avoir exprimé leur opinion. Encore tant de personnes exécutées sur la base de procès expéditifs et d'aveux obtenus sous la contrainte. Encore tant de personnes contraintes de fuir en raison de leur genre, de leur langue, de leur identité et de leur religion. L'Ukraine est en première ligne aujourd'hui, mais je n'oublie pas tous les drames humains dont ce Conseil est saisi. Bien sûr, au cours des 75 dernières années, des progrès importants ont été réalisés en matière des droits de l'homme. De plus en plus d'États ratifient les conventions pertinentes pour protéger leurs citoyens contre la loi du plus fort. L'un des plus grands progrès est sans doute la création des différents tribunaux spéciaux, sans oublier la Cour pénale internationale. L'accès à l'éducation, à la santé ou à l'égalité des hommes et des femmes devant la loi représente aussi des évolutions positives. Cependant, l'espoir de voir la démocratie, l'état de droit et les droits de l'homme s'imposer dans le monde entier ne s'est pas concrétisé. Nous constatons toujours un écart entre l'engagement des États et la réalité. Excellence, c'est là l'importance capitale de ce Conseil des droits de l'homme. Nous devons aborder ici et maintenant les sujets désagréables. Les droits de l'homme sont insuffisamment mis en œuvre, voire systématiquement violés dans de nombreux États. Nous faisons souvent un pas en avant, puis deux pas en arrière. L'agression militaire russe nous le montre. Mais cela ne signifie pas qu'il faille baisser les bras. Nous ne remettons pas non plus en cause la loi et la police parce qu'il y a des infractions et des crimes. Que faut-il faire, me direz-vous? J'ai pensé à 5 points. Le premier, nous devons nous parler clairement, nommer les choses telles qu'elles sont. Deuxièmement, nous devons documenter les violations dans le monde entier. Troisièmement, nous devons amener ceux qui ont commis des crimes à rendre des comptes. Sans justice pour les victimes, aucune paix durable n'est possible. Quatrièmement, nous devons renforcer le multilatéralisme et le focaliser davantage sur son but primordial, la paix. Cinquièmement, nous devons utiliser la meilleure arme que l'être humain possède, le dialogue. Encore et encore. Il n'y a pas de paix sans dialogue, surtout quand on est en désaccord. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, comment la Suisse est prête à chercher des solutions. Voilà comment nous sommes déterminés à travailler avec vous au sein de ce Conseil, dans l'intérêt de mon pays, tout comme des vôtres. Je vous en remercie.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, dear participants, it is now my pleasure to open the high-level segment of this 52nd session. This segment is scheduled to conclude on Thursday and will be immediately followed by the general segment. I'm also proud to announce that this year we have almost 150 high-level dignitaries participating from all regions in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, a few housekeeping points. As in the past, and in conformity with the Council's rules and practices, there is no possibility to interrupt a dignitary statement by way of a point of order. All requests to exercise a right of reply relating to statements delivered during the high-level segment will be accommodated following the conclusion of the general segment. I wish to remind delegations that the length of dignitary statement should not exceed 7 minutes. I would like to kindly ask all delegations to respect the speaking time. By adhering your allocated time, you will help other delegations to deliver their statements as scheduled. Concerning the pre-recorded video statements, I wish to underscore that if the Secretariat does not receive a video in good time, then speaker will be rescheduled on an available basis. I will stop here, and the high-level segment can now begin. So let me invite the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo. Sir, please come to the podium.
Monsieur le Président du Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de gouvernement, Monsieur le Président de la 77e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme, Monsieur le chef du département fédéral des affaires étrangères de la Confédération suisse, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation. La tenue de la 52e session du Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies m'offre l'opportunité de m'exprimer du haut de cette tribune sur la situation des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales en République démocratique du Congo, des priorités retenues en la matière par mon gouvernement, des avancées enregistrées à ce stade, ainsi que des défis majeurs auxquels nous sommes confrontés comme nation, décidée à vivre dans la modernité et à contribuer au progrès de la civilisation de l'universel. À ce sujet, comme vous le savez, la République démocratique du Congo est secouée depuis 1994, année du génocide rwando-rwandais de triste mémoire, par des violences cycliques meurtrières et des pillages de ses ressources naturelles par des groupes armés terroristes évalués à environ 150 à l'est du pays et dont certains sont d'obédience islamiste intégriste proche de Daesh. Ces groupes opèrent plus spécifiquement dans les provinces de l'Ituri, du Maniema, du Nord Kivu et du Tanganyika. Il n'est plus un secret pour personne qu'ils sont entretenus, armés et soutenus par certains États de la région comme le Rwanda et par des milieux financiers étrangers. Ainsi, depuis 30 ans, la République démocratique du Congo est le théâtre d'atrocités humaines les plus abominables. Des violations graves des droits de l'homme, des crimes de guerre et contre l'humanité y sont commis dans l'impunité la plus totale. Mon pays est devenu tristement célèbre en recrutement des enfants soldats et en violences faites à la femme qui ont atteint le paroxysme par les viols systématiques des femmes érigées en armes de guerre. En somme, les crimes de sang et l'immoralité ont été ainsi banalisés en République démocratique du Congo. À ces violences des guerres se sont ajoutées celles des pouvoirs publics par suite des restrictions abusives et des entraves policières à l'exercice des libertés individuelles et collectives, ainsi qu'aux droits de l'homme, notamment par la répression sanglante de manifestations publiques pacifiques, les arrestations et détentions arbitraires à motivation politique. Pour tout dire, mon pays a été plongé dans une insécurité et une instabilité chroniques qui l'ont isolé du monde, terni son image et compromis la conduite des politiques efficaces et réussies de son développement. Face à ce lourd héritage des régimes précédents, j'ai, dès mon accession à la magistrature suprême de la République démocratique du Congo, placé la protection et la promotion des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales parmi les priorités de mon mandat et de l'action du gouvernement de la République. À cet effet, j'ai pris les mesures suivantes: la fermeture de tous les lieux de détention illégaux et secrets des services de sécurité et des offices de police judiciaire, la libération de tous les détenus et prisonniers politiques. Il n'y a plus aujourd'hui dans mon pays de Congolais arrêtés, détenus ou emprisonnés pour leurs opinions ou appartenances politiques, à ne pas confondre, bien entendu, avec des politiciens poursuivis pour infraction de droit commun. La libéralisation des espaces des manifestations publiques, des libertés d'opinion, de pensée et d'information, avec pour objectif plus jamais de manifestations non violentes réprimées, ni de manifestants pacifiques poursuivis et tués, même dans les lieux de culte, comme on a pu le voir en République démocratique du Congo par le passé. Et enfin, le retour au pays sans condition des exilés politiques. Afin de promouvoir la réconciliation nationale, de penser et cicatriser dans la durée les blessures de guerre et autres marques de l'insécurité à l'est de notre pays, le gouvernement de la République s'attelle à la mise en œuvre d'une justice transitionnelle fondée sur l'éclatement de la vérité, la reconnaissance de la faute commise, la garantie de non-répétition ou vetting, la réparation du préjudice causé et le pardon. Pour ce faire, mon gouvernement, avec l'appui technique de certains partenaires, dont le Bureau conjoint des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme et l'assistance des experts tant nationaux qu'internationaux, a élaboré un avant-projet de loi cadre portant dispositions générales applicables à la justice transitionnelle qui sera soumis au Parlement au courant de la session de mars prochain. Par ailleurs, dans le cadre du processus de paix de Nairobi initié par la Communauté d'Afrique de l'Est et de la mise en œuvre du programme de démobilisation, désarmement, relèvement communautaire et stabilisation, PDDRCS en sigle, j'ai entrepris des consultations avec les groupes armés en vue de leur réintégration dans la vie nationale. Ces consultations sont à leur phase 3 et incluent déjà 56 groupes. Le M23, soutenu par le Rwanda, et le Codeco se sont exclus de ce processus de paix en prenant les armes contre la République démocratique du Congo, dont ils se réclament pourtant la citoyenneté. S'agissant des poursuites pour crimes imprescriptibles, mon gouvernement continue à plaider pour la création d'un tribunal pénal international pour la République démocratique du Congo afin d'élucider les 617 incidents documentés dans le rapport mapping du Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme. En même temps, il réfléchit sur la création d'une cour pénale spéciale comme en République centrafricaine ou sur l'institution au niveau national des chambres mixtes au sein des juridictions ordinaires de l'ordre judiciaire comme alternative afin de lutter efficacement contre l'impunité. Dans le même sens, pour la première fois dans son histoire, la République démocratique du Congo vient de se doter de la loi numéro 22/065 du 26 décembre 2022 fixant les principes fondamentaux relatifs à la protection et à l'indemnisation des victimes de violences sexuelles liées au conflit et des victimes des crimes contre la paix et la sécurité de l'humanité. À la suite de cette loi, un fonds de réparation des victimes a été créé par décret et est en phase d'opérationnalisation. En plus, afin de faire bénéficier à des milliers de femmes et de jeunes filles victimes de violences sexuelles d'une couverture juridique en Afrique, mon pays, qui a eu le privilège d'organiser la première conférence sur la masculinité positive l'année dernière, est résolument engagé en faveur d'un traité international pour lutter contre les violences faites aux femmes et aux filles. je saisis cette occasion pour lancer un appel pressant aux États membres de l'ONU de se joindre à mon pays, au Costa Rica et à la Sierra Leone, au sein du groupe de coordination et du groupe d'amis pour la conclusion de ce traité. Concernant le trafic d'êtres humains, j'ai institué un mécanisme en interne chargé d'en faire le suivi et de rapporter les cas suspects aux autorités compétentes aux fins de poursuite des auteurs des actes constitutifs de ce crime. À ce sujet, les dispositions du Code pénal congolais ont été renforcées et adaptées afin de réprimer rigoureusement les auteurs des dits actes. Dans le cadre de la protection des droits des personnes vulnérables, j'ai également promulgué en date du 15 juillet 2022 la loi numéro 22/030 portant protection et promotion des droits des peuples autochtones pygmées en République démocratique du Congo afin de faciliter leur intégration dans la communauté nationale et d'assurer ainsi l'égalité des chances envers cette population. La promulgation de la loi organique numéro 22/003 du 3 mai 2022 portant protection et promotion des droits des personnes vivantes avec handicap répond aussi à cette exigence. Toujours dans le même ordre d'idées, le Parlement examine depuis la dernière session le projet de loi visant la protection des défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Le mandat des membres de la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme a été renouvelé par la signature de l'ordonnance d'investiture de nouveaux élus. Quant aux élections générales prévues pour le 20 décembre prochain, une autre matière qui touche aux libertés fondamentales et aux droits fondamentaux des citoyens, le gouvernement de la République et moi-même attachons le plus grand intérêt et portons une attention soutenue à leur tenue en toute transparence, en toute liberté et sans exclusion basée sur des considérations politiques, tribales ou ethniques. Toutefois, la persistance de la guerre à l'est de notre pays risque d'hypothéquer le processus électoral dont les opérations d'enrôlement sont déjà en cours par suite du déplacement massif des personnes des zones de combat, de l'insécurité et de l'inaccessibilité à ces zones. Il est donc impérieux que la communauté internationale s'implique davantage activement aux côtés de la République démocratique du Congo pour la restauration de la paix et de l'autorité de l'État dans cette partie du territoire national. Monsieur le Président, c'est au moment où toutes les initiatives et actions que je viens d'exposer sont en cours et commencent à porter leurs fruits que les autorités rwandaises ont ressuscité le mouvement terroriste du 23 mars, le M23 en sigle, défait en 2013 pourtant par nos forces armées, avec l'appui des troupes internationales de la MONUSCO, pour agresser la République démocratique du Congo et bloquer le processus de paix de Nairobi, dans le but inavoué de poursuivre les pillages des ressources naturelles de la République démocratique du Congo et de placer sous l'impérium rwandais une partie de son territoire national, le Nord Kivu en l'occurrence. C'est ici le lieu, une fois de plus, de dissiper toute équivoque et de porter un démenti cinglant aux allégations fallacieuses des dirigeants rwandais qui invoquent à qui veulent les entendre, d'une part, la prétendue collaboration entre officiers de l'armée congolaise et les commandants des forces démocratiques pour la libération du Rwanda, les FDLR, alors que j'ai changé le leadership de l'armée depuis plusieurs mois, et d'autre part, le discours de la haine tribale contre les populations dites rwandophones qui seraient persécutées ou, pis encore, menacées de génocide en République démocratique du Congo, et cela pour justifier leurs crimes dans mon pays et obtenir la mansuétude de certains pays. À cet égard, je recommande à toute personne qui en aurait encore le doute de lire les groupes d'experts, le rapport des groupes d'experts de l'ONU sur la situation sécuritaire à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, rapport de septembre 2022, distribué par le Conseil de sécurité, et celui celui lui déposé en janvier dernier pour se rendre à l'évidence de la présence des forces de défense du Rwanda, les RDF, au Nord Kivu et de leur soutien au M23. Quant au discours de haine contre nos compatriotes Tutsis congolais, mon gouvernement reste ferme contre tout individu ou groupe d'individus qui tiendrait un tel discours et réitère sa demande à toute personne, organisation ou partenaire extérieur de le dénoncer. La justice congolaise appliquera dans toute sa rigueur les lois de la République aux auteurs de propos d'incitation à la haine tribale ou ethnique. Sur ce chapitre de la prétendue persécution des Congolais rwandophones, afin d'enlever tout prétexte aux dirigeants rwandais qui se sont constitués sans procuration avocats de cette communauté, le gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo vient de saisir le Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies pour les réfugiés pour lui demander de prendre toutes les initiatives requises en vue de la tenue dans les plus brefs délais des discussions tripartites RDC, Rwanda, HCR pour le rapatriement de leurs réfugiés respectifs dans leur pays, conformément au cadre juridique bilatéral actuel, aux règles du droit international et aux pratiques pertinentes en vigueur en la matière. Mon pays attend impatiemment ces discussions auxquelles seront associés du côté congolais les notabilités coutumières des communautés concernées afin de régler définitivement les problèmes soulevés et de réaliser une réconciliation vraie et durable entre ces communautés. Monsieur le Président du Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies, Excellences, Messieurs les Premiers ministres et chefs de délégation, Monsieur le Président de la 77e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies, Monsieur le Haut Commissaire des Nations unies aux droits de l'homme, Monsieur le chef du département fédéral des affaires étrangères de la Confédération suisse, Mesdames et Messieurs, il n'y a de pire ennemi des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales que la guerre. Il est illusoire de prétendre protéger et promouvoir les droits de l'homme ainsi que les libertés fondamentales dans un contexte de guerre qui exacerbe les tensions internes et affaiblit l'État. C'est pourquoi il est impérieux de mettre fin aux aventures guerrières du Rwanda à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo pour créer les conditions objectives de réalisation des actions en faveur de ces valeurs universelles pour lesquelles, de tous les temps dans le monde, les peuples se sont battus jusqu'au sacrifice suprême. On ne peut pas prétendre défendre l'exercice des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales en République démocratique du Congo, tout en laissant progresser l'agression de ce pays par le Rwanda et les massacres de ses populations par des groupes armés terroristes. Il est temps que la communauté internationale, en particulier les Nations unies, sanctionne les auteurs des crimes et des violations du droit international en République démocratique du Congo et les contraigne davantage à exécuter le plan de paix issu des processus de Nairobi et de Luanda, plan avalisé aussi bien par l'Union africaine que le Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU. Dans le même sens, l'État, à travers son système judiciaire et son administration, est l'instrument principal de la garantie de jouissance et d'exercice des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales. Il n'y a d'État et de pouvoir judiciaire que pour garantir à tous leurs droits et libertés, dit-on. C'est pourquoi la République démocratique du Congo attend de ses partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux l'appui à ses efforts afin de restaurer l'autorité de l'État sur l'ensemble de son territoire national et réformer profondément son appareil judiciaire, tant dans ses structures qu'en ce qui concerne ses animateurs. C'est bien de dénoncer les violations des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales, mais c'est encore mieux de contribuer à l'amélioration du rendement des mécanismes et institutions chargées de leur protection et promotion, ainsi qu'à leur enracinement dans la culture sociale, notamment par une plus grande spécialisation de la société civile et la formation des administrations publiques concernées. Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous, Monsieur le Président. And now let me invite President of Montenegro, His Excellency Milo Đukanović.
Ekscelencije, dame i gospodo, čast mi je da se obratim Savjetu za ljudska prava u ime Crne Gore u njenom drugom mandatu države članice. Pozdravljam izbor ambasadora Baleka za predsjednika Savjeta, uvjeren da će pod njegovim upravljanjem i uz tradicionalnu podršku Češke, a najvišim demokratskim vrijednostima, Savjet nastaviti da ispunjava svoju važnu misiju. Raduje i ohrabruje izbor eminentnog profesionalca i dokazanog humanitarca i zaštitnika najranjivijih, gospodina Volkera Turka, za visokog komesara za ljudska prava. Pozdravljamo njegov već prepoznatljiv angažman i dajemo punu podršku. I ovogodišnju debatu održavamo u kontekstu nastavka jednogodišnjeg rata Rusije protiv Ukrajine sa nesagledivim patnjama i stradanjima civila i daljim teškim kršenjima međunarodnog prava, ljudskih prava i međunarodnog humanitarnog prava. U uslovima rušenja temelja međunarodnog poretka zasnovanog na pravilima i povelje Ujedinjenih nacija, tektonskih potresa i posledica po globalnu bezbjednost, geopolitiku i ekonomiju, uključujući krizu energenata i hrane, inflatorne pritiske i porast troškova života i poslovanja. Ruska agresija je stavila na test cijel svijet, generalno djelujući otrežnjujuće i kohezivno na međunarodnu zajednicu. Napad na Ukrajinu je napad na našu evropsku i globalnu bezbjednost i stabilnost i na obavezujuće ključne principe međunarodnog prava i međunarodnog humanitarnog prava. Zato ne smijemo ostajati nijemi kada je dio suverene države okupiran od strane druge, kada se dešavaju pokušaji svrgavanja demokratski izabranih vlasti ili kada bilo koja država krši i zloupotrebljava ljudska prava i slobode. Zbog svega toga, važno je da otvoreno i jasno sagledavamo kako se države odnose prema svojim obavezama da štite i unapređuju ljudska prava, jer od toga zavise životi ljudi kao i mir, sigurnost i stabilnost. Ne možemo biti neutralni u odnosu na agresiju, niti na kršenja ljudskih prava. Pozdravljamo stalnu pažnju Savjeta za ljudska prava na stanje ljudskih prava u Ukrajini u ovom kontekstu. Uostalom, Savjet na to obavezuje njegov mandat. U suprotnom, rizikovali bismo da ohrabrimo slične prijetnje i drugim državama. Danas je to Ukrajina, sutra bi to mogla biti neka druga susjedna država. Recimo i Crna Gora, koja je inače duže vremena pod snažnim uplivom takozvane meke moći Rusije i njenih ekspozitura hibridnog djelovanja u zemlji i na Zapadnom Balkanu. U prošlosti smo prečesto bili svjedoci zastrašujućih efekata nekažnjivosti za zločine. Na greškama moramo učiti. Greške ne smijemo ponavljati. Ovdje u Savjetu danas, kao i na svim drugim relevantnim evropskim i međunarodnim adresama, Crna Gora ponavlja snažnu osudu ruske agresije na Ukrajinu, daje punu podršku nezavisnosti, suverenitetu i teritorijalnom integritetu Ukrajine unutar njenih međunarodno priznatih granica, kao i njeno pravo na samoodbranu. Ostajemo snažan zagovornik osiguravanja pune odgovornosti za učinjene zločine, posebno kroz djelovanje Međunarodnog krivičnog suda, ali i drugih nacionalnih i međunarodnih mehanizama. Služenje pravdi i osiguravanje odgovornosti za zločine je ključno za sprečavanje njihovog ponavljanja, kao i za ostvarivanje prava žrtava i preživjelih na istinu, pravdu i obeštećenje. Ekscelencija, u pozadini navedenih geopolitičkih dešavanja ove godine obilježavamo važne jubileje dostignuća čovečanstva, 75. godišnjicu Univerzalne deklaracije o ljudskim pravima i 30. godišnjicu Bečke deklaracije i programa akcije, kao i druge važne jubileje. To nas neminovno vraća na podsjećanje da su ovi ključni dokumenti nastali na premisi da su osnovna ljudska prava, sloboda i dostojanstvo inherentni svakoj osobi. Da su kao takvi zajednički standardi UN-a, a ne privilegija ili geografska, kulturološka ili bilo koja druga odrednica koja se vezuje samo za pojedine države ili grupe država i njima svojstvene modele demokratije i razvoja. Da se svijet saglasi oko univerzalnosti, nedjeljivosti i međuzavisnosti ljudskih prava. Da su tako viđena ljudska prava temelj slobode, pravde, mira i jednakosti u svijetu i zajednička vrijednost koja određuje i ujedinjuje čovečanstvo. Ovakva vizija i duh Univerzalne deklaracije, koja je dovela do stvaranja sistema ljudskih prava prije 75 godina, su potrebni našem vremenu i svijetu više nego ikada. Zato Crna Gora pridružuje svoj glas rezonantnim pozivima visokog komesara za podmlađivanje globalnog konsenzusa o ljudskim pravima kao univerzalnim, nedjeljivim, međuzavisnim i za oživljavanje duha i vitalnosti Univerzalne deklaracije. To dalje zahtijeva da osiguramo da ljudska prava budu u središtu naših odgovora na višestruke krize i da budu podržana pravnim sistemom zasnovanim na vladavini prava. Isto tako da podržimo inkluzivan, efikasan i umreženi multilateralizam i njegove institucije. To je važno da bi preokrenuli alarmantni trend sistemskih i široko rasprostranjenih kršenja ljudskih prava, rastuće diskriminacije i nejednakosti, kao i erozije demokratskih institucija i građanskog prostora. I da bi odgovorili na nove izazove za ljudska prava poput hibridnih prijetnji, tehnološkog razvoja, klimatske krize i ekološkog propadanja, te višestrukih posljedica pandemije COVID-19. Da bi ovo postigli, potrebno je da krenemo od svoje kuće, da stalno radimo na očuvanju i unapređenju ljudskih prava i demokratskih vrijednosti u našim društvima. Jedino tako možemo biti kredibilni i odgovorni prema svojim građanima i pouzdani u saradnji sa drugima. Kada sagledavamo domete Univerzalne deklaracije u kontekstu sadašnjih, višestruko povezanih i ispreplijetanih izazova i kriza, čini se važnim podsjetiti da je država na čijem sam čelu sačuvala mir, međukulturni i međuetnički karakter crnogorskog društva u vihoru zla i rata koji su generisale retrogradne politike na prostoru bivše Jugoslavije 90. godina prošlog vijeka. Mi danas sve svoje susjede možemo pogledati u oči, ne okrećući glavu od Srebrenice i svih drugih zločina, kao što nijesmo zatvarali vrata pred kolonama izbjeglica iz Bosne i Hercegovine, Hrvatske, sa Kosova, koje su tokom 90-ih našle utočište u Crnoj Gori. Kao i danas od velikog broja Ukrajinaca koji bježe od ruske agresije. Ipak i danas se Crna Gora suočava sa ozbiljnim izazovima koje nagrizaju njenu multietničku demokratiju, oazu mira na Zapadnom Balkanu i sidro njegove stabilnosti, kako su je od 90. godina prošlog vijeka do nedavno nazivali najviši zvaničnici demokratskih država. Kontinuirana ruska hibridna djelovanja kojima smo besomučno izloženi postiču retrogradne politike, šire govor mržnje i produbljuju podjele i u Crnoj Gori, kao i u drugim zapadno-balkanskim društvima. Ali mi nemamo i ne tražimo alternativu evropskom vrednosnom sistemu. Na vrijednostima pravde, prava, slobode i jednakosti, uz poštovanje najviših međunarodnih standarda, Crna Gora je obnovila nezavisnost, ostvarila članstvo u NATO i našla se u predvorju Evropske unije. I nastavit ćemo evropskim putem. Crna Gora će ostati principijelan glas u odnosu na dramatična kršenja ljudskih prava, krize i sukobe koje su se dešavale i u drugim državama svijeta. U Iranu, Afganistanu, Etiopiji, Mjanmaru i mnogim drugim mjestima. Bićemo snažni podržavaoci prava djevojčica i žena, prava osjetljivih i marginalizovanih grupa, uključujući LGBT, IQ plus osoba. Crna Gora će nastaviti da djeluje u savjetu proaktivno i konstruktivno s ciljem jačanja, poštovanja i očuvanja univerzalnih ljudskih prava svugdje i za sve, i u okviru UPR procesa, i da podupire nezavisnost mandata visokog komesara i kancelarije, kao i da sarađuje sa ostalim UN mehanizmima za ljudska prava. Zahvaljujem na pažnji.
Thank you, Excellency. Now we will hear the video message delivered by President of Colombia, His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego.
Su Excelencia, señor Václav Valek, presidente del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Su Excelencia, señor Csaba Kőrösi, presidente de la 77ª sesión de la Asamblea General. Su Excelencia, señor Antonio Guterres, secretario general de las Naciones Unidas. Señor Volker Türk, alto comisionado de Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos. Honorables altos dignitarios, ministros, representantes permanentes, delegados, representantes de organizaciones no gubernamentales y de la sociedad civil, señoras y señores. El gobierno de Colombia se ha trazado el objetivo de superar la violencia para alcanzar la paz total y el buen vivir de la población, con la profunda convicción de que la paz, además de ser un deber y un derecho fundamental, debe ser la base de un nuevo contrato social que propicie la superación de injusticias y exclusiones históricas, la no repetición del conflicto, el cambio de nuestra forma de relacionarnos con el ambiente y una transformación productiva sustentada en el conocimiento y en la armonía con la naturaleza. La paz total es la apuesta para que el centro de todas las decisiones de política pública sea la vida digna, de tal manera que los seres humanos y los ecosistemas sean respetados y protegidos. Se trata de generar transformaciones territoriales, superar el déficit de derechos económicos, sociales, culturales y ambientales y acabar con las violencias armadas, tanto aquellas de origen sociopolítico como las que están marcadas por el aseguramiento irregular de riqueza. Por esta razón, el gobierno colombiano creará el Sistema Nacional de Igualdad y Equidad, liderado por el Ministerio de Igualdad, en cabeza de la señora Vicepresidenta de la República, con el objetivo de formular y ejecutar las políticas y medidas para promover la eliminación de las desigualdades económicas, políticas y sociales e impulsar el goce del derecho a la igualdad, el cumplimiento de los principios de no discriminación y no regresividad, así como la defensa de los sujetos de especial protección constitucional y de grupos discriminados o marginados. El objetivo de la paz total surge de los aprendizajes y conclusiones de la Comisión para el Esclarecimiento de la Verdad, creada por el Acuerdo de Paz entre el gobierno y el grupo guerrillero de las extintas FARC, que ha puesto en evidencia la relación entre la violencia y el narcotráfico, así como las causas históricas y estructurales del conflicto. En este aspecto, Colombia propone una nueva política sobre drogas, con un enfoque de derechos humanos para dejar atrás el prohibicionismo como paradigma dominante, implementando estrategias que atiendan las causas estructurales de este fenómeno, como la pobreza, la falta de acceso a oportunidades, la sociedad de la competencia y la debilidad institucional, entre otras, y generar una regulación basada en el cuidado de la vida, con enfoque territorial, con prevención ambiental y diferencial. Señor presidente, se cumplen 75 años de la Declaración Universal de los Derechos Humanos, en la que se reconoce que el desconocimiento y el menosprecio de los derechos humanos han originado actos de barbarie ultrajantes para la conciencia de la humanidad. Después de 75 años, el anhelo inspirador de la Declaración por un mundo en paz, en el que impere el respeto por la dignidad humana mediante el goce efectivo de los derechos humanos, continúa vigente frente a múltiples y nuevos desafíos. Hoy la guerra se hace presente, hoy la paz debe hacerse presente en el mundo. A 30 años de la Declaración y el programa de acción adoptados en la Segunda Conferencia Mundial de Derechos Humanos en Viena, quiero hacerles una invitación a reflexionar sobre la imperiosa necesidad de robustecer el sistema de protección de los derechos humanos en el mundo, identificando los principales desafíos y tomando acciones concretas para afrontarlos. Este ejercicio de reflexión y construcción de acciones debería tener lugar en el marco de una tercera Conferencia Mundial de Derechos Humanos, tal como fue previsto hace 30 años, para dar la debida continuidad a las conferencias llevadas a cabo en Teherán en 1968 y en Viena en 1993. Las conmemoraciones de los 30 años de Viena y de los 75 años de la Declaración Universal, en las cuales el Alto Comisionado nos está proponiendo actividades muy importantes, son una oportunidad apropiada para identificar qué derechos requieren especial atención en este momento y cómo fortalecer los instrumentos de protección y prevención de violación de los mismos. La tercera conferencia podría tener lugar en 2025 o 2026, luego de la Cumbre del Futuro en 2024, que también está promoviendo el Alto Comisionado. Todos estos esfuerzos tendrán el respaldo y la colaboración que se requiera del Gobierno de Colombia. El Sistema Universal de Derechos Humanos, del que es parte central este Consejo, fue creado para ayudarnos a superar los retos que subsisten para lograr este anhelo. Por ello, mi gobierno ha decidido profundizar el trabajo que adelanta Colombia con el sistema, ratificando instrumentos como el Acuerdo de Escazú, iniciando el trámite ante el Congreso para la ratificación del protocolo facultativo contra la tortura, reconociendo la competencia del Comité contra la Desaparición Forzada para investigar denuncias individuales y retirando las declaraciones interpretativas al protocolo facultativo de la Convención sobre la eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación contra la mujer, entre otras medidas. Mi gobierno además se comprometió a hacer efectiva la invitación abierta a los procedimientos especiales y renovó el acuerdo de sede que regula el funcionamiento de la oficina en Colombia del Alto Comisionado para los Derechos Humanos, dándole continuidad por lo menos hasta el año 2032. Ello permite proyectar el trabajo y la cooperación con la oficina a mediano y largo plazo para dar cumplimiento a la implementación del acuerdo de paz, la correcta marcha del sistema de justicia transicional y la búsqueda de la paz total, de tal manera que Colombia se convierta en una potencia de vida donde los ciudadanos puedan disfrutar de manera efectiva sus derechos fundamentales. Colombia se ha comprometido con la búsqueda de la justicia social y la justicia ambiental como elementos esenciales para consolidar la paz. Por ello, la implementación de las recomendaciones de la Comisión de la Verdad son una prioridad, para lo cual requerimos de la cooperación y el trabajo conjunto con el sistema y la comunidad internacional. Para nuestro gobierno es una prioridad atender las recomendaciones de la CIDH en materia de protección y salvaguarda de la protesta social. La juventud colombiana durante los últimos años ha alzado su voz por defender sus derechos y hacer transformaciones estructurales. Sus reclamos han abordado las profundas desigualdades sociales y han apostado por un cambio. Es por eso que la reivindicación y la reparación a las víctimas del estallido social debe ser parte de la ruta de trabajo para la garantía de los derechos humanos en nuestro país. Colombia aspira a ser miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos para el periodo 2025-2027, con el deseo de poder compartir con toda la comunidad internacional las enseñanzas de lo que hemos sufrido en medio de una grave crisis de derechos humanos y de lo que hemos intentado para superarla con nuestros logros, aciertos y desaciertos. Creemos que esa es la mejor forma de agradecer al Consejo de Derechos Humanos y a los órganos que lo rodean el valioso apoyo que nos han brindado para fortalecer el Estado social de derecho en nuestro país y buscar una paz basada en el respeto y la realización de todos los derechos humanos y de esa manera contribuir a que avancemos juntos hacia dicho objetivo en el mundo entero. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next video message will be delivered by the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Mr. Petr Fiala.
Mr. President, Mr. High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased that I can speak to the Council for the first time. For the Czech government, protecting human rights is the highest priority of its foreign policy. We find inspiration in the great ideas of former Czech President Václav Havel, who was a strong advocate of human rights. He believed that all people have the same rights and freedoms which cannot be divided. If someone is denied their freedom, then everybody is. And we cannot be silent when we face evil or violence, because if we are silent, it means we accept it. Basic rights and freedoms should not be taken from anyone, but they sometimes are. This is why we must protect these rights and make sure everyone knows and understands the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Today, I am glad to greet Volker Türk, who is the new High Commissioner for Human Rights. I wish him all success in his important position. We will continue supporting him and his office. Also, the Czech Republic joins the UN Human Rights Council again and now has a leading role. Thanks to this, we can be active and promote and develop international human rights. Mr. President, now I would like to speak about the situation in Ukraine, which is very important for us. Last week was the first anniversary of Russia's attack on Ukraine. People in Ukraine are suffering from many crimes and violations of human rights done by Russian occupation forces. Czechia supports Ukraine and its brave people in this battle. We have welcomed hundreds of thousands of refugees and will continue to help Ukraine as needed. I appreciate that 1 year ago, this Council acted fast and established a commission of inquiry only a few days after the invasion. Everyone who breaks international law and humanitarian law must be held responsible. I am sure that the Commission will help us achieve this common goal. We must not forget that the attack on Ukraine is making the human rights situation much more difficult also in Russia, where repressions are growing. We are pleased that the Council established a mandate of a special rapporteur to monitor the conditions in the country. Human rights violations also continue in Belarus, where about 1,500 people are in prison for political reasons. It is typical that Czechia focuses on our eastern neighbors, but people in other countries like Iran, Afghanistan, Myanmar or Cuba are still suffering from human rights violations. Like Václav Havel said, we must not be silent about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And now it's an honor and pleasure to invite the Prime Minister of Yemen to the podium, Mr. Main Abdulmalek Said.
السيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الحاضرون جميعا، إنه لو شرف لي أن أكون معكم مجددا في الجزء الرفيع المستوى للدورة 52 لمجلس حقوق الإنسان، ونتمنى لكم النجاح وأهنئكم جميعا بالذكرى 75 لصدور الإعلان العالمي لحقوق الإنسان، الذي يعتبر وثيقة تاريخية وأساسا للجهود الدولية في وضع المعايير والسكوك الدولية القائمة لحقوق الإنسان. وأود التذكير هنا بأن اليمن كانت من أوائل الدول السباقة التي تعاطت بإيجابية مع هذه الوثائق التاريخية، وهي طرف في أكثر من 58 اتفاقية وإعلان وبروتوكول تتعلق بحقوق الإنسان والقانون الدولي الإنساني، وضمنتها في دستورها وتشريعاتها الوطنية. وانطلاقا من ذلك تضع الحكومة مبادئ وقوانين حقوق الإنسان على رأس أولوياتها، خاصة في ظل الحرب التي أشعلتها وتستمر في تأجيجها ميليشيا الحوثي الإرهابية. إن موقفنا في الحكومة هو أن صون حقوق الإنسان وحمايتها جزء أساسي من التزاماتنا أمام شعبنا بسلام عادل ومستدام ينهي سياق الحرب ويعيد الأمن والسلام لليمن. سيدات والسادة، 8 سنوات من الحرب التي فرضتها علينا ميليشيا إرهابية انقلبت بقوة السلاح وبدعم إيراني على السلطة الشرعية، شهدنا فيها تراجع الحقوق المكتسبة التي حققتها الدولة والجمهورية والديمقراطية في اليمن على مدى أكثر من 6 عقود، والتي استبدلتها الميليشيا بحالة من الإرهاب والقتل والقمع للحريات، ومحاولة فرض نظام عنصري طائفي دخيل على مجتمعنا اليمني، وتفخيخ التعليم وعقول النشء والشباب بأفكار إرهابية متطرفة، واستهداف الحقوق والحريات التي كفلها النظام والقانون خاصة النساء، وابتداع شروط تقييدية لسلبها في الحق في التعليم والعمل. وللأسف إننا أمام ميليشيا لا تؤمن بالسلام، بل تعمل على تغذية العنف والصراعات، وتجاربنا معها طويلة. كانت الأمم المتحدة والمجتمع الدولي حاضرة معنا في كافة التفاصيل، وشهد كيف أفشلت كل اتفاق يهدف إلى إنهاء معاناة الشعب اليمني ويحفظ حقوقه، وآخرها اتفاقية الهدنة الإنسانية برعاية أممية، والتي لم تنفذ الميليشيا أي من التزاماتها المنصوص عليها في الاتفاق حتى أسقطته في أكتوبر الماضي. لقد انتهكت هذه الميليشيا كل المواثيق والأعراف القانونية والأخلاقية ومبادئ حقوق الإنسان، وعلى سبيل المثال استخدام التجويع كسلاح لإخضاع المجتمع ونهب المساعدات الإنسانية، وتطويع القضاء كأداة سياسية لإرهاب كل من يعارضها، وأصدرت ونفذت أحكام إعدام بحق أبرياء مختطفين من سياسيين وحقوقيين وصحفيين وأكاديميين وغيرهم، وهجرت المواطنين من منازلهم حتى أضحى في اليمن أكثر من 4 ملايين نازح داخليا، وحولت البلاد إلى أكبر حقل ألغام في العالم، إضافة إلى تفخيخ التعليم بأفكار إرهابية متطرفة وتجنيد الأطفال واستخدامهم كوقود للحرب ضد الشعب اليمني، وعمدت إلى نشر الجهل والتضليل، وذلك من خلال حملاتها العدائية ضد اللقاحات مثل لقاح كورونا وشلل الأطفال والحصبة، حتى شهدنا عودة أمراض وأوبئة كنا قد تجاوزناها منذ عقود، ومنها شلل الأطفال. كل ما ذكرته هو جزء من الصورة المأساوية في مناطق سيطرة الميليشيا الحوثي، فإن لم يكن هذا هو الإرهاب فبماذا نصفه؟ لذا كان قرارنا ونتيجة لهذه الممارسات تصنيف الميليشيا الحوثي كجماعة إرهابية، ونكرر دعوتنا لكم لتصنيفها وتسليط الضوء على طبيعتها كأحد أدوات الإرهاب التي يهدد اليمن والإقليم والأمن والسلم الدولي. السيدات والسادة، المأساة الإنسانية هي أحد أعراض انقلاب الميليشيا المتطرفة على السلطة الشرعية بقوة السلاح، وتحدي إرادة المجتمع اليمني والدولي في السلام. لذا كانت رؤيتنا ولا تزال أن معالجة الجذر الحقيقي للأزمة والمتمثلة في استكمال انهياء الانقلاب واستعادة الدولة والنظام والقانون والحقوق والحريات هو السبيل لذلك. وأكرر لكم ما قلت في خطابي من على هذا المنبر في عام 2019 أن جوهر السلام يتحقق في استعادة الأوضاع القانونية والدستورية التي تحفظ للأفراد والجماعات حقوقهم وحريتهم وكرامتهم، وأن كل اتفاق لا يتأسس على قاعدة الالتزام بالدستور والقانون واحترام حقوق الإنسان والقوانين والقرارات الدولية هو تسوية على حساب الشعب والمواطنين، وهو في خلاصته مكافأة لنهج استخدام العنف لتحقيق مكاسب سياسية وانتهاك القوانين وحقوق الإنسان. سيد الرئيس، حاضرون جميعا، تولي الحكومة اليمنية ملف حقوق الإنسان اهتماما خاصا، وترى أن المدخل الأساسي لمعالجة انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان يتم من خلال استعادة عمل مؤسسات الدولة وسلطاتها وفقا لضوابط القوانين الدولية والمواثيق، وتفعيل آليات الرصد والمحاسبة، وتمكين القضاء والنيابات واللجنة الوطنية للتحقيق في ادعاءات انتهاكات في حقوق الإنسان. ولتحقيق ذلك تبذل الحكومة جهودا مستمرة في هذا الملف الهام، وبيشكل ذلك أولوية. إنني في الختام أتوجه إليكم باسم الإنسانية أن تنظروا إلى ما يجري في اليمن بعين العقل وقلب الإنسان، فنحن نواجه ميليشيات متطرفة لا تؤمن بالديمقراطية والسلام، بل لا تؤمن أصلا بالمجتمع الدولي ومنظومته الحقوقية، وقد أثبت الواقع أن هذا الأمر بشكل لا يساوره الشك. وشكرا.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Now let me suspend the meeting for a while in order to let the Secretary General to leave and follow his other duties. So let me thank him also on your behalf.
Mr. President.
We will now continue the high-level segment, and let me invite the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan, Mr. Mukhtar Tiluberdi, through video message.
President, dear High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to congratulate you, Ambassador Václav Balik, on your election as the President of the Human Rights Council. I am convinced that you will lead this Council with utmost diligence as it continues its important work. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend the work of the High Commissioner, his office, and Human Rights Council former presidents with their bureaus in ensuring the continuation of the Council's work during these challenging times. As we celebrate two significant milestones in the field of human rights this year, the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action, it's critical to come together to address our most pressing challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kazakhstan fully stands for the rule of law with the UN Charter as one of the cornerstones of the international multilateral system. Tireless efforts have been made by Kazakhstan last year to further strengthen the promotion and protection of human rights and to build a democratic society on the basis of President Tokayev's political reform packages. Kazakhstan has taken a course of further democratization and liberalization. Significant reforms have been introduced, transforming the entire political system of the country and bringing a course of further democratization and liberalization. Significant reforms have been introduced, transforming the entire political system of the country and bringing tangible social economic changes. On February 7 this year, Kazakhstan signed the optional protocol to the Convention on the Right of the Child on a communications procedure. This step reaffirms Kazakhstan's commitment to ensuring the right of child and enhancing legal protection of children. It's another example of the transformations taking place in Kazakhstan, along with the ratification of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights on June 24, 2022. In addition, the National Fund for Children will be established to ensure the well-being of Kazakhstan's younger generation. From 1st of January 2024, 50% of annual investment income of the National Investment Fund will be allocated to special saving accounts for children until they reach the age of 18. Furthermore, the initiative of President Tokayev, the government is for the first time introducing the National Youth Development Index to create conditions for the development of young people to fully participate in the decision-making process and development of the country. Together with the countries of Central Asia and Mongolia, and with the assistance of the ICDP, we are working to declare our region as the world's first death penalty-free region. Our shared respect for the right to life and peace is reflected in the fact that Central Asia and Mongolia is already a nuclear weapon-free zone. Mr. President, last year Kazakhstan held a referendum on amending the constitution to implement the reforms initiated by President Tokayev. The amendments aim to consolidate the final transition from super-presidential form of government to a presidential republic with influential parliament and accountable government. The constitutional reform significantly strengthens three pillars of power, enhances the system of checks and balances, and increases local governance. Protection of the constitutional rights of citizens is a main priority. As a result of the reform, the Constitutional Court has been created, which began its functions on January 1st this year. Now, citizens can directly apply to the Constitutional Court to protect their rights. It's an important step towards building a legal system based on the rule of law in the new and just Kazakhstan. Furthermore, the constitutional amendments have enshrined in the Constitution the legal status of the human rights ombudsperson. As part of the constitutional reform, the procedure for registering political parties has been greatly simplified. In particular, the registration threshold has been reduced fourfold from 20,000 to 5,000 members, while the threshold for parties to enter the lower chamber of parliament has also been reduced from 7 to 5%. The inclusiveness of the electoral process is ensured through the legal introduction of 30% quota for women, youth, and persons with special needs in the distribution of the mandate of the MPs. All these institutional changes will strengthen political competition and ensure the openness of the political system. On March 19th this year, parliamentary elections will be held in Kazakhstan. One of the main differences of the upcoming election in comparison to the previous ones is the use of mixed majority proportional model for the lower house of parliament. Now, 70% of MPs will be elected proportionally from political party lists, and the 30% by majoritarian rule from single-member districts. This system will ensure the entire spectrum of views and opinions of voters will be covered. Mr. President, Kazakhstan has entered in the second year of its membership of the Council as trustworthy and reliable partner. We are determined to continue our work in the most constructive and positive manner. This year, Kazakhstan intends to present a draft resolution on safe and inclusive learning environment. We would appreciate constructive engagement and support of the Council. Mr. President, today, when the world is facing new global challenges and instability, ensuring human rights is more important than ever. It's becoming crucial to strengthen multilateral dialogue and trust at the global level. What can we rely on to counter today's challenges? History provides us with only one answer: political will, dialogue, and cooperation. In this context, we reiterate our call for effective multilateralism as the best available tool to overcome major challenges that face us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. Now let me invite the first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Serbia, His Excellency Madam Ivica Dačić.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. High Commissioner, Excellencies. Today, when we mark 75 years since the signing of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we have a good opportunity to remind ourselves once again that it constitutes an inseparable part of the UN Charter and its fundamental principles. Only if we ensure the equality and full rights of every individual will we be able to unlock the full potential of all of us. Therefore, we have the opportunity, but also the duty as state officials, not only to reiterate our commitment to the tenets of the Universal Declaration, but also to give new momentum to collective efforts aimed at preserving, protecting, and promoting human rights. It is a sad fact that in the 21st century, we continue to face violations of basic human rights everywhere in the world. For Serbia, it is certainly the most painful that we are facing such cases in none other than our southern province. In Kosovo and Metohija, the provisional institutions of Pristina systematically prevent the right to a dignified, safe, and secure life of Serbs and other non-Albanian population. There are numerous examples of this that testify that the non-Albanian population in Kosovo and Metohija, just because of their different national and religious affiliation, faces on a daily basis the restriction of freedom of movement, the denial of basic civil rights, and the discrimination in all segments of life. The current unbearable situation caused by the national and ethnic intolerance of the current Albanian leadership in Pristina is best illustrated by the fact that, according to UNHCR data, out of the total number of over 200,000 internally displaced Serbs and non-Albanians, the percentage of returnees is below 2%. I will remind you that Serbia is among the countries with the largest number of internally displaced persons in Europe, and that it was a body of the United Nations, the Security Council, with Resolution 1244, that set sustainable conditions for the return of internally displaced persons to Kosovo and Metohija as the primary responsibility of the international presence and the provisional institutions of self-government in Pristina. At the same time, Serbia has been pointing out in international forums for many years that persons in long-term displacement need to be given the right to choose between local integration and the return to their place of origin, which applies to both refugees from Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and internally displaced persons from Kosovo and Metohija. Along those lines, Serbia has also submitted its comments in the process of drafting the UN Secretary General's Actions Agenda on Internal Displacement, published in June 2022, and we expect the competent bodies to continue to contribute to finding a permanent solution to this issue. Serbia is committed to avoiding politicization, to an objective and non-selective approach to the issue of human rights, as well as to the provision of assistance to UN member states in promoting human rights capacities. The importance that Serbia attaches to the field of human rights is reflected in continuous effort being made to enhance the national legislation in this area. In accordance with the practice of active cooperation with the Human Rights Council, Serbia has issued a standing invitation to special procedures. At the end of 2022, the Special Rapporteur on the promotion of truth, justice, reparation, and guarantees of non-recurrence visited Serbia, and preparations have been underway for the visit of the Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression, which is planned for the end of March. I would like to point out with great pride that Serbia is the first UN member state to develop the instrument for the implementation of the Leave No One Behind principle from the 2030 Agenda. The instrument was officially presented in September last year, and it will enable the achievement of necessary synergy in the development of public policies that will eradicate all forms of discrimination and inequality. Serbia also pays great attention to issues of social, economic, civil, and political rights, particularly taking into account the cultural and the religious diversity of our citizens. Aware of the pluralism of our country, we are particularly proud of the fact that the protection of minority rights in the Republic of Serbia is at the highest level and in line with the highest international standards, including those of the Council of Europe and the OSCE. In our country, the minority policy is guaranteed by the Constitution, and Serbia has also been successfully applying the system of protection and promotion of the rights of national minorities for over 20 years through the model of national councils, which is financed from the state budget. We wish to show by our own example that the protection of minority communities symbolize the maturity of a society aiming to encourage others in our region to pay due attention to this topic, especially when it comes to the position of the Serbian national minority. In accordance with its commitment to fulfilling the obligation assumed by the ratification of international instruments on human rights through the implementation of accepted recommendations, Serbia pays special attention to the Universal Periodic Review as a tool which has ensured equal treatment when considering the state of human rights in all countries. Our dedication and expertise in the field of human rights was also recognized through the election of an expert from Serbia to the Human Rights Committee. I am convinced that Dr. Tijana Šurlan will provide a quality contribution to the work done by this important committee. In conclusion, I emphasize that we are committed to effective multilateralism and constructive dialogue as the best means for overcoming the numerous challenges we are all facing. I would like to once again express my support to High Commissioner Turk in his upcoming efforts and to express my expectation that we will work together to achieve the priorities you have outlined in the Human Rights Appeal from 2023. You can count on the active contribution of Serbia, which will continue to cooperate with the competent bodies of the United Nations at all levels with the aim of strengthening and protecting human rights. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you, Mr. First Deputy Prime Minister. Now we will hear another video message delivered by Don Pramudwinai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand.
President, High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Allow me to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election to this important body. We are meeting here today at a pivotal moment as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and 30th anniversary of the Vienna Convention that led to the creation of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. The occasion calls for all of us to assess and reset not the goals and standards of the Declaration, but the way we endeavor to apply and implement them to preserve and restore the fundamental human dignity that we deem universal. To do so, we need to address the root causes of the degradation of human rights situation around the world. There are three main formidable foes to human rights: wars, internal political and economic strife, and a triple planetary crisis. The most worrisome reality is the fact that these foes have been spreading around the world, both in intensity and complexity. The advent of social media has somehow exacerbated the binary mentality and the my way or the highway attitude, the unfound sense of entitlement, culture of impunity, and the tyranny of a few. The challenges, both old and new, conventional and unconventional, require us to think more progressively and innovatively how to bridge the growing disconnection between standards and reality while resisting the temptation to take measures and actions that could render us part of the problem, not the solution. Equal worth of every person is the core driver of our work. Such worth is blind to any political, financial, economic, social, and racial views. It entails equitable access to opportunities. Violence and hatred breed more of the same. Apathy turns human rights injuries into permanent damages. The right to life and human security is decimated by wars, and the reprisal of nature deprives so many lives of their livelihood. These are some of the root and associated causes of human rights deprivation. The Human Rights 75 initiative is a comprehensive response to address the challenges of our time. On our part, Thailand has strengthened our resolve in advancing the principles of freedom, equality, and justice for all, as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We also pledge our support for the work of the Human Rights Council and the reinvigoration of the non-confrontational consultation process, as well as well-balanced constructive dialogues and engagement with all relevant stakeholders. Thailand believes that the Universal Periodic Review, the UPR, is an important mechanism to continuously reinvent and readjust our effort to maintain the hope of human rights. The UPR Plan of Action was recently approved by our cabinet. It signifies Thailand's full commitment to the whole of government and the whole of society approach to support the universality, progress, and engagement of Human Rights Council. Our Universal Health Coverage, UHC, scheme has been one of the most powerful tools to help ensure equitable access to healthcare services while contributing to the efforts to address social and economic inequalities. Thailand has adopted the BCG economic model as our national agenda to counter the triple planetary crises that are increasingly raising havoc with human security. We also continue to further strengthen our national human rights infrastructure. Last year, the National Human Rights Commission of Thailand was re-accredited with an A status. Such development reflects our unwavering commitment to the letter and spirit of the Human Rights Declaration. Thailand has also actively engaged in open dialogues with the OHCR, as well as special procedure of the HRC and other human rights-related mechanisms. Mr. President, in reiterating our commitment to advance the promotion and protection of human rights nationally, regionally, and globally, Thailand has decided to present its candidature for the Human Rights Council membership for the term 2025 to 2027. We are honored to have been endorsed as the candidate of ASEAN and look forward to
với tỷ lệ nữ đại biểu Quốc hội trên 30%. Dù đang là nước có thu nhập trung bình thấp, song Việt Nam nằm trong nhóm các nước có chỉ số phát triển con người cao, tăng 5 bậc trong giai đoạn 2015-2021. Đây chính là cơ sở và động lực để Việt Nam chăm lo hơn nữa mọi mặt của đời sống nhân dân, hiện thực hóa khát vọng trở thành nước công nghiệp hiện đại vào năm 2045. Là thành viên của nhiều cơ chế đa phương quan trọng, Việt Nam cam kết mạnh mẽ với chủ nghĩa đa phương, luật pháp quốc tế và hiến chương Liên Hợp Quốc, sẵn sàng làm cầu nối để làm giảm sự khác biệt, gia tăng sự hợp tác. Tại Hội đồng Nhân quyền với phương châm tôn trọng và hiểu biết, đối thoại và hợp tác, tất cả quyền con người dành cho tất cả mọi người. Trên tinh thần đó, tôi xin chia sẻ một số suy nghĩ như sau. Thứ nhất, chúng ta đều có khát vọng chung về thúc đẩy và bảo vệ quyền con người, mang lại cuộc sống tốt đẹp hơn cho mọi người dân. Mỗi quốc gia, từng khu vực có thể có cách tiếp cận khác nhau, nhưng do những đặc thù về lịch sử, hệ thống chính trị, văn hóa, kinh tế, xã hội. Vì vậy, cần thông hiểu và tôn trọng những đặc thù đó để cùng tìm ra mẫu số chung, thay vì chính trị hóa, áp đặt hay can thiệp. Thứ hai, không một quốc gia nào có thể tự mình giải quyết những vấn đề toàn cầu ngày nay. Đối thoại và hợp tác trên cơ sở tôn trọng luật pháp quốc tế và hiến chương Liên Hợp Quốc chính là phương cách tốt nhất để tìm kiếm tiếng nói chung, xác định ưu tiên, chia sẻ nguồn lực, cùng hiện thực hóa những mục tiêu đề ra trong chương trình nghị sự 2030 về phát triển bền vững và các cam kết liên quan để đối phó với biến đổi khí hậu, không để ai bị bỏ lại phía sau trong quá trình phát triển. Thứ ba, quyền con người mang tính phổ quát và có mối quan hệ mật thiết qua lại, tạo nên chỉnh thể thống nhất, đòi hỏi cần có cách tiếp cận tổng thể, cần chú trọng bảo đảm tốt hơn việc thụ hưởng các quyền thiết thân, cơ bản nhất như quyền được sống trong hòa bình, quyền phát triển, quyền được tiếp cận giáo dục, y tế, việc làm, chống phân biệt đối xử, thúc đẩy công bằng xã hội. Thứ tư, Hội đồng Nhân quyền cần khẳng định vai trò trung tâm trong thúc đẩy đối thoại trên tinh thần xây dựng, bình đẳng và hợp tác hiệu quả giữa các quốc gia trên cơ sở tôn trọng và hiểu biết lẫn nhau. Một Hội đồng Nhân quyền hoạt động hiệu quả, tích cực, khách quan, hòa hợp trong đa dạng, không chính trị hóa, không chia rẽ, sẽ là hạt nhân kết nối cộng đồng quốc tế. Với ý nghĩa đó, Việt Nam đề xuất Hội đồng Nhân quyền xem xét thông qua văn kiện, khẳng định giá trị và cam kết của tất cả chúng ta đối với tuyên ngôn nhân quyền, tuyên bố và chương trình hành động viên. Đây sẽ là hành động thiết thực của Hội đồng Nhân quyền để kỷ niệm 75 năm tuyên ngôn nhân quyền và 30 năm tuyên bố và chương trình hành động viên. Chúng tôi rất chia sẻ với những phát biểu của Ngài Tổng thư ký Liên Hợp Quốc rằng tất cả các quốc gia cần sự nỗ lực xây dựng một khế ước xã hội mới, lấy con người làm trung tâm cho mọi chính sách và hành động của mình, đồng thời tạo ra một cơ hội cho các nước đang phát triển được nói lên tiếng nói của mình. Với ý thức và quyết tâm cao của một thành viên Hội đồng Nhân quyền, Việt Nam sẽ đóng góp với tinh thần trách nhiệm cao nhất cho công việc của Hội đồng Nhân quyền vì một tương lai tốt đẹp hơn của nhân loại. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. Now we will hear the last video message of this morning, this time delivered by His Excellency Mr. Wopke B. Hoekstra, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, as we meet here today in the shadow of the one-year anniversary of the illegal invasion of Ukraine, it is painfully apparent that human rights are under severe attack. Clearly in Ukraine, which is witnessing rape, deportation and child abductions. In Russia, where the repression of civil society and independent media is unfortunately almost complete. And in so many other parts of the world. And this is a time that calls on all of us, not to stand by in silence, but to speak out. Speak out in support of the international order, in which all countries are treated as equals and might is not right. Speak out in support of the universal values, rights and freedoms as set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, written 75 years ago and still so very relevant today. And that is precisely why the Human Rights Council is so very important, as the world's main forum for protecting and promoting human rights. A forum not only for dialogue and discussion, but also for action. So it is with pride that we announce our candidacy for election to the Council for the term of 2024 to 2026. And we do so knowing that membership is and should not be a free ride, and knowing that it requires us to invest in this role and show backbone by speaking out about human rights violations, sure in the knowledge that nothing will change if we do not stand up for what we believe in, by looking critically also at our own country, because no country has a perfect track record. It is and it will remain always work in progress. And by engaging with each other and reaching out in a spirit of openness, by conducting a constructive, equal dialogue, and by working together. Realizing that working together is the only way to understand each other and move forward. We're very grateful for all the Council's impressive collaborative endeavors, and we want to encourage countries, large and small, to seek election to a seat on the Council. We want the Council to remain fit for purpose. In our vision, the Human Rights Council must protect the human rights of all people, everywhere and at all times. And this means preventing violations and providing assistance, and conducting independent investigations. And we want every member to champion human rights. Human rights can never be optional for any state. And that is why we should always speak out about violations and abuses. Human rights cannot be optional, as they are interlinked and indivisible, be they political, civil, social, or economic rights. And they cannot be optional because they apply to each and every one of us. And that is why we must ensure that women and the LGBTQI community can exercise their rights to the full. That is why we must ensure journalists and human rights defenders can do their work without fear. And that is why we have to strive for accountability, an issue that is very close to our hearts in my country, and close to my own heart. And that is why the Kingdom of the Netherlands wants to be your partner in promoting and protecting human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, even in a year in which human rights are being trampled upon so shamefully, I do see glimmers of hope. In Iran, brave young girls and women, young boys and men are risking their lives to protest for their rights. It is a courage of this kind that our world so desperately needs. And perhaps we should ask ourselves the uncomfortable question: what do we ourselves risk by speaking out? I think that if we are really honest with ourselves, we will see that we risk far more by not raising our voices. So we must listen to each other and have the courage to speak out when we witness injustice. Because only in that way can we promote and protect human rights. I'll thank you very much.
I thank you. Now let me invite to the podium His Excellency Mr. Julio Cesar Ariola Ramirez, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Paraguay. Sir, please.
Distinguido presidente del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, Václav Havel, representantes permanentes, excelencias, señoras y señores. Es un honor dirigirme al Consejo de Derechos Humanos para reafirmar el compromiso de la República del Paraguay con la promoción de los derechos humanos, el derecho internacional y con el sistema multilateral. El multilateralismo es la mejor herramienta que tenemos para construir los consensos que necesitamos para resolver los problemas comunes que enfrenta la humanidad. A las divergencias, a la confrontación y a las guerras debemos responder con más multilateralismo. Más aún en los tiempos que vivimos, donde vemos que el recurso a la amenaza y el uso de la fuerza contra estados soberanos no han desaparecido. En ese sentido, el fortalecimiento del sistema universal de derechos humanos es crucial para prevenir los conflictos. De hecho, toda esta arquitectura jurídica e institucional fue ideada para ayudar a construir la paz. Solo así podemos honrar la promesa de preservar a las generaciones futuras del flagelo de la guerra y de sufrimientos indecibles, manteniendo la estabilidad y seguridad internacionales y avanzando hacia el desarrollo de todos los pueblos. Excelencias, la participación de la República del Paraguay en el Consejo es nuestra clara muestra de voluntad para enfrentar de manera colectiva los complejos desafíos que no conocen fronteras: la pobreza, el cambio climático, las pandemias, el crimen organizado transnacional y las migraciones, solo por mencionar algunos. Por ello, hemos presentado ante este Consejo la resolución que crea el mandato del relator especial sobre la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos y cambio climático. Y en ese marco abogamos para que se reconozcan las dificultades específicas que enfrentan los países en desarrollo sin litoral, reiterando la urgencia de una financiación adecuada de las políticas de mitigación y adaptación conforme al principio de responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas. También trabajamos para reforzar la arquitectura de salud global, para estar mejor preparados para futuras emergencias. Para ello, participamos de manera activa en las negociaciones en el seno de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, como miembros del Consejo Ejecutivo, defendiendo que la equidad sea un principio transversal. Por otro lado, el Paraguay continuará impulsando y apoyando prioritariamente iniciativas enfocadas en la erradicación de la pobreza, con énfasis en los grupos en situación más vulnerable, con miras a fortalecer la agenda de implementación. En este marco, seguiremos poniendo el foco en los mecanismos nacionales de implementación, informes y seguimientos, no solo a través de la presentación de resoluciones, sino también brindando cooperación técnica con base en la experiencia de nuestro mecanismo nacional, Simore Plus. Excelencias, estamos consternados por el creciente deterioro de la situación de los derechos humanos en Nicaragua, donde el espacio cívico está siendo particularmente afectado, con represiones sistemáticas y detenciones arbitrarias a oponentes políticos, defensores de los derechos humanos y periodistas, y el cierre de más de 2.000 organizaciones no gubernamentales. Es obligación moral del Consejo de Derechos Humanos enviar un mensaje claro a las víctimas para que ellas sepan que no están solas y que el sistema las acompaña, asegurando la renovación del mandato del grupo de expertos. Con respecto a la situación en Venezuela, valoramos el trabajo de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado y la reciente renovación del Memorando de Entendimiento por 2 años. Esperamos a que esto contribuya a que ese país implemente sin más dilación las recomendaciones del Alto Comisionado. Asimismo, instamos a Venezuela a que permita el acceso de la misión de determinación de hechos establecida por este Consejo a fin de poder avanzar en las investigaciones tendientes a la rendición de cuentas. Señor presidente y distinguidos colegas, es fundamental fortalecer el Consejo y todos los procedimientos, mecanismos y estructuras que hacen posible su labor. Primeramente, es necesario reforzar el compromiso de los Estados con las decisiones adoptadas en el seno de este órgano. Solo así podremos consolidar su credibilidad y garantizar la eficacia de las medidas empleadas para la protección de los derechos humanos. Y en segundo lugar, es vital asegurarle recursos suficientes acordes con la relevancia que revisten los derechos humanos. Seguiremos trabajando para que este órgano continúe cumpliendo apropiadamente sus funciones como una de las instancias más importantes para afianzar una agenda de derechos humanos integral que permita avanzar hacia sociedades más justas e inclusivas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now let me invite to the podium Tanaist and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Defence of Ireland, His Excellency Mr. Michael Martin.
High Commissioner, Mr. President, it's a privilege to address the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. The illegal and unjustifiable actions of Russia in the past year have demonstrated the need for an effective multilateral system and of upholding the rules-based international order. The Commission of Inquiry established by this Council has found that violations of human rights and international humanitarian law, as well as war crimes, have been committed during the conduct of hostilities in Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The international community must continue to condemn such actions and progress efforts to hold those who breach international law to account. We will continue to call for an end to the conflict and the horrendous violations of international law that have occurred. We must work with others to achieve justice for the civilians who are bearing its brunt, including through actions of this Council. Mr. President, as we commemorate and celebrate 75 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there is no better time to remind ourselves of the principles of universality, inalienability, indivisibility and interdependence of human rights. All people have the right to live in dignity and to have their human rights and fundamental freedoms respected. And yet, we see worrying trends across all regions. Civil society space is under pressure across the globe. Human rights defenders continue to endure reprehensible attacks. Acts of intimidation and reprisal against those seeking to engage with the UN continue to rise. Violence against women and girls remains pervasive. Gender equality gains are being eroded, and climate change threatens us all, with the most vulnerable at risk. We have a collective obligation to do better, to take meaningful action and address these human rights issues. Mr. President, commitment to human rights is a central pillar of Ireland's foreign policy. We take very seriously our obligation to respect, protect and fulfil human rights, and we are strong advocates for the promotion of human rights internationally. Ireland is a long-standing champion of the role of civil society in Geneva, in New York and across communities globally. We are gravely concerned by the pressures being experienced by civil society worldwide, and in particular by reports of actions that prevent civil society actors and human rights defenders from carrying out their work. Russian authorities continue to crack down on civil society, liquidating yet another prominent human rights organisation, Moscow Helsinki Group, in recent months. Just this month in Algeria, we saw the dissolution of LADDH and RAJ, two of the most important human rights organisations in Algeria. In Cambodia, one of the last independent media outlets in the country, Voice of Democracy, was recently stripped of its licence to broadcast. And in Iran, we have witnessed the repression of young women and their supporters prevented from protesting peacefully for their rights, and the application of the death penalty to citizens who are exercising their right to freedom of opinion and expression and the right to peaceful assembly and association. Civil society organisations play an essential role in promoting international law, peace, human rights and democratic values, and should have our unwavering vocal support. Mr. President, we are increasingly concerned by the rollback of progress on the rights of women and of LGBTI+ persons in recent years. While the erosion of the human rights of on accountability and justice. We deeply regret, however, that there is no mandate to monitor the human rights situation in Yemen. The people of Yemen deserve sustainable peace. This will not be possible without justice and accountability. Mr. President, in recent years, the Human Rights Council has taken important and principled action to respond to human rights crises in Ukraine, Iran, Nicaragua, Afghanistan, Sudan and Ethiopia, amongst others. While each of these situations is distinct, the Council has responded, mandating human rights monitoring, seeking to progress accountability and addressing impunity. The Human Rights Council must continue to respond, even in the most challenging of situations. Over the past 2 years, Ireland has had its third Universal Periodic Review and reviews under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. We welcomed the opportunity to engage with these vital human rights processes, to hear the recommendations of other states and human rights experts, and to reflect on our own human rights record. The United Nations human rights system enables us to hold ourselves and each other to account, and to ensure that the international community plays its part in ensuring all individuals can enjoy their rights. In playing its part, Ireland will seek membership of the Human Rights Council for the period 2027 to 2029. We will continue to be a strong voice championing human rights and fundamental freedoms for all persons across the globe. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now let me invite Her Excellency Madam Antonia Urijoya Noguera, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Chile.
Señor Presidente. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to address you on behalf of the government of Chile and President Gabriel Boric. For Chile, the Human Rights Council is the main forum for cooperation, dialogue and consensus on human rights within the United Nations. We defend the need for a multilateral order which recognizes the deep relationship between peace and security, democracy and participation, sustainable development and inclusion, and human rights as a pillar of international action in our country. In last October's elections, Chile obtained the first regional majority to take up once again a seat as member of the Human Rights Council. We are doing this for the fourth time in our history and with renewed expectations. On this 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, allow me to recall the role played by the Chilean diplomat Hernan Santa Cruz, who was part of the drafting committee for that instrument, which is the nucleus of the international human rights system. And it is no coincidence that Chile's former president, Michelle Bachelet, played an important role as High Commissioner for Human Rights until last year. President, Chile recognizes the responsibility that is involved in being a member of this important body in this very pressing context for our country. In 2023, we will commemorate the 50th anniversary of the coup d'etat, which overthrew the government of President Salvador Allende and set up a dictatorial regime, a dark period in our history where there were gross violations of human rights and where deep scars were left on our country. During the dictatorship, international cooperation and the support of international bodies were crucial in helping our countrymen who were in need and bringing pressure for the restoral of democracy. During the transition, this support was very important in strengthening our democratic and human rights institutions, which were very weak at the time. Over 3 decades after the return of democracy in Chile, the government of President Gabriel Boric is placing human rights protection at the center of its program. We're doing this because we know that working for human rights and democracy is an ongoing process which requires constant monitoring and self-criticism, and we cannot lower our guard. This requires us to address historic obligations on truth, justice and reparations, keeping in mind the progress made by Chile on this since the return to democracy through the creation of 4 commissions for the recognition of victims and hundreds of prosecutions of perpetrators of severe human rights violations under the dictatorship, which have led to sentences. And our government continues to promote the national plan to search for victims. This is a public policy that seeks to make progress on finding victims of the enforced disappearances under the dictatorship. We are also adopting measures to address the many current challenges arising from recent social conflict in our country. This is demonstrated by the establishment of the Initiative for Comprehensive Reparations for Victims of Human Rights Violations during the Social Rupture, which is now operational. There are recommendations that were made by the Human Rights Council and the American Human Rights Commission. We are aware that no state has a perfect record on human rights. The important thing is to recognize the gaps and challenges, note progress, and everywhere promote respect and protection for human rights. Where there are new crises, wherever they occur, it is important that the system as a whole adopts measures to support the victims. Not to do that, at least for Chile, would be to ignore its own past and the motive that brings us here today. We must not confuse this with any supposed moral superiority or political reproach. It must be seen as a true vocation to promote respect for human rights in good faith. Severe human rights situations such as the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the violation of the rights of women and children in Afghanistan and Iran, the human rights situation in the occupied Palestinian territories, the repression in Nicaragua against opponents to the ruling dictatorial regime require a timely, appropriate response. President, I wish to refer to some of the priorities that my country will be seeking to promote during our period in the Council. At a time when we hoped that gender equality would have become the general rule, we see a worrying backsliding in protection and promotion of the rights of women and girls in various parts of the world, including a normalization of violence against them. Chile has sought to follow a feminist foreign policy, and it commits its best efforts to combating this regressive trend, seeking to mainstream the gender perspective and protect the rights of women and girls in all of their diversity, especially as regards eradication of gender-based violence in all its dimensions. This is true also for discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Protecting and promoting human rights of LGBTIQ+ persons is also a goal of our foreign policy, which we seek to bring into our work in the Council. Secondly, we're convinced that a healthy environment is a human right, and thus we have launched a turquoise foreign policy with actions to respond to the triple crisis: climatic, biodiversity loss, and global pollution, based on a just transition and sustainable inclusive development. We are taking measures to implement the Escazú agreement, which provides particular protection to vulnerable environments. And we have sought an advisory opinion from the Inter-American Court for Human Rights to look at the scope of state obligations on human rights and climate emergency. Thirdly, we believe it is important to focus more on guaranteeing enjoyment and exercise of economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. Guaranteeing these is crucial in order to strengthen democracies and the rule of law, and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the United Nations Secretary General's Common Agenda. We are happy to state that last July, Chile deposited with the Office of the Secretary General of the Organization of American States the ratification of the additional protocol to the American Convention on Human Rights on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and we are aware of the need to ratify the optional protocol to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. This is the only universal instrument that still awaits incorporation by our country. We also know that promoting economic, social and cultural rights is only possible if done sustainably and with fiscal responsibility. This must always be present in the mind of this Council when addressing this issue, and we will also encourage this. Finally, I could not fail to mention other emerging issues that Chile wishes to promote more actively in the current context of globalization, which are part of our priorities for the Human Rights Council, including the debate on business and human rights, with a particular emphasis on due diligence, the risks of fake news and hate speech to democracies and the rule of law, the challenges I have mentioned arising from the climate emergency and also the crisis of people on the move, as well as the impact of new technologies on human rights. President, Excellencies, in conclusion, I wish to draw attention to the fact that this year the Human Rights Council sessions coincide with two important dates for the international human rights protection architecture. On the one hand, as I mentioned just now, they coincide with the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is a cornerstone of the system. Likewise, they coincide with the 30th anniversary of the World Conference on Human Rights and the Vienna Declaration Programme of Action, which was a milestone in consolidating the universal, indivisible, interdependent nature of civil and political rights and economic, social and cultural rights, and which placed their promotion and protection at the heart of the United Nations goals. Both of those milestones lead us to continue building on the work done by the Council, without forgetting that the main mission that we have as states is precisely to promote human dignity. We must recall that protection of human rights is best achieved when it is done on the basis of a broad consensus, which can only be achieved by persevering in social dialogue among stakeholders with differing viewpoints. We hope that this is the spirit that will guide the work of this session, and we reiterate Chile's readiness to work towards that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Now let me invite His Excellency Mr. Abdelatif Wahbi, Minister of Justice of Morocco. Sir.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Sir, High Commissioner for Human Rights, distinguished President of the Human Rights Council, Excellencies, it gives me great pleasure to address the high-level segment of the Human Rights Council at its 52nd session on behalf of the Kingdom of Morocco. I take this opportunity to express to you, Mr. President, our congratulations upon your election, wishing you every success in endeavors to stabilize and consolidate the work of the Council and the advancement of human rights throughout the world. I should also like to take advantage of the beginning of the membership of the Kingdom of Morocco and the Council to emphasize that this is an incentive for my country to continue fulfilling its obligations in the field of human rights as an embodiment of the supreme will of the state and an irreversible strategic national approach. It's an occasion through which my country reiterates its desire to make its term of office as part of the collective desire of the international community to strengthen the bonds of cooperation and solidarity to achieve more gains for the improvement of human rights conditions across the world. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Morocco has continued to complete its major reform projects, chiefly the Royal Project for Social Protection, as a large social project enabled by the end of 2022 the integration of an additional 22 million beneficiaries in the compulsory health insurance system, which included all citizens. It also enabled the generalization of family allowances for children that will benefit 7 million children by the year 2024. It also expanded the registration in the retirement fund system for an additional 5 million people by the year 2025 and guaranteed compensation for loss of work for those employed by the year 2025. My country continued to reform the national health system through the creation of the High Authority for Health, the territorial health groups, and the Moroccan Agency for Medicines and Health Products. We are working to guarantee human resources in the health profession. We also continue to take care of education issues by allocating capabilities and developing a roadmap 2022-2026 for a quality public school for all. We have given attention to the right to work through the adoption of the Aurash program dedicated to providing work for special groups of citizens, which benefited 100,000 persons in 2022. This effort was also strengthened by the Forsag program to encourage entrepreneurial activity for youth by ensuring access to financing. More than 10,000 people benefited during the same year. In the same context, the Kingdom was keen to continue a social dialogue during 2022 called Minutes of a Social Agreement and a national charter for social dialogue, in addition to sectoral agreements with the aim of improving the conditions of working and ensuring the promotion of peace and social security. The year 2022 was marked by royal attention to issues of equality and women's, especially empowering them with their legal rights and adopting the option of revising the family code. The right and promoting constitutional institutions concerned with women's issues. The right to water has also received special attention, be it a vital substance that requires, in the light of its scarcity with the recurrent drought and continuous water stress, responsibility, seriousness, and commitment. My country also engaged in a comprehensive review of the criminal system for the sake of harmony and international standards, societal transformations, and modern developments, as well as the preparation for a new draft criminal law and the Code of Criminal Procedures and a draft law on alternative penalties. Mr. President, at the time when the international context was characterized by difficulties and challenges that severely affected human rights in light of the impact of the corona outbreak pandemic and the devastating effects of armed conflicts, the risk of climate change, the violent extremist narratives, terrorism, racism, and xenophobia, the Kingdom of Morocco continued its efforts for the promotion of the values of dialogue, peace, tolerance, cooperation, and mutual respect between countries by hosting the work of the 9th Global Forum of the Alliance of Civilizations, UNAOC, which culminated in the Fez Declaration. In Marrakesh, we also hosted the first international seminar on national mechanism for implementation, reporting, and follow-up in the field of human rights, which was culminated by the adoption of the Marrakesh Declaration, which falls within the framework of international efforts to strengthen the roles of these mechanisms, develop partnerships and cooperation, and share experiences, a topic that will be the subject of a special symposium tomorrow on the sidelines of this session. The Kingdom's accession to the first optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the optional protocol to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination Against Women constitutes a very important human rights event and an additional milestone in the great national march towards the supreme will of the state and enshrined in the Constitution. In fulfillment of international obligations, the Kingdom of Morocco submitted in November 22 the national report on the fourth cycle of the UPR and will focus its interaction with your esteemed Council within the framework of the adoption panel scheduled during this session. I take this opportunity to extend my sincere appreciation to the countries that have shown interest in the human rights part of the Kingdom, declaring their readiness to cooperate with various countries in order to ensure the sharing of successful experiences and exchange of best practices. The year 22 was marked also by discussing the combined report of the 5th and 6th periodic reports on the implementation of the Convention of the Elimination on Discrimination Against Women before the UN Specialized Committee. The Kingdom is preparing to discuss the second periodic report on the implementation of International Convention on the Protection of all the rights of all migrant workers and members of their families during next March. The Kingdom will be discussing national reports 19, 20, and 21 on the implementation of the Convention on Racial Discrimination. Mr. President, on the issue of the Moroccan Sahara issue, the Kingdom of Morocco reaffirms its support for the political process and its commitment to the roundtable methods with the participation of all parties under the exclusive auspices of the United Nations in order to reach a realistic, practical, sustainable, and consensus-based solution within the framework of national sovereignty and territorial integrity of the kingdom, on the basis of the autonomy initiative, which the Security Council considered for the 19th time as a serious and credible initiative. It is the initiative that gained broad support by a number of important countries as being the only framework for resolving this fabricated regional conflict, as emphasized by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God grant him victory, in his speech celebration of August 20th, 2022. Thus, the total number of countries supporting this initiative has risen to 91, and its dynamism has been reinforced by the opening of consulates in the Moroccan Sahara by a number of African, Arab, and South American countries. The dynamism is consistent with the international legitimacy, the latest of which was the Security Council Resolution 2654, which reaffirmed the method of roundtables as the only framework for negotiations, and a political solution that is realistic, practical, sustainable, and consensus-based, as demanded by all parties that are engaging in the roundtable process. A process that Algeria and its creation still reject, clinging to obsolete options that the United Nations removed for more than 2 decades. At the time when the southern provinces of the kingdom are witnessing a tremendous, comprehensive economic and social development that allows the population to enjoy their rights and participate in the management of public affairs through representative institutions, the suffering of Morocco's detained in harsh conditions in Tindouf camps in Algeria continues. Their daily life is furnished with sieges, confiscation, and the right to assembly, the prevention of their movement. They also suffer from extrajudicial executions, arbitrary arrest, enforced disappearances, and all forms of torture, rape, and human trafficking and child recruitment by militias that condition enjoyment of the most basic rights to subjugation and full political and ideological compliance. I thank you for your attention.
I thank you, Mr. Minister, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. This was the last speaker on the list for this meeting. We will now take a very short technical break and will reconvene in a few minutes to continue with the high-level segment. I hereby close the first meeting of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, I hereby declare open the second meeting of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. We will continue with the high-level segment. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Maldives.
Maybe you call them. Yeah, they're talking too much. They're like disobedient children.
Excellency, Excellencies, may I request all delegations, participants to show respect to speakers and to cooperate in keeping the noise level down in the room. Thank you. We will now continue with the high-level segment, and I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Maldives. Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. High Commissioner, dear Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. 75 years is a blink of an eye in the scale of human history. Yet, the progress we have made since 1948 is truly astounding. It was 75 years ago that the United Nations came together to affirm the innate rights of all human beings in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In the years since, the Universal Declaration has given rise to a golden age of multilateralism. The Universal Declaration recognized that all human rights are universal, indivisible, and interdependent. It sets out a path, a rights-based approach towards freedom, equality, and dignity. It paved the way for a robust framework of over 70 human rights treaties, all based on a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations. On the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration, we can and we must reflect on the progress achieved. We must reaffirm our commitment to keep human rights at the heart of all our developmental efforts, to build a more just, resilient, and inclusive world. Mr. President, the value of the Universal Declaration rests in its true universality. Countries from around the world met in 1948. They shared their diverse perspectives, and they arrived at the core universal truth of humanity, that we are all born free and equal in dignity and rights. To fully realize this simple truth of universal equality, to accomplish the mission of this Council, we must ensure all countries are given an equal voice. It is with this need for diversity and inclusion in mind that the Maldives is pleased to once again serve as a member of this Council. We are also indeed honored to serve as the Vice President from the Asia-Pacific Group this year. Mr. President, the Maldives' foreign policy is premised on three core pillars: protecting human rights, promoting democracy and good governance, and combating climate change. These are the pillars that will underpin our engagement at this Council. Since President Ibrahim Mohamed Saleh assumed office in 2018, the Maldives has been on a path to strengthen democracy and good governance at home and abroad. We have renewed our commitment to democratic principles through extensive legislative reform and policy. This includes new laws to strengthen accountability for the judiciary, to secure the right to free association, and to protect the right to a fair trial. It also includes changes to enhance the independence and accountability of Human Rights Council, efforts to enhance transitional justice, of major reforms to the governance of police through the Police Act and a new Civil Procedures Act. We are committed to the promotion and protection of human rights. This is why we have extended and reiterated standing invitations to all special procedures mandates holders in 2019. To date, Mr. President, we have received 5 mandate holders despite COVID-19 travel restrictions. We believe this demonstrates our commitment to cooperate with special procedure mandate holders, as well as our commitment to promoting and protecting human rights at home. During our Universal Periodic Review in 2020, the Maldives fully accepted the 187 recommendations and partially accepted 5. We are continuously monitoring these and other commitments made under individual treaty body reviews through the National Mechanism for Reporting and Follow-up. Mr. President, enhancing inclusivity will underpin our priorities at the Council, whether it is the participation of women and young people or the participation of small states or stakeholders. This year we are commemorating the 30th anniversary of the 1993 Vienna Conference on Human Rights. The Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action was a milestone in many aspects, but it was a watershed moment for women's rights, with the universal acceptance that women's rights are human rights. I participated in this conference as a young diplomat. It instilled in me the strong belief in gender equality. I am proud of the achievements we have made in empowering and promoting women's rights in the Maldives. The Decentralization Act of the Maldives was amended in 2019 to allocate 30% of local council seats for women. On the international front in 2020, we withdrew several reservations to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. In 2022, under the Maldivian presidency of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we launched the UNGA platform for women leaders. The Maldives also presented a resolution at the United Nations General Assembly to establish the International Day of Women in Diplomacy, which garnered co-sponsorship from 191 member states. My early entry into the world of diplomacy also showed me the importance of the inclusion of young people in decision-making. All around the world, young people are doing incredible work as agents of change. They are capable, they are committed, and they can lead. We must open spaces for their voice and for their views. I'm also proud of the work we are doing to support delegations from small island developing states and least developed countries. Last year, the Maldives and Mauritius worked as co-pen holders with like-minded countries to put forward a resolution to strengthen the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund for SIDS and LDCs. This resolution enjoyed the co-sponsorship of 177 states, reflecting broad cross-regional support and making it the most sponsored Human Rights Council resolution to date. We will continue efforts to find new ways to enhance the participation of small delegations from SIDS and LDCs during our time at the Council. Mr. President, countries around the world are already facing the realities of the triple planetary crisis: pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Today's climate disasters are the symptoms. They will continue to intensify unless we address the root causes. They will continue to upend lives, disrupt livelihoods, and impact people's rights. In 2021, the Council recognized for the first time that a clean, healthy, sustainable environment is a human right. And last year, the United Nations General Assembly reaffirmed this right globally. It is now up to us to make this right a reality at the national levels. The Maldives contributes less than 0.01% of global carbon emissions. Yet, we are among the first to face disproportionate effects of climate change. An equitable world cannot leave the smallest contributors to foot the bill of climate change alone. We welcome the historic outcome of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh to establish a dedicated fund to assist developing countries in responding to loss and damage for climate change. The Maldives looks forward to its operationalization at COP28 in Dubai and further multilateral efforts to protect our common future. Mr. President, as a young democracy where half of the population is under the age of 35, the Maldives' vision is naturally fixed on the future of our citizens, of our democracy, and of our world. Today, the Maldives recommits it to promoting and protecting human rights so that in 25 years, we can celebrate a century of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable world. And I thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Dan Jorgensen, Minister for Development Cooperation and Global Climate Policy of Denmark. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, when we gathered here last year, we were appalled and in disbelief. We condemned the act of aggression by Russia against Ukraine. Today, more than a year later, these blatant violations of international law and of the human rights we are here to protect continue. It is still difficult to believe. I've seen it with my own eyes. My first visit this year went to Ukraine. I met and talked to civilians. This has been the longest year in their lives. They fight to survive every day. People whose rights we as states are here to protect. A year ago, the decision to establish an independent international commission of inquiry on Ukraine was timely and needed. It was needed to document the serious human rights abuses happening during the past year, happening now. Attacks on universal human rights. We are 8 billion people. We are all connected. The whole world is affected by Russia's violation of the very fundamentals of our coexistence, directly and indirectly, from energy and food supply to justice and rule of law. Mr. President, in too many places, human rights are violated. In Afghanistan, this past year has been devastating, especially for women and girls. Their human rights are being stolen from them one by one. Their right to education, their right to movement, health care, food and water. This poses a threat not only to them, but to the families they care for and the societies that they are a part of. Women and girls whose rights we states are here to protect. Ethnic and religious minorities experience widespread discrimination. Media workers and human rights defenders are living their lives in fear. And lately, the Taliban has reintroduced brutal public corporal punishments and executions. In Iran, we witness a wave of protests all over the country, following the tragic death of Mahsa Amini. Protesters have been met with violent crackdowns, with mass arrests, with death penalties and executions. The Iranian authorities must guarantee due process, freedom for torture, and freedom of peaceful assembly. The fact-finding mission established by this Council was an important signal that the international community will not accept impunity as these violations continue. In China, Uyghurs and other minorities in Xinjiang face an alarming array of serious human rights violations. According to the assessments of the OHCHR, the violations may constitute international crimes, in particular crimes against humanity. We strongly urge China to work with the UN to implement its recommendations. Mr. President, in too many places, human rights are violated. In Russia, restrictions of freedom of speech and of assembly are not only shrinking, but crushing civil society space. The establishment of a special rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Russian Federation was an important response to an alarming human rights situation. Rights we as states are here to protect. Mr. President, in too many places, human rights are violated. But in these dark times, we are deeply encouraged by small but significant lights in the dark, by the brave people who fight for human rights every day on the ground, who fight for their own rights and the rights of others. Mr. President, the important mandates given by this Council documents what we almost cannot comprehend. But the time is not for disbelief. The time is for action. In this, the 75th year of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Denmark remains deeply committed to take action on human rights, the rights we as states are here to protect. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ilya Dashevili, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to congratulate you with the election to the position of the President of the Human Rights Council and wish you and the members of the Bureau every success in all endeavors. Georgia stands ready to contribute to this end. Excellencies, unfortunately, the Council has to deal with the ever-increasing instances of human rights violations in different parts of the world on a regular basis. Just recently, we have marked 1 year since Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which already has claimed lives of tens of thousands and made several millions to flee their homes. Excellencies, as a result of Russia's invasion in Ukraine, we continue to witness mass violation of international humanitarian law. Such actions are unacceptable. It is of paramount importance that justice is served through international legal mechanisms. In this regard, we emphasize the importance of the respective international human rights mechanisms in Ukraine. Russia must comply with the international norms and principles, immediately cease the aggression, completely and unconditionally withdraw all its troops and military equipment from the whole territory of Ukraine, and respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within the internationally recognized borders. Excellencies, as a Council member, Georgia sees more opportunities to contribute towards effective implementation of the HRC mandate. in close cooperation with all stakeholders. In addition to our focus on the advancement of the rights of the most vulnerable groups, we will prioritize mainstreaming of environmental dimension into human rights and exploring opportunities of new digital technologies for the promotion and protection of human rights. Let me also reiterate Georgia's strong support to the UN human rights mechanisms. Georgia continues receiving special procedures mandate holders in accordance with the standing invitation policy. We remain committed to upholding universality of the UPR. Georgia regularly submits periodic reports to the UN human rights treaty monitoring bodies and pays utmost attention to the implementation of their recommendations. Allow me to also emphasize that Georgia has taken further legislative and institutional steps to meet its human rights commitments. Distinguished delegates, while my country spares no efforts to further advance higher standards of human rights protection on the government-controlled territory, the situation in Russia-occupied Abkhazia and Skin Valley regions of Georgia is continuously deteriorating. Population on the ground and those living adjacent to the occupation line are suffering from illegal militarization, installation and erecting razor wire fences along the occupation line and other grave violation of the human rights in Georgia's occupied regions. There is a rising sense of impunity as no progress has been achieved in ensuring justice for the deprivation of life of ethnic Georgians. Regrettably, there are Georgian citizens remaining in lengthy illegal detention in both occupied regions, among others. Hundreds of thousands of IDPs and refugees forcefully expelled from the occupied regions and are still deprived by the occupying power of their fundamental rights to return to their homes in safety and dignity. It is alarming that despite the repeating calls by these every council and efforts of the High Commissioner, the Russian Federation continues to prevent the OHCHR and other international human rights monitoring mechanisms from entering occupied regions of Georgia. Against this backdrop, I would like to underline the vital importance of the consolidated approach of the international community in urging Russian Federation to comply with its international obligations. First and foremost, the obligations under the EU-mediated 2008 ceasefire agreements and withdraw its military forces from the territory of Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, above-mentioned grave human rights situation in Russia-occupied regions of Georgia requires urgent international efforts. In this regard, we will be retabling a draft resolution on cooperation with Georgia, which calls for immediate and unimpeded access for the OHCHR and other international human rights mechanisms to both regions of Georgia, and we count on your continued support. Mr. President, in conclusion, I would like to reiterate that Georgia will spare no effort to keep the promotion and advancement of human rights at the forefront. I thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Arnoldo Andre, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
Excellencias.
Excellencies, all protocol observed. For Costa Rica, it is a great honor to participate in the opening of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. We thank the United Nations member states for granting it the honor of membership for the second time. In this year, we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is based on common universal values and is the cornerstone of the universal human rights system, whose basic core idea is that of equal dignity for all persons. We are also celebrating the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Vienna Declaration Programme of Action, which under the leadership of my country and the support of the region of Latin America, led to the creation of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, and is one of the greatest contributions of our region to the United Nations system. We're also celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Convention Against Genocide. We are living through serious social and political upheaval. Democracies are being weakened, leading to the loss of the division of powers, rigging elections, reducing the judicial and legislative powers to the category of simple marionettes of tyrants, expelling those labelled as dissidents into exile and statelessness. We continue in that connection to be particularly concerned with the human rights situation in the brotherly country of Nicaragua. We are witnesses to wars of aggression and illegal annexations of the territory of other states, the spilling of innocent blood by terrorist groups, reports of war crimes and crimes against humanity carried out by member states of the United Nations in cahoots with armed groups, non-state actors contracted as mercenaries, systematic abuses of human rights, coup d'etat, a shrinking of democratic space throughout the world, disinformation, fake news, and post-truth. Distinguished representatives, Costa Rica is a member of this Human Rights Council seeking to support the high standards for the promotion and protection of the rights of all, without discrimination. It has a great sense of responsibility and is convinced that multilateral space and international dialogue are the best way to resolve severe interconnected global challenges, namely the triple environmental crisis, inequality, poverty, hate speech, and the shrinkage and attack on democratic space everywhere. One of the priorities of my country as a member is to make every effort to eliminate all forms of violence and discrimination against women and girls, as well as promoting their economic empowerment, reducing the pay gap, promoting their health and their full empowerment, eliminating gender stereotypes and roles, and access to education. We are already working on putting forward solutions in order better to address the different intersectionalities of discrimination and violence. Thus, Costa Rica calls for the negotiation of a new global treaty to eradicate violence against women and girls. We will continue to work to put this discussion on the table, ensuring that 75% of women who today have no regional or international protection may count on a minimum set of guarantees for their personal safety. Another pillar of work is continuing the promotion of implementation of human rights, the human right to a safe, clean, sustainable environment. This is recognized both in this forum and universally. Its recognition was led by Costa Rica together with Slovenia, the Maldives, Morocco and Switzerland in 2021 to 2022. My country will step up efforts to ensure that the international architecture effectively and in timely fashion responds to the adverse impact on human rights of situations arising from the climate crisis, the loss of biodiversity, contamination and environmental degradation, as well as harm to the oceans. Ladies and gentlemen, Costa Rica has always been characterized by its attachment to the principles of universality, interdependence and progressivity in human rights, promoting open, transparent dialogue to seek solutions to the many human rights crises throughout the world, ensuring that no country should be above scrutiny by this body and no person and no group should be deprived of the care of the Human Rights Council or international law as a whole. We therefore support initiatives that seek to combat multiple or intersectional discrimination, with particular attention to the situation affecting people of African descent, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, and LGBTI+ persons. In that context, human rights defenders will also be supported by Costa Rican diplomacy. My country is committed to human rights, to international law, to democratic principles and values, and to implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. These principles are the cornerstones that allow us to live in peace without an army, and despite the many challenges, with one of the highest living standards in the region. In these 3 years, my country will leave its mark on the Human Rights Council, ensuring that it continues to be an unshakable and fundamental pillar of the United Nations, the forum par excellence for states, with the significant participation of civil society organizations to hold free dialogue without pressure and build a more prosperous, a more caring international community that cares for the human rights of all. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Pekka Haavisto, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address the Human Rights Council. Finland works to ensure that gender equality is always a top priority for the Council. Women and girls have the right to full political and economic participation in society. They have the right to make informed decisions over their future and their own bodies. This Council must continue to support women and girls to make human rights a reality worldwide. I have a great respect for the braveness of women and girls in Afghanistan and in Iran. By standing up for their rights, they have set an inspiring example for everyone. At the risk of their own safety, they rightfully demand for international attention and accountability. We must support their call for positive change. Mr. President, Russia blatantly violates the UN Charter by its unlawful war of aggression against Ukraine. Russian forces have committed brutal atrocities against Ukrainian civilians, including children. We have all seen horrendous images and heard devastating victims' accounts. The Russian aggression hampers agricultural production in Ukraine. Reduced Ukrainian harvest means less food for the world population. Globally, poverty and food insecurity are on the rise. Those in hunger need our commitment to help. The Council can build on the work done by the UN General Assembly on the right to food. Finland fully supports the determined action by this Council to hold Russia accountable for its human rights and humanitarian law violations. The work of the Commission of Inquiry needs to continue. The Council must stand with Ukrainians. Mr. President, it's our duty to act on all human rights violations, no matter where they occur. Let us not forget the protracted, severe situations in Syria, Mali, South Sudan, Yemen, Myanmar, Nicaragua or Venezuela. From Finland's standpoint, it's important to create solutions that protect and fulfil human rights. For true reconciliation to take place, victims of violations must get justice. A strong and free civil society, free media and national human rights institutions remind governments of their responsibilities. A flourishing society embraces different views and backgrounds, no matter the person's gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, religion, ethnic or indigenous origin. In this regard, the oppressive restrictions on civic space in Russia, Belarus and China is a concern. Indigenous peoples in Russia, including Sami, tell us their rights are harassed. The report on the situation of the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang is yet to be discussed in the Council. Mr. President, to be successful in our solemn obligation to keep human rights at the forefront, we need to engage the youth. I am proud that student organisations in Finland have taken the initiative to create a Students at Risk programme in support of young student human rights defenders. We still need to improve human rights also in Finland. During our UPR review last November, we got valuable views and suggestions from many of you. This work continues at home. Mr. President, I hope our common cause will inspire us members in the Council to do everything we can globally for human rights, including in each of our own home countries. UN member states are key guardians of the international human rights framework. The work of the Human Rights Council is vital in promoting dignity of every human being. It is also vital for global peace, security and sustainable development. This Council has achieved a lot. I am confident that we can do even better. In doing so, we have to cooperate with civil society and support the independent work of the UN Human Rights Office. I hope we all can reflect upon our joint commitment as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency, Madam Aissata Tall Sall, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Senegal. Excellency, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Mr. President, distinguished High Commissioner, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I address this distinguished assembly. Mr. Ambassador, on behalf of Senegal, I would like to congratulate you and wish you every success, together with the Bureau that has been elected for 2023. I also thank and congratulate the High Commissioner, Mr. Volker Turk, who recently took up his post. President, my country attaches capital importance to human rights. Senegal wishes to say that the world is suffering instability and insecurity. It continues to suffer the disastrous consequences of the pandemic. The Council is now at a crossroads. There are severe threats to human rights, be they civil and political, or economic, social and cultural. However, we must recognize that in 15 years of existence, our Council has done significant work to promote and protect human rights everywhere in the world. One of the strengths of the Council is its capacity for early warning of human rights violations. Our Council is also distinguished by the implementation of pragmatic mechanisms to document human rights violations and undertake dialogue with states to improve the human rights situation on the ground. The UPR mechanism in that connection is a tool that deserves to be strengthened and supported. My country is now actively preparing for its fourth UPR in 2024 in order to share good practice and continue to cooperate with the Council's mechanisms. President, be it issues of security, of climate change, of terrorism and violent extremism, the migration crisis or extreme poverty, all of these affect human rights, and we must today increasingly show our shared willingness to mobilize. Thus, we can increase the dignity of human beings. We must all contribute effectively to ensure that preserving human dignity continues to be our shared goal. And in that connection, the Human Rights Council must remain a tool that continues to implement the human rights trends that started in 1948 after the war, a tool that allows us, beyond our differences, to dialogue on crucial issues, seeking a common understanding of rights and freedoms without imposing a single model applicable by all. A human rights model that is not dependent on one civilization. It is an ideal for all of us, and for that we must strengthen multilateralism. Any other action that does not follow that multilateral approach could only harm human rights. We must resume the human rights-centered approach, focusing on economic, social and cultural rights, which lost ground because of the pandemic. This health crisis reminded us of our interdependence and our vulnerability. Above all, it reminded us that there are rights, there are basic needs that must be accessible to all, in particular food, water, primary health care and medicines. We have not yet reached the end of this pandemic, which brought the world economy to its knees, but a year ago, the war in Ukraine began. This unexpected conflict that threatens all of the efforts by the developing countries to improve their economies. It has shown us once again our collective vulnerabilities, particularly as regards food security and energy. In that context, His Excellency Macky Sall, President of Senegal, and at the time President of the African Union, missed no occasion to advocate on behalf of Africa for a more inclusive multilateralism. Throughout his mandate, which has just ended, he advocated for reallocation of special drawing rights, for a fair energy transition, and for food and medicines sovereignty in low-income countries. All of these crucial issues were compounded by instability in Africa, which means that we must continue our unflagging action for peace, stability, and to combat terrorism. President, I have referred to these issues of peace, security, and economic, social development because these are the pillars of the United Nations, just as are human rights. These pillars are inseparable. We must address them globally in solidarity, we, the peoples of the United Nations. We are reassured reading the agenda of the 52nd session to see that it will be addressing such issues as the report of the High Commissioner on access to COVID-19 vaccines, the right to food, the right to housing, issues pertaining to minorities, racism and discrimination, and the rights of the child. So many issues which must be reviewed, keeping in mind that human rights need to have fora for dialogue like this one, where states can achieve compromises and find a common denominator which is needed in order to uphold human dignity everywhere in the world. And these common frameworks must favour cooperation, ongoing contact, persuasion and dialogue. A dialogue in which civil society and NGOs, with their active commitment and their constructive energy, must continue to participate, of course, in respecting the rules of the Council. President, over 5 years that Senegal has held 2 consecutive mandates, we have been committed, together with all other stakeholders in this august body, to promote human rights everywhere in the world. Senegal is known for its established tradition of promoting and protecting human rights and has never stopped working to improve them. All of them. In all of their dimensions, particularly the rights of women and girls, young people and older persons, but also persons with disabilities. And what Senegal wishes to do is to ensure that human rights and the Universal Declaration, of course, are implemented. All of these ideas that inspire this council allow us to pursue two goals. Firstly, to end atrocities and the law of the strongest, and the second, to promote a world without terror and without extreme poverty. We must all act to contribute to that, because we belong to the same family, the family of humanity. And to do that, we must continue to promote multicultural and intercultural issues so that we can share our differing visions in dialogue in order to find common denominators. The Human Rights Councils, with this guiding principle of universality, impartiality, objectivity, non-selectivity and dialogue, brings to the international community an ideal platform to meet and discuss. It plays an important role in the synergy of the three United Nations pillars. We must continue to use it wisely. We must continue to work closely together to ensure that human dignity is and remains our shared goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Madam Maria Ubach Font, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Andorra. Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This year we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action, and the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Andorran Constitution. And those milestones lead us to stock-taking and to observations. The preamble of the Universal Declaration states that disregard and contempt for human rights have led to barbaric acts which have outraged the conscience of humanity. Have we learned lessons from what history taught us over the past 75 years? The current state of the world, is it so different to the one referred to in that quote? In terms of human rights, despite the progress made, we are seeing a general backsliding with an increasingly complex geopolitical situation. The right to demonstrate and to speak out, the right to education, these are basic freedoms that no government can ignore. We're thinking of women and men in Iran who deserve freedom and justice, and women and girls in Afghanistan who need access to education. We're also seeing a resurgence of armed conflict, in particular the conflict that we are currently seeing in Ukraine. The climate crisis giving rise to heat waves, fires, water shortages, extreme phenomena giving rise to environmental and human catastrophes. And in this context, we welcome the recognition by the Human Rights Council in 2021 of the right to a safe, clean, healthy environment, sustainable environment. This is major progress for my country. We support this without any reserves. We have the highest capital in Europe at 1,023 meters. The mountain is our environment, our essence, and above all, it is our identity. Mountainous regions are fragile and sensitive to climate change. We have a responsibility to protect them and promote sustainable development for an environment policy that is based on application of the United Nations Conventions on Climate Change. My country has therefore committed over the years to ensuring that its natural heritage is monitored and protecting it. President, in these difficult, uncertain times, we must renew our commitment to all human rights. We must regain their universality, their indivisible nature. We must be able to motivate and raise awareness of young people throughout the world. To address new challenges, we must involve all generations and particularly young people. Just consulting them is not enough. Drawing up policies for young people is not enough. We must have a process so that young people can participate now in tomorrow's policies and be more involved in public life. We must promote education for democratic culture. We welcome the progress made during the European Year of Youth in 2022, which emphasized the importance of young people in building a better future and building future-facing policies for young people. President, the international celebrations this year are also in the year of the 30th anniversary of the adoption of Andorra's constitution, which incorporates the text of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in its legal order. That date was the start of Andorra's presence on the international scene, and in particular its entry into the United Nations in July 1993. For 30 years, we have been building our international image around our commitment within international organizations. Defending human rights, international humanitarian law, international law, and the rule of law will always be at the heart of our international action. The same is true for the defense of caring multilateralism, a reflection of Andorra's society. Andorra responds effectively and in solidarity to humanitarian crises, and its development cooperation policy demonstrates this. I take the opportunity today to express our solidarity with the governments and the people of Turkey and Syria following the earthquakes that took place in February. Over the past 30 years, Andorra's legislation has developed through its accession to over 40 human rights conventions and conventions on fundamental freedoms. It continues to pass legislation on human rights and social rights within the Constitution. It is true that our country is, in territorial and demographic terms, a small one, but it has never used that as a pretext to fail to respond to international and national responsibilities and challenges. We fully support the monitoring mechanisms of human rights conventions and the Universal Periodic Review. The UPR is an essential exercise to promote human rights protection and it makes it possible in multilateral manner to improve the implementation of international commitments by member states. It also accelerates the domestic improvement of the situation as regards respect and implementation of human rights. In conclusion, I wish once more to reiterate my country's commitment to inclusive multilateralism, leaving no partner behind, and working together to ensure peace and prosperity for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Riyad Al-Malki, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Palestine. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to begin by reaffirming the Palestinian people's sincere condolences to the Syrian and Turkish peoples who have endured a natural disaster of overwhelming proportions. We stand with Turkey and Syria as they recover from the horrific aftermath of the earthquakes and endeavour to provide recovery and humanitarian assistance to the millions affected. When disaster struck Syria and Turkey, people and governments sprang to action because rhetorical statements of solidarity and sympathy were of no use to the victims. In fact, had solidarity stopped at statements rather than translate into assistance, no matter how humble, they would have only added insult to injury. Despite the limitations, survivors who remember that their humanity was the focus of efforts by thousands of rescuers, not their nationality, their religion, or the color of their skin. It was their humanity. Mr. President, today I will not spend your time describing the brutal components of the Palestinian people's reality under Israel's illegal colonial occupation and apartheid regime. I have made this decision because the reality is known to all. Every detail of Palestinian suffering, every dimension of the injustice, every feature of the brutality, they are all thoroughly documented by UN bodies and international Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations. The crisis in Palestine is not due to a lack of information. Every country here knows full well what is happening. You have read the reports and analyses. You have seen the horrific pictures of a full onslaught by Israeli settlers against defenseless Palestinian communities in Hawara, Burin, and other villages and refugee camps last night. You know that these terrorist settlers' attacks that cost Palestinian lives and livelihoods are done under the armed protection of Israeli occupation forces. You also know that this is not the first terror campaign, and it will not be the last. And you know that Palestinians need protection but refuse to offer it. In this respect, we reiterate our call for international protection for the undefended Palestinian people from unrelenting Israeli-sponsored violence, terrorism, and incitement. The UN has a duty to do that, particularly given its historical responsibility towards the question of Palestine and as per its resolutions. That is why the crisis in Palestine is not about data. It is the result of a chronic failure to act and an uncanny attachment to rhetoric statements and an insistence to refrain from any action aligned with statements. The crisis in Palestine is that the Palestinian people have been left under a mounting pile of injustice while they claw themselves out without help or recourses. Instead, oxygen tanks are occasionally extended to my people so that they may endure this crushing reality while they listen to iterates about commitment to human rights and global solidarity. And as the Palestinian people hear those hollow statements, they hear news of the world moving heaven and earth to show solidarity with others facing a humanitarian and justice crisis. The truth is, our entire international system that is predicated on universal respect for human rights and international law, including international human rights law and humanitarian law, is crumbling before our very eyes because of hypocrisy and double standards. Accountability is sought for political expediency and fought against with as much fervor when the culprit is politically favored. That is the textbook definition of hypocrisy. Mr. President, Israel, the occupying power, is granted an indefensible status of exceptional treatment that allows it to continue committing crimes with complete and abject impunity. Meanwhile, the Palestinian people are asked to act restrained,
to have patience that is humanly unfathomable. And worst of all, they are expected to refrain from seeking a way out. This past year, Israel killed more Palestinians in the occupied West Bank than it has in 16 years, demolished more homes and dispossessed more Palestinians than it has done in years. Since this year began, Israeli occupation forces have killed and maimed hundreds of Palestinians, demolished dozens of homes, laid siege to cities and refugee camps, punished dozens of innocent families, and deprived Palestinian prisoners and detainees of basic rights, including proper access to water and food, all while expanding illegal colonial settlements across the occupied West Bank, including Jerusalem, and adopting a plethora of policies and practices that further entrench colonization and apartheid. In other words, Israel has spared no effort to commit crimes with impunity. And how did the international community respond to these textbook grave violations of international humanitarian law? Did it really or rally to take action to hold Israel accountable? Did it sanction the occupying power for committing international crimes? Did it assist the Palestinian people in seeking redress at the International Court of Justice? No, it did not. Instead, many international actors used their political clout to shield Israel from accountability and to bully the Palestinians out of seeking justice. In fact, some went as far as nominating Israel a prolific violator of human rights and a country that stands accused of committing the crime of apartheid, among others, to sit on the UN committee that is charged with reviewing the United Nations Charter. Consequently, some international officials have been encouraged to issue statements that perverse and twist reality, as well as undermine the core values of international law. This is not just unacceptable, it is an outrageous assault on the international system. And if such willful dereliction of international obligations was not enough, some members of this esteemed body have the audacity to lecture Palestinians on bias and to work diligently to undercut discussions under Item 7. It is an insult, not just to the Palestinian people whose suffering is prolonged and amplified by such duplicity, but to the very principles of international law this body is entrusted to uphold. Mr. President, what other than double standards and exceptionalism can explain such an upside-down reality? The answer is quite simple: nothing. But it's not enough to know this painful answer. This body has an obligation to right this egregious wrong and to stop sufficing with rhetoric correctness. It is time to stop allowing Israel to commit and perpetuate these crimes while getting rewarded for its criminality. It is high time for the international community to insist on confronting rather than appeasing the oppressor. It is time for actionable solidarity because it is the only way that counts. Mr. President, as the world confronts complex and interconnected crises, the international community must come to terms with the fact that the chronic denial of Palestinian rights will remain the elephant in the international room. The Palestinian people will not surrender to dying in the cold and to disappearing into the night. We will continue to claw our way out to justice and freedom, no matter how much brutality and injustice is piled on. We will do that with the active help of principled states and peoples around the world who refuse to watch us suffocate into submission. But when the dust settles and it is time to write the story of how this international system was willfully made irrelevant, it will be clear that the Palestinian people fought for their humanity, for their dignity, and for their freedom with grace and an unbreakable will, despite the odds and the members of this system who made a conscious decision to break it rather than champion human rights universally and unequivocally. There is still time to write a different ending and to defend this noble system against those eroding it to serve their needs. But time is running out fast. Perhaps the upcoming commemoration of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that was adopted 75 years ago, when Nakba of the Palestinian people was transpiring, provides us all with an opportunity to correct our collective path, and with it the injustices that befell our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Santiago Cafiero, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina, by video message.
President, Argentina has just presided over the Security Council for the first time in its history. We don't need to recall what that year was like. There was a geopolitical situation that was very complex. It presented many challenges. There were many efforts necessary to bring balance and dialogue with all stakeholders, as well as a commitment to moving forward with the fundamental responsibilities of the organization. I represent a country that has learned from its painful history. This year, we are celebrating the 40th anniversary of the restoration of democracy. We learned from our past. Never again will we see severe human rights violations. We do this through the civilian justice system, a respect for rule of law and without vengeance. Argentina in human rights has as its fundamental pillar our own process of memory, truth, and justice. There are big challenges, but we were able to eradicate the impunity that's suffered by the grandmothers of the Plaza de Mayo that we saw during the last military dictatorship. Our prosecutions continue day after day across our country. Our search for our grandchildren continue. Last year, we saw two great sources of happiness. We recovered the identity of two of our grandchildren, but there are many individuals that continue to live in the darkness. I come from a country that knows the horror and suffering that have come with 30,000 disappeared. It is for this reason that I avail myself of this opportunity to reiterate a call to all countries that have not yet done so to accede to the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances. We need more states that are committed to this so that this crime can be completely eradicated from the face of the earth. President, just a few days ago, we saw a year since the invasion of Ukraine. This was a fundamental item in the Council. We promoted the establishment of a Commission of Inquiry of Human Rights Violations and Violations of International Humanitarian Law committed in the context of this conflict. We have an ethical and moral obligation to do so. We cannot become used to indifference with loss of life and suffering of millions of people. We reiterate again a call upon the Russian Federation to put an end to this aggression. We reiterate again our call for a comprehensive respect for all principles of the UN Charter. We again call for leaving aside escalation and instead movement towards peace. Peace we must have sooner or later. But if we wait, there'll be more deaths. If we do it sooner, we'll be able to save lives. We'll be able to care for the stability, not just in this area of conflict, but also across the board. There are serious human rights violations in Ukraine, but also around the world and in our region. We're concerned over the slippage and the ongoing attacks on human rights, including and especially against all women and diverse groups and those that find themselves in vulnerable groups. However, the enormous challenges that did present difficulties in 22 have seen progress that are worth celebrating. There are true steps towards more equitable and diverse and fair societies. I'm referring, for example, to the resolution that renewed the mandate of the independent expert on the protection against violation and discrimination for reasons of sexual orientation and gender identity, 50/10, presented by Argentina together with other countries of Latin America. This urges states to modify or overturn laws and policies that discriminate against individuals for sexual orientation or gender identity. This call in a resolution, an intergovernmental resolution, is a landmark in the LGBTIQ+ agenda within the United Nations. The message is clear. Violence and discrimination are not private issues. Violence and discrimination against any individual or group of persons are public matters that threaten society on the whole. In the same sense, we must deepen our work as regards the rights of women. In all of our countries, we must redouble efforts to bring equitable distribution of care, child care. This is essential for the economic reality and professional development of all women. President, our conviction leads us to defend always the universal system for human rights for my country. Cooperation with these special procedures and the treaty bodies is essential. We will maintain our open invitation for visits from these bodies. Also in the UPR, we see a fundamental tool for addressing human rights in each and every one of our countries. This is based on an open dialogue, a frank dialogue among peers. Argentina reaffirmed again its commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights with the participation in the UPR review for the 4th time. This report we've prepared working with civil society. We believe that they should regain their presence here in this council. We underscored national progress in public policy that have been conducted, particularly with the arrival of the President Alberto Fernandez in 2019. We'd like to reiterate the need to use effective strategies to address the scourge of hate speech, which undermines peaceful coexistence. Some months ago in my country, the Vice President, Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner, was targeted by assassination that was encouraged by this type of hate speech. This grows exponentially day by day. It is not limited to one country or region. It is a phenomenon that we see across the globe. It calls upon us as an international community to take concrete action. This is not an abstract issue. Throughout history, hate speech always came before the invention of stereotypes used to dehumanize millions of people, using these people as scapegoats, hiding the fact that, as if we were killing things, not human rights. President, we are commemorating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Program of Action. These are two road marks in human rights that call upon us to reflect upon the progress made and even more on the challenges that remain. In this, I would like to reaffirm Argentina's commitment to the universal system for human rights and our will to work together with all actors and all countries to strengthen the mandate of this council to promote and protect human rights the world over. In order to contribute to this task, next March we will be holding in Buenos Aires the 3rd International Forum for Human Rights. We hope to have your presence. I would like to conclude with a call from Pope Francis for institutional responsibility. We must put human rights at the center of all policies, even when this means going against the grain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Zamri Abdul Qadir, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, by video message.
Mr. President, Mr. High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Let me begin by expressing Malaysia's heartfelt solidarity with the people of Turkey and Syria, who have been gravely affected by the devastating earthquake that hit the region earlier this month. We are moved by the massive humanitarian responses rendered through global solidarity. Excellencies, history has shown that the protection and promotion of human rights fosters robust democracy, and Malaysia's experience is no different. The formation of the recent coalition unity government under the leadership of Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim and the peaceful transition of power in Malaysia are clear testimonies of the country's democratic growth and maturity. The government's decision to lower the voting age from 21 to 18, as well as the enactment of the anti-doping law, shows significant progress in ensuring a more democratic society thrives. On the human rights front, we have passed the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill. This Council will hear Malaysia progress on the mandatory death penalty at the biannual panel tomorrow. We are proud of our achievements. Nonetheless, we will not rest on our laurels. The Malaysian Madani, or Civilizational Malaysian concept, launched by our Prime Minister, is based on universal human rights principles and our own experience as a multiracial and multicultural democracy. Malaysian Madani will be realized through institutional reforms, among others. The reforms will be implemented through broad engagement and active discussion with all stakeholders, including civil society. Malaysian Madani values will make us stronger as a nation. Malaysia Madani is also at the heart of our efforts to advance human rights and the SDGs through transparent, accountable, and efficient public service. Malaysia will advocate this issue in resolutions at this session. We hope to count on everyone's support in this. Excellencies, Malaysia is gravely concerned with challenges brought about by conflicts, climate change, environmental degradations, and food insecurity, which in turn threaten humanity's very own survival. Let's be honest, alarming as it is, the situation will only get worse in the coming decades. As such, Malaysia emphasizes that human rights cannot be an afterthought in our response to these challenges. The HRC must continue addressing these issues collectively and collaboratively. Ironically, we are commemorating the UDHR and VDPA, while abuses against the already oppressed persist. It is completely incomprehensible when one continues to preach for human rights, yet turns a blind eye to those ongoing atrocities. The repeated insults on Islam and burning of the Holy Quran are unspeakable affronts to all of us. These acts are done with malicious intent to sabotage our efforts for communities of different faiths to live peacefully with one another. Malaysia stresses that freedom of speech and expressions must be exercised with democratic accountability. It should never be carelessly abused to disseminate and protect hate speech. It goes without saying, impunity breeds bigotry and fuels extremism. Malaysia, therefore, urges all parties to take stronger steps to prevent similar incidents from occurring. Defamation of any religion must be punishable by law. These councils and the OHCHR must heed the UNSG's call to effectively address the prevailing attitudes and conditions that propagate Islamophobia. Excellencies, Malaysia is appalled by Israel's illegal occupations of the Palestinian territory. Atrocities have continued for far too long. The rights of Palestinians are constantly being denied as they continue to live under Israel apartheid policies. There must be accountability for the countless crimes committed. While we hope the world too demands for accountability, we do not know how this can be achieved. Nevertheless, we do know that this Council has a legal and moral responsibility to ensure justice for the Palestinians. Closer to home, Malaysia is deeply concerned with the human rights, humanitarian and political crisis in Myanmar. We urge the authority in Myanmar to fully cooperate with international mechanisms, including the special envoys of the UNSG and ASEAN Chair, as well as those established by this Council. On our part, we will continue to support efforts made to implement the ASEAN 5-point consensus. We sincerely hope meaningful progress can be made in this regard. As host to more than 200,000 Rohingyas, Malaysia will continue to support efforts to create conducive conditions that facilitate their repatriation to Rakhine. Addressing the root causes of the Rohingyas crisis, which include ensuring justice to victims, must remain a priority for the international community. Excellencies, Malaysia values the important work of these councils and reiterates its support to the President and the 2023 bureaus. On this, we will continue collaborating with the OHCHR to bring human rights closer to all Malaysians. In closing, I reaffirm Malaysia's commitment to a human right-based approach in accordance with its national law, international human rights obligations, and the SDGs in advancing human rights for all. Terima kasih. Salam hormat. Peace be upon everyone.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. James Cleverly, MP, Secretary of State for Foreign Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland by video message.
Mr. President, 75 years ago, Eleanor Roosevelt dubbed our newly adopted Universal Declaration of Human Rights an international Magna Carta. She was referring, of course, to that great charter's role in laying the first of many foundation stones on which the concept of human rights have been built. In 1215, it established that sovereign power is limited by legal constraint, that states are answerable to their citizens, and that justice requires due process. Inspired by Magna Carta, generations of lawyers and statesmen in the United Kingdom and around the world created what we now call the rule of law. But for centuries, the rule of law stopped at national borders. Until 1948, our predecessors took a gigantic step forward for humankind and made the rule of law universal. I'm proud of my country's long role in the struggle for human rights, a struggle that continues today across the world. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and illegal so-called annexations are a blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter. The Commission of Inquiry, which this Council established last year, has concluded that war crimes have been committed in Ukraine. Abuses and violations of human rights have been committed by Russian forces on a systematic scale. Torture and killing of civilians, rape and sexual violence, forced deportation. The Human Rights Council must condemn Russia's actions. We cannot allow this behaviour to go unanswered. These barbaric acts must never be repeated. The Ukrainian people must have justice. That is why this session must renew the Commission of Inquiry's mandate. We remind Russia of its international human rights obligations, which it has freely undertaken, and of its obligations under the UN Charter. We call upon Russia to enable humanitarian access to Ukraine and safe passage for civilians, restore human rights within its own borders and outside, and to immediately withdraw its forces from Ukraine. But the Ukrainians are not Putin's only victims. We call for the release of those detained in Russia on political grounds, including Alexei Navalny, and for those imprisoned for their opposition to Russia's illegal war in Ukraine, like Vladimir Kara-Murza, to be freed. Together with our international partners, the UK has invoked the OSCE's Moscow mechanism, which evidenced Russia's repression of its own people. We will support the UN Special Rapporteur's work on human rights in Russia. We will attend the trials of human rights defenders in Russia. And we will use sanctions to hold human rights violators to account. Last year, the High Commissioner for Human Rights published a report that found evidence of arbitrary detention, torture, sexual and gender-based violence, forced sterilization, and the destruction of religious sites taking place in Xinjiang. And it found these abuses may amount to crimes against humanity. Surely, such serious and well-evidenced findings merit further and proper discussion by this Council. But instead, China has consistently sought to deny these findings and obstruct discussion. I now urge China to engage with the Council and uphold the international obligations into which it has freely entered. Last year, the Human Rights Committee published its report on the implementation of the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights in Hong Kong. Under the national security law, independent media outlets have been closed down. The right to freedom of speech and assembly guaranteed in Hong Kong's basic law has been eroded. Those who speak out, including journalists or businessmen like Jimmy Lai, have been arrested. We call on the Hong Kong and Chinese authorities to uphold the Sino-British Joint Declaration and urge them to implement the recommendations of the HRC report. In Afghanistan, curtailment of women's human rights, including the ban on women going to university, is unacceptable. We will continue to press the Taliban on these issues. And in Iran, the killing of Mahsa Amini last September was yet another shocking reminder of the regime's callous disregard for the lives of its own citizens. Since October, we've introduced 5 separate sanctions packages targeting those individuals and entities responsible for serious human rights violations. We reaffirm our commitment to support the fact-finding mission established by this Council in November. We must ensure that the voice of the Iranian people continues to be heard. Mr. President, the United Kingdom will always ensure that human rights are upheld around the world and that we hold to account those who systematically violate them. To achieve this, we want this Council to succeed. We will work with our international partners to ensure that it does, and we will back up our words with actions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ziambi, Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs of Zimbabwe. Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, the President of the Human Rights Council, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, heads of delegation to the high-level segment, distinguished delegates. Allow me at the outset to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the Human Rights Council. We take this opportunity to express our utmost confidence in your leadership, particularly in steering the business of this high-level segment of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. Mr. President, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a declaration which recognizes the human rights form the very foundation of freedom, justice and peace. As we mark this milestone, my government renews its commitment to equality for all, to the sanctity of human life and dignity, and to the protection of all fundamental human rights. Mr. President, as we convene today, our hearts go out to the people of Syria and Turkey, whose lives and livelihoods have been devastated by the catastrophic earthquakes which have claimed more than 40,000 lives and have left millions homeless. Our thoughts and prayers are with all those affected by these traumatic events. Mr. President, my government remains committed to cooperating with key human rights mechanisms, both regional and international, and to compliance with the international human rights obligations arising from the various treaties to which we are party. In addition to presenting its third cycle UPR report in 2022, my government also submitted a combined 5th to 11th periodic report of the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Prior to that, in 2021, we submitted our report to the Committee on the Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, as well as our initial report to the Committee on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. At regional level, we have completed multi-stakeholder consultations on the 16th periodic report on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, with civic society organizations and the general public in all the 10 provinces of our country. The report will be submitted to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights during the course of the year. At the domestic level, Mr. President, substantial progress has been made in advancing the rights and welfare of our people, particularly the most vulnerable of our society. My government is committed to the implementation of key constitutional provisions which safeguard and promote human rights. In this vein, we are continuing the process of aligning the country's legislation with the Constitution. Mr. President, under this reform process, a raft of legislation has been lined up to strengthen the realization of human rights. These include the promulgation of the New Marriages Act and the Guardianship of Minors Amendment Act, whose provisions entrench rights such as the equality of spouses before the law, protection of property rights among married couples, and crucially, the outlawing of child marriages. The advancement of the best interests of the child in all spheres of life has taken center stage in my administration's legislative agenda. Currently, we await the enactment of two pieces of legislation, namely the Child Justice Bill and the Children's Amendment Bill, which are undergoing parliamentary processes. When enacted into law, these will ensure the welfare and protection of all children by creating a separate juvenile justice system, as well as domesticating international best practices to do with children. Further, my government has enacted the Independent Complaints Commission Act, establishing an independent commission responsible for receiving and investigating complaints from members of the public on the conduct of members of the security services and for remedying any harm caused by such conduct. Mr. President, with regard to reform of the justice sector, as of 1 May 2022, my government introduced an integrated electronic case management system, providing for virtual court hearings and the e-filing of court processes. Key advantages of this reform include introducing a justice-saving mechanism that ensures the effective and efficient delivery of justice. To date, the Constitutional Court, Supreme Court and Labour Courts in all provinces have fully adopted the e-filing system. My government has also now established a commercial court whose core function is the expeditious resolution of commercial disputes, in line with criteria set by the World Bank, and further improving the ease of doing business to contribute towards the attraction of both local and foreign investment. Mr. President, sir, we are fully aware that progress in the promotion and protection of human rights requires collaboration between government and civic society organizations. We warmly welcome the collaborative efforts of CSOs that are driven by a genuine desire to advance the cause of the enjoyment of universally recognized human rights by all our people in a fully transparent and accountable manner. Amendments to the Private Voluntary Organizations Act are therefore part of a host of measures which Zimbabwe has taken since the issuance of the 2016 Financial Action Task Force Mutual Evaluation Report. At that time, Zimbabwe was rated as compliant or partially compliant with only 20 of the FATF's 40 recommendations, and we were subsequently grey-listed. Since that time, my government has recorded substantial progress through legal and institutional reforms and has now been rated compliant or legally compliant in 37 out of the 40 recommendations. Recommendation 8, however, which specifies action needed to address identified legislative and regulatory weaknesses with regard to preventing money laundering and combating financial terrorism and proliferation, has remained outstanding. The PVO Amendment Bill, which currently awaits presidential assent, seeks to address those weaknesses. It is our considered view that the bill compares very favorably with similar legislation in the region and beyond. The bill's intention is simply to ensure that there is transparency and accountability in the use of public funds that are allocated towards charitable work. Mr. President, my government is preparing for general elections which are due to be held later this year. As in previous elections, my government has implemented the necessary electoral reforms to ensure a peaceful, free, fair and credible election. Mr. President, the world is recovering from the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, in the case of my country, recovery has been negatively impacted by the continued imposition by some countries of illegal, unilateral, coercive measures. These measures have hemorrhaged the economy, isolated my country from access to affordable financing, and negatively impacted on the realization of fundamental human rights by millions of ordinary Zimbabweans. In this regard, the report by the Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures on human rights is insightful. In a report, the Special Rapporteur implored those countries which continue to impose sanctions against Zimbabwe to lift those measures which, she stressed, have neither moral nor legal basis in international law. Once again, we call for the immediate and unconditional lifting of these illegal and unilateral sanctions imposed on my country. In conclusion, Mr. President, allow me to reiterate our oft-stated position on the enjoyment of human rights by all. Zimbabwe is fully committed to the full implementation of all its obligations and commitments in pursuance of the fulfillment of the global human rights agenda. We stand together with all like-minded nations of the world. We are a friend to all and an enemy to none. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany. Excellency, you have the floor.
Ms. Vice President, Excellencies, colleagues and friends. I didn't have a chance to stop it. I couldn't hide the children. I couldn't take them anywhere else. That's what Volodymyr Shahaidak told reporters. He runs a children's home on the outskirts of Kherson. But on the 3rd of March last year, Russian troops entered his city. They took away 15 children. The youngest was 9 years old. These 15 are among countless Ukrainian children that Russia has reportedly abducted during its war of aggression against Ukraine. What could be more abhorrent than to take children out of their homes, away from their friends, their loved ones? Children who need adults to take care of them, not to destroy their lives. We will not rest until every single child will be home, because children's rights are human rights, and human rights are universal. A life is a life regardless of its origin, race, gender, sexual orientation, or belief. This is why we will speak out in this Council whenever human rights are violated, whether in the East or in the West, in the North or in the South. I didn't have a chance to stop it. These words of Volodymyr Shahaidak hurt. Because the bitter truth is, there's no quick and easy way to end or prevent these or other crimes. But that does not mean we should give in or give up. On the contrary, what we must do as international partners is to speak up for the victims. Each of them has a name, just like each of the 15 children from Kherson has a name. We have to say their names and uphold their rights, and we have to call out the perpetrators. This is why it's crucial for this Council to prolong the mandate of the Commission of Inquiry and to empower it to investigate the cases, each and every single case of the children abducted from Ukraine. Because impunity prevents justice. It hurts to see that our power to protect the victims is limited. We also see these limits every clearly day with regard to the situation in Iran. But we have not folded our hands in resignation. In November, this Council here voted in favor of setting up a fact-finding mission to document the human rights violation in Iran, the brutal suppression of protesters, the death of hundreds of women, men, and children. I met so many courageous human rights activists who told me after our vote, this gives us hope that the world has not forgotten us. I can assure you, in Iran, we will not forget you. We stand with you every single day. We call upon the authorities in Iran to finally grant the fact-finding mission access to the country, to stop the violent crackdown on the peaceful protests, and to refrain from imposing and carrying out the death penalty. No one in the 21st century should be able to trample on human rights without facing consequences. And I'm glad that the High Commissioner today especially pointed out the need to promote women's rights, because women's rights are not only human rights. Women's rights are also an indicator of the state of justice in a society. That especially is true in Afghanistan, where the Taliban have forced women and girls out of all areas of public life, from universities and high schools, and even from parks. These women are surviving. But what kind of life are you then living? Being forced to stay every hour, every minute at home. What we are witnessing are the most brutal and systematic violation of human rights one can imagine in Afghanistan with regard to the women. And these actions must have consequences. That is why in the European Union we pushed for tough sanctions against those in the Taliban's regime who are responsible for these blatant violations of women's rights. And we should not forget that these measures add to hardship and the suffering that we are already seeing in Afghanistan. There are 26 million Afghans in need of help. But if women are not allowed to work, especially in the humanitarian field, many women and girls are cut off from aid because they are not permitted to receive aid from men outside their families. Therefore, we will make sure to continue to help all Afghans who need water, who need food, who need medicine. And at the same time, we will not become the willing helpers of those who fundamentally breach women's rights by excluding them from work. That is why it was so important that we, as an international community, took a clear stance and a united stance on our international aid programs, making clear that humanitarian work depends on women to be part of it, because otherwise women and children won't be reached. We know that our efforts will not change the brutal violation of Afghan women's rights in a heartbreak. But it matters. It matters to every single woman who is not allowed to go outside. It matters to every single child who wants to go to school, to every single person who needs water and food. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I didn't have a chance to stop it. Unfortunately, these words by the director of the children's home in Kherson are not only true for the children in Ukraine. They are also true for the women in Iran and in Afghanistan, and for far too many people across the globe. But it's worth trying for every single one of them. Because if you save one life, you save the entire world. That is what this Council is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Ana Cecilia Gervasi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru. Excellency, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a high honor for me to participate in this high-level segment of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council of the United Nations. We are here to reaffirm Peru's historic and irrevocable commitment to the respect, promotion, and defense of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all. Consistent with this firm national stance, as I begin my remarks before this Council, I must address the difficult and complex situation that my country has faced since 7 December last. On that date, then President Pedro Castillo, violating the Constitution, committed a coup d'etat. This was immediately counteracted by the democratic institutions, and we saw constitutional succession unfold, leading to Dina Boluarte, the current president holding office. In the recent nationwide episodes of social protest, unfortunately, there were acts of violence and vandalism. These besmirched peaceful protest. Given this reality, I should like to express the deep condolences and sadness of the government of Peru facing the tragic loss of life of our compatriots. With the firm commitment of ensuring the right to truth, our authorities are undertaking, with impartiality, independence, and without delay, investigations under civil law. We hope to have, as quickly as possible, the results of these investigations. These investigations, as I indicated, have been unfolding with full impartiality. The goal is that, once concluded, we can see the prosecution and punishment of those responsible for these attacks on life, safety, and public and private property in step with applicable legislation. Likewise, the government has established a multi-sectoral commission. It will address debts to the deceased and those who were seriously injured during these protests. The work of this commission includes invitees, among others, such as representatives from the Ombudsperson's Office and the Resident Coordinator of the UN. It has brought support and solidarity for family members of those deceased and those wounded in the protests. The Commission has also identified needs as regards physical and mental health, education, housing, and in other areas. The idea is to provide comprehensive support. Complement our efforts to build bridges between and among Peruvians. We further, President Boluarte has proposed moving up general elections. In this year, when we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the unyielding commitment to multilateralism and the fundamental values that inspire the international rules-based system, inspiring cooperation, solidarity, and dialogue in tackling common challenges. It is based on this conviction that Peru has addressed recent events with full rights bodies. A special envoy of the High Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations. The idea is to get a first-hand view of the situation and of the actions taken by the government. For these visits, the Peruvian state fully facilitated all interviews with authorities, representatives of civil society, and those affected by these unfortunate events. In this, we have an open invitation to different members of the mechanisms of the Council, and this year we plan to receive a visit from the Special Rapporteur on racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other forms of intolerance. Further, given the current state of affairs, we have requested that the Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial, summary, or arbitrary killings step up his or her visit from 2024 to 2023. Further, we have extended an invitation to the Special Rapporteur on the rights to freedom of peaceful assembly and association. We hope that these Special Rapporteurs' visits can happen as soon as possible. We are convinced that support for mechanisms of this nature contributes to the creation of those conditions that bring trust and dialogue. These have a positive effect on democratic governance and a respect for human rights in our country. Along these lines, I am pleased to announce that Peru will sign a memorandum of understanding with the Office of the High Commissioner. This sets forth a work plan for capacity building for our state in human rights. This comes through cooperation, technical assistance in different national sectors. It will happen in priority areas such as gender equality, the rights of indigenous persons, and the fight against racial discrimination, among other areas. With the active and committed participation in the universal system for the promotion and protection of human rights, last 25 January, Peru completed successfully its fourth UPR cycle in the Human Rights Council. Its delegation was led by the the Minister of Justice and Human Rights. In upcoming weeks, we will go before the Human Rights Committee and the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We will do so to back our periodic reports. Recognizing the crucial role of this forum as the primary venue for cooperation and dialogue in matters pertaining to human rights in the United Nations, Peru hopes to once again be a member of the Human Rights Council in the 2024-2026 period. Should we be able to do so, as we have done erstwhile and with a great sense of responsibility and commitment, Peru will actively contribute to meeting the mandate of the Council. That is to say, the protection, or rather promotion, for a universal respect for the protection of all human rights and fundamental freedoms. This is for all people without distinction. We will work to promote the progressive development of international human rights law. We will drive forth with efforts in special areas of interest to Peru, such as the eradication of extreme poverty, the rights of indigenous persons, and people of African descent, gender equality, among other areas. We'll promote synergies and better dialogue to ensure that negotiations for a future international agreement for the eradication of plastic pollution moves ahead. Peru is currently leading such negotiations. We will ensure that it has a human rights and equality-based approach. Also, we are convinced that all human rights are universal and indivisible. They are interrelated, they're interdependent, and they're mutually reinforcing. They must be addressed in an equitable and fair manner on equal footing. President, Peru is convinced of the need to build effective democracies that generate concrete action to improve the quality of life of individuals. This helps us to close the gaps that affect the lives of Peruvians. We want a rights-based approach guaranteeing a life, individual, collective, and economic and cultural life that is in step with environment and gender equality. We will only do this if we work towards sustainable development that is peaceful and inclusive. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have the honor to give the floor to Excellency Mrs. Retno L.P. Masudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. You have the floor, ma'am.
Mr. President, Excellencies, it is with great pride and hope we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I said pride because it continues to inspire transformation toward a more just, equal, and inclusive world. I said hope because I'm sure we can create a better future for humankind if we work together. Mr. President, our celebration must not divert our attention away from the global state of human rights. Our world today is full of uncertainty and challenges that millions of people are still deprived of their basic rights. The question now, what are we going to do? Are we going to stand still and be indifferent, or are we going to work harder together and do better? For Indonesia, this 75th anniversary should be our momentum to recommit ourselves to the values enshrined in the Declaration. These are three areas that should be our focus. First, take concrete action for humanity. Respect for human rights is precondition to peace and stability. Wars and conflicts must be ended because they only cause destruction and human miseries, from Afghanistan to Palestine and from Myanmar to Ukraine. Peaceful solution to conflict must be promoted. We cannot close our eyes to the suffering of the people of Palestine. The latest incident in Huwara only shows us the worsening human rights and humanitarian situation in Palestine. On Myanmar, Indonesia-ASEAN chairmanship would spare no effort to engage all stakeholders and encourage them to start inclusive national dialogue. ASEAN 5-point of consensus must be implemented. The rights of women and girls cannot also be neglected, including in Afghanistan. Last December, with Qatar, Indonesia hosted international conference on Afghan women education. Indonesia will continue to play its active role in promoting respect to women's rights. Second, redouble our effort on prevention. Enhanced prevention would contribute to stronger protection. Government have responsibility to ensure affirmative policies, equal access to opportunities and resources, and resource mechanism. This Council can contribute by improving national capacities and facilitating capacity building. Better prevention also comes with embracing past mistakes. Earlier this year, my president openly admitted and regretted 12 incidents of human rights violation in the past. Indonesia is committed to rehabilitate the victims without negating the judicial resolution. This kind of courage is key if we want to better protect human rights and prevent the same things from happening in the future. And Indonesia has that courage. And third, strengthen our human rights architecture. This Council must keep up with human rights challenges of our time. Impartiality, transparency, and dialogue must be the soul of this Council's work. In the meantime, we must guard against politicization of human rights in this Council, including as a tool for geopolitical rivalry. Finger-pointing and double standard would not contribute to sustainable solution. Instead, they will divide the Council. We must strive for unity rather than us versus them mentality. In the region, Indonesia also continues to strengthen human rights mechanism. As chair of ASEAN, Indonesia will reinforce effective mandates of ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, ASEAN Commission on the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Women and Children, and institutionalize ASEAN Human Rights Dialogue. Mr. President, Excellencies, our work to promote and protect human rights is far from over. If we want to celebrate the Declaration 100th anniversary on a high note, we must keep making improvement and nurturing partnership. We, Indonesia, want to contribute to this cause. On this note, we put forward our candidacy to the Council for 2024-2026 with the theme Inclusive Partnership for Humanity. We would appreciate very much your kind support for this candidacy. I thank you very much.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hussein Amir Abdullahian, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Excellency, you have the floor.
In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful.
of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Our thoughts and views concerning human rights and the mechanisms established for its sake. Protection and promotion of human rights is a shared sentiment for all nations. No state or a group of states should entitle themselves to claim exclusive ownership of human rights, nor should any state coerce others into submitting to any self-styled interpretation of human rights. For us, respect for human rights and dignity is a core value that is deeply rooted in our national tradition and profoundly embedded in our religious beliefs. I would like here to outline a few points concerning the human rights. 1. The resolution that established the Human Rights Council reaffirms quite purposefully the purposes and principles such as developing friendly relations among nations based on respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determination of people. In practice, though, the Council has been forced to take up certain agenda that neither serve such purposes and principles, nor do they contribute to friendly relations among nations. 2. Human rights are all important. Human rights are all important and must be treated in a fair and equal manner. Economic and social rights should not be treated as second-class rights after civil and political rights. The right to development with all its components should be seen in this perspective. 3. Unilateral coercive measures, as inhuman as they are systematically, violate fundamental human rights of the targeted populations. That's a sheer hypocrisy to advocate for the human rights of the Iranians while depriving the same people of their basic rights to health, to education, and to life. 4. No country can claim to be perfect in its human rights performance. 5. The UN human rights mechanisms could and should contribute to the promotion and protection of human rights through genuine dialogue, constructive interaction, and respectful capacity building cooperation. The UPR mechanism is one such when you offer inclusive and interactive exchanges among member states. Mr. Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, the peaceful assemblies that took place in my country following the sad death of Mahsa Amini manifested the Iranian spirit of solidarity for a fellow young Iranian woman. However, those peaceful assemblies turned violent following the malign interference by some terrorist elements. In this respect, a number of Persian language TV channels based in the United States and the UK acted as propagators of violence. No responsible state could let the public security and order be compromised by violent and lawless behavior. The National Committee that was established for addressing different aspects of the unrest is also mandated to receive and investigate any complaint regarding alleged use of unnecessary force by police. It is noteworthy that all of those who were arrested released. The National Committee shall conduct thorough investigations into the unrest and submit its report to relevant authorities for necessary follow-up. Mr. Vice President, one of the main challenges of the present era in the emergence of terrorist groups across the world, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been always at the forefront of counterterrorism. Our region will not forget. Our region will not forget the struggle of General Qasem Soleimani against the Daesh terrorism. The role of anti-Iran terrorist groups in the recent crisis in my country was evident. Some states were involved in terrorism laundering while applying double standards. They provided considerable financial and logistical facility to some violent and terrorist elements during the unrest. Ladies and gentlemen, the systematic violence of human rights and crimes against humanity and crimes against humanity by the Zionist regime should immediately stop. The Islamic Republic of Iran is resolute in its commitment to protect and promote human rights and strongly defends the rights of the great Iranian nation. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, or Her Excellency, Mrs. Anniken Huitfeldt, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Norway. Ma'am, you have the floor.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, listening just now to the representative from Iran, I was reminded of the importance of this forum, reminded that this forum should not be abused to go against our collective efforts, reminded of the importance of holding each other to account. This is not about interference in internal affairs. It is about upholding the commitment we have under international law to respect, protect and fulfill human rights. Norway is deeply concerned about the worsening situation for human rights and women's rights in Iran, not least the violent response to popular and peaceful demonstrations. We urge Iran to respond with meaningful reform and to immediately stop the executions. I repeat my strong condemnation of the executions that have been carried out. Globally, these are challenging times. We face war, climate change, food insecurity and inequality. According to the United Nations Development Programme, 90% of countries saw their human development fall backwards in 2020 and 2021. And now, the attack on Ukraine is having devastating global consequences. It is an attack on the rules-based international order, undermining multilateral cooperation when we need it most. It is reversing development gains, threatening progress on the 2030 agenda. It is compounding the climate crisis. It is amplifying armed conflicts elsewhere. More and more people are affected by humanitarian crisis, food insecurity and hunger. Ordinary people are paying the price, not least in developing countries. Norway's Nansen support programme for Ukraine includes assistance for hard-hit countries in the global south. President, 1 year ago, Russia launched its unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine. The war is a clear breach of the UN Charter. We are witnessing massive destruction and suffering in Ukraine. There are many indications of systematic and large-scale war crimes. The deportation of Ukrainian children are the latest in a string of shocking reports. The Human Rights Council has shown leadership and solidarity with Ukraine. Independent monitoring is crucial, especially to ensure future accountability. Russia is responsible for this war and also its consequences. And Russia is responsible for bringing this war to an end. President, the war is also an attack on respect for universal human rights and fundamental freedoms, on democracy and the rule of law. Democracies are united in responding to the challenges. Democracy is resilient and strong. At the same time, let us be clear about what we are dealing with. For some time, we have seen increasing autocratic rule, shrinking civic space, disregard for human rights, disregard for women's rights. We often hear talk of the race of the strong man. But how strong are you really if you cannot even tolerate dissenting voices? This is rather a sign of weakness. The actions of leaders who feel threatened by fundamental freedoms. Freedom of association, peaceful assembly and expression. But there is reason to hope. Human rights defenders continue to speak out, bravely, persistently and peacefully. President, human rights defenders continue to be an essential voice. The progress we have made is a large part thanks to them. The hard work of civil society, activists, journalists, artists, trade unionists, lawyers, students, academics, teachers and health workers. They must not be silenced. They must be included and also supported at home and in the United Nations. This is a priority for Norway in the Security Council. In this session, Norway will present a resolution to renew the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the situation for human rights defenders. President, Norway will continue to stand up for human rights and fundamental freedoms, economic, cultural and social rights, as well as civil and political rights, for everyone, everywhere. We will remain a strong supporter of the rights of women and girls. The right to decide over their own body should be protected for all women. We need to renew our joint commitment to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and recall the consensus we had 75 years ago. Safeguarding human rights is crucial to ensuring inclusive and sustainable development. And in times of conflicts and war, It is crucial for achieving just and lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Haja Labib, Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Affairs and Foreign Trade and the Federal Cultural Institutions of Belgium. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. High Commissioner, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege for me to take the floor today at the start of Belgium's new mandate as a member of the Human Rights Council. And I would like to begin my statement by expressing my condolences and my solidarity to all victims affected by the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. As the Secretary General and the High Commissioner emphasized, we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights this year. All United Nations member states have signed on to it, and it guarantees that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and everyone can invoke these rights without any distinction everywhere and at all times. This guarantee of the universality of human rights is the very foundation of the modern international order, the key obligation of all states. It is a cardinal principle, therefore, which has guided Belgium in its actions, both in its domestic policies as well as its foreign policy. However, this universality is, alas, too often eroded today in speech and in acts. More than ever, we must reassert that human rights are not a favor handed down by states. They are an obligation towards all in all circumstances. More than ever, we should recall that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights emerged directly from the worst human catastrophe history has known, the Second World War. Mr. President, colleagues, the marking of 1 year of Russian aggression against Ukraine with its devastating consequences demonstrates the extent to which history, despite the teachings it hands down to us, can nevertheless be repeated. Upholding human rights is an imperative in all circumstances, and this is all the more so the case in zones subjected to war, such as currently in Ukraine following Russia's actions. Belgium has therefore tirelessly advocated for compliance with international humanitarian law. We welcome the work carried out by the Independent Commission of Inquiry and look forward to reading its latest findings. Moreover, above all, we must adopt a victim-centered approach, which means fighting against impunity, and this will be one of our priorities during our mandate within this Council. To reaffirm the Universal Declaration of Human Rights means to support all the complementary instruments, and this means primarily the International Human Rights Conventions. I would like to draw your attention to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Almost 25 years after the adoption of this convention, the rights of women and girls are far from being upheld in many areas of the world, and in some, indeed, they are in alarming decline. A dismal illustration of this is the almost total exclusion of women and girls in Afghanistan from all spheres of public life. This is also the case in Iran, with persistent discrimination against women and girls. The death of Mahsa Amini and the protest movement which it gave rise to amongst women in Iran are an indicator for the need of freedom of expression and the sense of injustice felt by the population. We condemn the condemnations, the sentences, and the capital punishment pronounced against the protesters. Despite progress achieved in removing barriers limiting participation of women in political life, we nevertheless have much that remains to be done. And this is why during the International Women's Day, I will be organizing a debate on women's participation in politics in Brussels with the aim of identifying concrete actions to be adopted beyond the treaty bodies. These special procedures are of a crucial importance to my country. It is imperative that the independent human rights experts may carry out visits on the ground and that their independence, their credibility, and their efficiency be guaranteed. As many other countries, Belgium has extended an open invitation to them, and I would encourage those countries which have not done so yet to do so. Mr. President, colleagues, this year we will also be marking the 25th anniversary of the Declaration on the Human Rights Defenders. And in this framework, I would like to highlight the crucial role of civil society in protecting and promoting human rights. Their findings are crucial to alert the Council and to allow it to fully live up to its mandate. However, in many areas in the world, their role is now under pressure. We can see that the space for critical expression is shrinking. We see direct and targeted attacks against human rights defenders in increasing number. To allow them to carry out their work freely and safely is crucial. Belgium, with its European Union members, is more than ever committed to their protection. To conclude, I would like to emphasize that the Human Rights Council itself remains the key forum for dialogue for Belgium. It is a forum where member states of the United Nations can speak to each other as equals in the interest of all and the protection and the promotion of human rights. We hope to be able to substantively contribute to its dynamic action, in particular by sharing experience and by cooperating. We thank the many states which supported our candidacy to the Human Rights Council. It is an honor that we duly value, and we will do our utmost to demonstrate that we are worthy of this trust. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Son Excellence, Madame Arlene Dembet Damas, Ministre de la Justice en charge des droits de l'homme de Gabon. Madame, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président du Conseil des
Mr. President of the Human Rights Council, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is once again an honor and a pleasure to take the floor before this eminent body during this high-level segment as the third year of Gabon's mandate as member of the Human Rights Council begins. At the outset, I would like to reiterate the support of my country to the people of Turkey and Syria who have been hit by the violent earthquakes, the toll of which is estimated at over 40,000 losses of lives. May they receive through me the condolences of the people and the government of Gabon, led by His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, the President of the Republic and Head of State. Allow me to express our appreciation to Mr. Volker Türk, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, for his leadership since he assumed his functions. I would like to also extend our sincere congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Václav Balek, the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Czech Republic to the United Nations in Geneva, on his election to the presidency of the Human Rights Council for the year 2023. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, 2023 marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action. In this context, the High Commissioner, through the UDHR 75 initiative, urged us last December to rethink our actions in order to re-establish the indivisibility and universality of human rights. This high-level segment is therefore an opportunity for me to formally reiterate the support of my country to this important initiative. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights signed by all member states, guarantees the universality of human rights, which is a cardinal principle guiding my country's actions in terms of international as well as national policies, as demonstrated by the special interest that we pay to the mechanisms for human rights, the treaty bodies and the special procedures to which we have addressed a standing invitation since 2012. Similarly, within the Human Rights Council, Gabon intends to pursue a policy of proactive involvement in order to promote all human rights, whether it be through our own initiatives or through our support to initiatives undertaken by partners and groups that we belong to. We remain particularly focused on the effective functioning of the Universal Periodic Review mechanism, which we believe is a crucial instrument to improve human rights worldwide. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, referring now specifically to the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action, which have contributed to the establishment of the High Commissioner's Office for Human Rights, I would like to commend the path that this body has come, and especially the resolve with which it has carried out its mission entrusted to it by the community of states. It is particularly thanks to its unfailing support that my country, over the past few years, has seen a marked progression in the promotion and protection of human rights. In this context, I would like to reiterate the commitment of the government of the Republic of Gabon to step up its efforts to effectively guarantee all human rights in line with the recommendations made by the relevant mechanisms. This resolve was reflected most recently by the adoption of a set of measures on priority issues such as the 2023 electoral process, the protection of the environment and sustainable development, the protection of vulnerable groups, in particular women and persons with disabilities. With regard to the 2023 electoral process, we have organized awareness-raising campaigns for policymakers, civil servants, and civil society, renewed the Bureau of the Gabonese Center for Elections on a consensus-based framework, and held at the request of the President of the Republic a consultation with all political stakeholders within the majority party in power and the opposition. And this translates our will to achieve free, transparent, and peaceful elections. On the protection of the environment and sustainable development, on the 1st and 2nd of March, Gabon will hold the One Forest Summit in the presence of heads of state and government, leaders of international organizations, of financial institutions, representatives of the private sector, of international NGOs and research centers, organizations of indigenous peoples and civil society, and this reflects the full support of my country to our collective aspirations to protect and sustainably manage tropical forests in order to fight climate change and biodiversity loss. With regard to the other aspects relating to promotion and to the promotion and the protection of human rights, as you know, my country was reviewed in January within the framework of the Universal Periodic Review. During the interactive dialogue, we provided a presentation to all states, member states of the Council, on the significant progress achieved over the past few years, thanks to the initiatives of the government, but also on the challenges and the aims which we intend to achieve in order to improve the enjoyment of their rights by all Gabonese and all persons living in our country. Amongst the progress achieved, we can cite guaranteeing human rights in places of deprivation of liberty through public policies on the management of detentions and sentences, as well as the reintegration once sentences have been served. Limiting the number of persons in detention by the introduction within our criminal code of alternative sentences to imprisonment, such as reparations, or the restriction or withdrawal of certain rights or the imposition of community work, as well as the introduction of a settlement procedure. Next, the improvement of the living conditions of detainees and tackling prison overcrowdings has been addressed by the implementation of a large-scale refurbishment and construction program for places of detention over the period 2019-2024, focusing particularly on conditions for minors and women in conflict of the law. We have strengthened capacity for human rights for law enforcement in order to prevent ill treatment during arrest, custody, administrative and other forms of detention. The implementation of 33 integrated measures within the framework of the Gabon Equality Strategy to promote the rights of women, to prevent and fight against all forms of discrimination and violence against women, and discrimination and violence against vulnerable people, both in a domestic setting as well as in the workplace. We have developed a set of actions in order to ensure that persons with disability can fully enjoy their rights in the area of health, education, training, and access to employment. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, on behalf of the Government of the Republic, I would like to reiterate our firm commitment to work towards the constant and continuous improvement of the promotion and protection of human rights throughout the world. With the assistance of other states and the continuing support of the human rights mechanisms, we will always work towards strengthening international solidarity in a context where the challenges we face are increasingly of a global nature, where our fates are now inextricably linked to ensure that our world is more prosperous, more just, and more equitable. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Son Excellence Madame Catherine Colonna, Ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères de la France. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Madam Deputy High Commissioner, ministers, delegates. It's a little more over a year ago that Russia has triggered and conducted its illegal war of aggression, which is unjustified and unjustifiable against Ukraine. Russia is violating the United Nations Charter, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine in a shameless fashion. It is systematically violating international humanitarian law and human rights. It inflicts unspeakable suffering on the Ukrainian people. There are generalized atrocities against civilians, mass murder and rape, deliberate attacks against hospitals and maternity wards, enforced displacement of populations, and the deportation of children. Those who are responsible for these war crimes and crimes against humanity will have to be held accountable. We will continue to repeat it, that there is no lasting peace without justice. This justice is one that we owe to Ukrainians, and we also owe it to ourselves, as there is no humanity without human rights. We therefore support the International Criminal Court, the Ukrainian jurisdictions which are competent, and the Commission of Inquiry, which was set up by this Council. We deplore the fact that Russian atrocities are committed elsewhere in the world as well. For example, in Mali, where the Wagner mercenaries have committed such atrocities, as the MINUSMA and others have noted. Almost 70 years ago, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was signed in Paris to ensure that the atrocities of the Second World War never be repeated. To commemorate it is to launch an unflinching appeal to uphold human rights everywhere. We cannot be resigned. We cannot give in. We must act, holding in mind the crimes of the past. Human rights are universal and indivisible because they are the very foundation of our humanity. They are the pillar of the equal dignity of the human person, and states have made a commitment to uphold these rights and ensure that they are upheld by others. When others, however, violate freedoms and hold rights in contempt, there is a need to act. This is the case in Iran, where human rights defenders, particularly women, are targeted, and this must stop. Iranians have the right to freedom and justice. I would like to pay tribute to their bravery, and I think of Mahsa Amini and others, the many women who are defending liberty. Along with our European colleagues, we have already developed 5 tranches of sanctions against the perpetrators. This council cannot accept the policy of hostage-taking practiced by the Iranian government. All foreigners must immediately be released, and these shameless forms of blackmail must be stopped. Honoring international human rights is relevant in Afghanistan, where the Taliban are segregating women and girls who are progressively hounded out of public life, universities, schools, the economic center, and even humanitarian action, which would be of benefit to the Afghan population. This systematic violation goes beyond major deprivation of liberty and social control. Afghan women and girls, by obscurantism, are condemned to obscurity. The intolerable takes root in intolerance, and this is why France will never give in its struggle to uphold liberties and fundamental values, and we must all act in that fashion. This is an action that we wish to undertake within the Human Rights Council, and France is a candidate for the period 2024-2026. We have a solid experience that we can defend, and for next term we intend to work with others to create a more just, more free and more equitable society. We are working to defend equalities and freedom without any concessions, equalities between men and women, and the freedom of women first and foremost. The women must be able to enjoy their right to be treated on an equal footing with men everywhere, to participate in decision-making in public and private life, to work, live, to move free from sexist violence, and to fully be in control of their own bodies, meaning to enjoy full reproductive and sexual rights. The work to universalize the Istanbul Convention is continuing, and I would like to pay tribute to the women risking their lives for this. I met several of them in Paris on the celebration of the 8th of March. Our defense of liberty is also the defense of the LGBTI+ communities, and I call for decriminalization, a full and immediate decriminalization of homosexuality. Of course, we will continue our combat to fight for the abolition of the death penalty everywhere and in all circumstances. The rights that we defend also are the right to free and open information. You are familiar with our fight in France to provide for the freedom in the media and of expression. We have launched an action, and we will in France host the Organization for the Freedom of the Press established by Maria Mesa in order to ensure that such organizations have financial independence. Everyone should be able to enjoy their freedom in safety in a digital environment, to begin with children. And this is another area we focus on. In Russia, there is a danger to instrumentalize history and promoting revisionist and bellicist narratives. We will put the study of history on the agenda of this council. Human rights are indivisible, and I say this clearly. There can be no competition or contradiction between civil and political rights and economic and social rights. In this context, France calls on China to ratify the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, as it did with regard to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Since 2015, we have our Common Agenda for Sustainable Development and our 2030 Agenda. To uphold development and human rights. Everywhere in the world, a person must have the right to say what they think, what they believe, and the right to live in a healthy environment just as much. We are committed to solidarity, and this will be part of our actions, including within this Council. And finally, France is committed to fight against impunity. Injustice is an obstacle against peace and reconciliation, and therefore fosters renewed cycles of violence. I saw this work be carried out in Ethiopia, which I visited with my German colleague Annalena Baerbock, and this is essential work. Mr. President, no one should be resigned to observe all the numerous human rights violations without acting. You can count on France to continue defending progress and societies which protect rights, hand down justice, and protect equality. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Silvio Luis de Almeida, Minister of Human Rights and Citizenship of Brazil. Sir, you have the floor.
Senhor Vice-Presidente do Conselho dos
President of the Council, High Commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights, permanent representatives, members of the Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen. At a time when we take the floor, my heart is and my conscience are certain that my country and the world are living today at the crossroads of history, as Nelson Mandela saw when he took up his post as President of South Africa. I also feel that for us Brazilians and citizens of the world, it is the time to heal the wounds, the time to overcome the gaps that divide us, the time to build. And that is the feeling with which I come before this Council today to say Brazil is back. In a different way, in a different time, but Brazil is back. And this is because we are entirely aware that many of the problems are problems of humanity, of which we are part, because everybody is, and our destinies are interconnected. Let us therefore be partners in promoting and protecting human rights for everybody, above all for those who, as the indigenous leader Ailton Krenak has said, were expelled from the so-called Club of Humanity. In this year, when we celebrate 75 years of the Universal Declaration for Human Rights and 30 years since the World Conference in Vienna, we must look back and reflect on everything that we have been able to do. We must also have courage to look in front and to see what still remains to be done to guarantee human dignity, peace and prosperity for our peoples. As one day Aimé Césaire did, we must shed off all the pseudo-humanisms, all the pomp, and look clearly at what remains. Look at these partial concepts, these tendentious and even racist concepts, selectivity in addressing human rights, instrumentalization of human rights. These not only undermine their credibility, but above all, the effectiveness of the international institutions. As many times in history, the condemned of the earth warn us that the emperor is naked. Let us listen to these warnings. Let us not be afraid of building something new. Let us not be afraid of denouncing the clubs of humanity and building, through our work, a true shared humanity, fruit of solidarity in diversity, and never fruit of oppression and silence. In Brazil, under the leadership of President Lula, we're working to do our part, to rebuild the social connections between Brazilians, and to have a human rights policy which has broad participation by the people. There are many difficulties. What we found was a scandalous framework of negligence, cruelty. And here, in particular, I could mention the crisis in the Yanomami territories. we have spared no effort to restore the dignity of those populations and ensure that they have effective management of their lands. The indigenous peoples of Brazil, for the first time, have their own ministry led by indigenous leadership, and no decision on their rights will be taken without their effective participation. In the same way, we have recreated the Ministry for Racial Equality and the Ministry for Women. In the Ministry for Human Rights and Citizenship, which I have the great honour and responsibility to lead, we have drawn up, jointly with civil society, a national plan for protection of human rights defenders, communicators and environmentalists. And we are setting up a legal framework for this programme to protect them. In that context, we are encouraging ratification of the Escazú Agreement. We will work to ensure the brutal killing of a promising Brazilian politician, a black woman, a brave defender of human rights, Marielle Franco, does not find impunity, and it remains in our memories and in the spirit of our society. The same goes for the cowardly killing of Bruno Pereira and Dom Phillips and so many other human rights defenders. They will never be forgotten. We will also not forget the Brazilians who, because of their political positions or their academic activity, had their physical integrity threatened and had to leave our country recently. And I wish to express solidarity with them and my commitment as a minister to build a political environment that is free of hatred and of persecution. Ladies and gentlemen, in combating slavery, which is still a challenge here in the 21st century, we're once more giving attention to gender and racial issues, to domestic slavery, to reintegrating victims, to the relationship with trafficking and the development of business, their connection with that. The issue of business and human rights has become central in the daily activities of the transnational corporations and the regulatory asymmetries among countries. We will act decisively on this in the domestic and international contexts. We are committed to combating violence, above all state violence, which was used en masse against the poor black youth of the country, with summary executions, torture, and all manner of inequalities. For the first time in our country, we have a national ministry for the rights of LGBTQIA+ people, led by Simi Larat, who is within our delegation here. We're also setting up a directorate for the promotion of the rights of the persons living on the street, which seeks to help them regain their dignity. Women will have their sexual and reproductive rights restored in Brazil, and the national health system will adequately, in human fashion, be helping women victims of violence. As regards the right to health, which is a topic that Brazil is promoting in this council, we will be based on science, and we will once more be carrying out this struggle to address HIV and AIDS and defend equal access to medicines and vaccines, particularly in the context of pandemics such as the one that we have been living through recently. In the same context, we're giving priority to providing adequate assistance to children and adolescents who were orphaned by COVID-19. We intend to ratify as rapidly as possible the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of the Rights of Older Persons and ensure the full implementation of the rights of persons with disabilities. As regards memory, truth and justice, which have been trampled in recent years in Brazil, we have reviewed the composition of the Amnesty Commission and restored the Special Commission on Deaths and Disappearances. The national memory related to the terrible heritage of slavery will now have the attention it deserves. As has been said before, we are fully aware that even working to the extent of our capacities, we still need others. I therefore propose to this council 4 alliances that we need for what we want to build. The first is the alliance of survival. A call from Davi Kopanawa Yanomami from the heart of the Amazon forest tells us that we are seeing the sky falling in. Let us listen to him and step up our efforts to protect ways of life that allows us to live in peace with our own planet. The second is the Alliance for a Decent Life. We not only must eradicate poverty, but also promote the dignity of work and of leisure. Even those who think they are privileged are now living in insecurity, threatened by a way that produces and distributes wealth that brings no winners. And the third alliance is the Alliance for the Right to Development. The people of African descent, as said Lele Gonzalez, and the Global South need to reinvent the right to development so that it reaches the popular struggles on the periphery of capitalism. And the fourth is the Alliance Against Hatred. Our countries are perplexed by the rapid spread of hate speech based on racism, xenophobia, sexism, and LGBT phobia. The extreme right and fascism are on the rise, and they are linking up through networks that know no borders. Let us ensure that love, solidarity, and peace also know no borders. Let us believe in the strength of cooperation and dialogue in order to uphold the promises in the United Nations Charter. In that connection, we reiterate our commitment to the mechanism of the Universal Periodic Review, which treats on an equal footing the human rights situation of each country and the special procedures and treaty bodies. I take the opportunity to announce that the new government has reviewed the 306 recommendations of the last cycle of the UPR in order that the new national human rights policy is reflected in our positions on the international level. And at this time, we are cooperating with Paraguay, initiating the implementation of a monitoring mechanism for these and other recommendations. In conclusion, I would like to recall Brazil's candidacy to a seat in this Human Rights Council for the mandate 2024 to 2026. And to that end, I request the support of the country represented here so that we may once more contribute to the promotion and protection of human rights everywhere and for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, this was the last speaker on my list for this meeting. We will now have a short technical break and reconvene in a few minutes to continue with the high-level segment. I hereby close the second meeting of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I hereby declare open the third meeting of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. Before we begin, I would like to inform everyone that the high-level segment will continue this afternoon until 5 p.m. We will then begin the annual high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming at 5 p.m. and it will continue until 7 p.m. I wish to thank the conference services for their flexibility. We will now continue with the high-level segment. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Tanja Fajon, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, we are meeting in the shadow of the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, a brutal war in Ukraine, and many other humanitarian tragedies, conflicts, and human rights violations around the globe. This is the time to recommit to the UN Charter and the international law, to join forces to protect human lives and dignity, and to stand together in solidarity. The need for multilateralism, dialogue and cooperation is now greater than ever before. And this is what will guide Slovenia's actions if elected as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council later this year. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, is the timeless message of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted 75 years ago. Now is the time to recapture its spirit and live up to its highest standards. Out of respect for our common humanity, we have to find the determination to protect all human rights for all in this era of global insecurity. 30 years ago, meetings in Vienna led to the establishment of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and his office. As a staunch supporter of the High Commissioner's mandate and his independence, I would like to take this opportunity to wish him every success in fulfilling this important mission. Slovenia will continue to support the office financially and advocate for more predictable funding. It will also continue to contribute to the Trust Fund for participation of LDCs and SIDS in the work of the Council. Mr. President, there are no first or second-rate rights. What matters is making sure that we do not regress from what has been achieved so far and work together better to ensure that the most vulnerable and underprivileged also gain access to the world's resources and riches. Women's rights are human rights. Women and girls hold immense potential for a better future. Gender equality and full participation of women and girls in all segments of our societies are fundamental to achieving the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. This is Slovenia's priority, both nationally and its foreign policy. Our development cooperation supports women and girls across the globe, from training Venezuelan women in mediation and conflict resolution, beekeeping workshops for Afghan refugee girls in Iran, to medical care for women and girls in Afghanistan and for Syrian refugee women and girls in Lebanon. I remain deeply troubled that the Taliban in Afghanistan denied the right to women and girls to higher education, work and freedom of movement, and that Iran is limiting the freedom of expression and assembly and imposing the death penalty on peaceful protesters. Slovenia stands in solidarity with the women, men and children whose lives are affected by the unjustified Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We are voicing grave concerns over the reports of growing numbers of civilian casualties and alarming testimonies of sexual and gender-based violence and forced deportations of children. Indiscriminate attacks against civilians and deliberate destruction of critical infrastructure constitute the most serious crimes. All those responsible must be held to account. Slovenia supports the efforts to achieve a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, consistent with the UN Charter and international law. Mr. President, we have to act now to address the challenges of the future, such as planetary crisis and demographics. Slovenia is proud to be in the core groups of countries promoting two groundbreaking initiatives. Firstly, the Human Rights Council and the UN General Assembly recognize the human right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. Our engagement is an expression of Slovenia's broader commitment to climate and water agenda. The next step is making sure that this right is implemented. And secondly, for over a decade, Slovenia has engaged in addressing the human rights of older persons on the international level. The High Commissioner made it clear in his report to this Council, with a rapidly aging global population and the fragmented system of international protection of older persons, the time is ripe to take a step towards a legally binding instrument. My country stands ready to contribute to this process. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot have prosperity and peace without respect for human rights, and the protection of the most vulnerable groups is essential. The protection of minorities and ensuring full implementation of their rights in keeping with international legal obligations remains at the top of Slovenia's human rights agenda and a vital element of cooperation with our neighbours. The solutions we need must be global. Overcoming the traditional silos approach and working in synergy is the only way to address the human rights challenges of today and tomorrow. And in these efforts, political will and constructive dialogue are of paramount importance. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now call on, I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Don Alfonso Nso Mukoy, Third Vice Prime Minister in charge of Human Rights of Equatorial Guinea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Mr. High Commissioner, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, its government, and its President, His Excellency Obiang Nguema Bazogo, I convey greetings in peace, care and solidarity. We echo the congratulations expressed by previous speakers to the President of the Council and the High Commissioner for Human Rights. In a context of the tribute which you deserve as you take up your responsibility to lead this 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. We look forward to a successful session. President, distinguished delegates, I have the honor of addressing you once more to speak of the human rights situation in Equatorial Guinea and the efforts that our democratic institutions are making based on the promotion and protection of human rights. President, Equatorial Guinea has stepped up its efforts to consolidate a state committed to guaranteeing and protecting human rights and implementing the obligations and actions arising from the international treaties to which it is party. We reiterate Equatorial Guinea's commitment to the international human rights systems and reiterate our readiness to cooperate closely with the Human Rights Council and with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. In recent years, we have been implementing activities and achieved considerable success, including combating trafficking persons, combating corruption, carrying out periodic inspections in all police facilities and in public prisons to identify possible arbitrary detentions or illegal arrests, strengthening the capacities of the police and the gendarmes to ensure better application of Law 6/2006, dated 2nd of November, on prevention and punishment of torture. With support from UNICEF, we have been implementing a project to modernize the birth registry, and we have developed a draft law on civil registration in Equatorial Guinea. President, the unemployment rate in Equatorial Guinea has been reduced, bringing over 4,000 young people into the public service as officials via a selection process based on merit, following a public competition. In the context of implementation of the recommendations from the last cycle of the UPR, Equatorial Guinea adopted Law 4/2022, dated 17th of August, as well as the Criminal Code, whose Article 26 states that in application of sentences, the death penalty is entirely abolished in Equatorial Guinea. This new criminal code is the appropriate instrument adapted to the legal requirements of our national society, and it includes various amendments in order to bring it into line with human rights standards and guarantees. Equatorial Guinea has committed to building a strong democracy where we promote the independence of the judiciary and a legal guarantee in international relations, all in the context of scrupulous respect for the Constitution. We have reached agreements on the promotion of human rights with UNDP, UNICEF, and the Centre for Human Rights and Democracy of the United Nations for Central Africa. Equatorial Guinea is now working on strengthening its capacities in order to have an independent national human rights institution compliant with the Paris Principles. President, distinguished delegates, in 2017, Equatorial Guinea suffered attempts to destabilize it. There was an attempt at mercenary invasion organized by enemies of peace. All of those involved in the mercenary invasion have been tried in keeping with all procedural guarantees and are now serving their sentences. President, my delegation participates in this council. We note that the attitude of Spain seeking to disturb the internal policy of Equatorial Guinea brought the European Parliament to adopt Resolution dated 16 February 2023 on violence against opposition activists in Equatorial Guinea, and in particular, this applies to the case of Julio Obama Mifuman 2023/2552 RSP. The European Parliament's resolution is based on speculation. There is no evidence that the trial against these persons was carried out without the appropriate guarantees, or evidence that Obama Mifuman died as a result of torture. On the contrary, it is noted that Mr. Obama Mifuman had various chronic conditions and died as a result of those. His death was therefore natural, and at all times he had medical assistance which was received in various national hospitals at the cost of the government and had Spanish consular assistance. The people of Equatorial Guinea are deeply offended by the content of this resolution. On the one hand, without prior review, it takes up Spain's thesis on Equatorial Guinea, and on the other, it does not conduct any objective examination of the country's realities. It adopts unilateral positions against the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. We consider that the revision process of the Human Rights Council should lead us to consolidate a healthy coexistence in terms of universality, objectivity, and impartiality. Equatorial Guinea attaches the greatest importance to strengthening the Universal Periodic Review. This is the main achievement of the Human Rights Council. We could say that this mechanism lays the foundations for interstate interaction. The United Nations and its mechanisms provided a forum in which states may present their achievements and challenges openly and transparently. We request, therefore, that support for our institutions and our society in Equatorial Guinea be continued as they combat and work to fulfill the commitments assumed as a sovereign democratic state ruled by law. President, 2 weeks ago, our country saw a health alert because of an outbreak of Marburg virus in certain continental parts of our country in the provinces of Kintem and Walenzas. In order to prevent that disease spreading throughout the country, the government took measures to control and combat it as follows. It activated health committees, one political and the other technical, in order to coordinate response to the emergency. It set up a crisis committee with experts from WHO in order to draw up a strategic contingency and response plan for the emergency. We limited movement of the public in the affected areas, and we mobilized economic resources. Over 200 million CFA francs and equipment to protect the public. We reiterate the commitment of Equatorial Guinea to the international human rights systems. Our country is always open to scrutiny by international cooperation mechanisms. My government expresses its readiness to continue improving this cooperation and looks forward to receiving technical assistance in various areas of human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Johan Forsell, Minister for International Development, Cooperation and Foreign Trade of Sweden. You have the floor, Excellency.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are moments in history when one era ends and another one begins. The 24th of February last year, almost exactly 1 year ago, was such a date. Russia's illegal full-scale invasion of Ukraine marked a clear turning point. I welcome the Human Rights Council's condemnation of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which is not just an unprovoked attack on a sovereign state, but also a violation of international law, including the UN Charter. We salute the heroic efforts of the Ukrainian people, defending not only their country, but also the principles of freedom and sovereignty. Totalitarian states, regardless of their brutality, can never take away our firm belief in freedom and the rule of law. Sweden will continue to support full accountability for the crimes committed as part of Russia's aggression in Ukraine. The executions, the torture, the sexual violence and the illegal deportations, all crimes must be investigated. All those responsible must be brought to justice. It is imperative, as a matter of justice for the victims, as a deterrent against future human rights violations, but also to uphold respect for international law. The reports of the International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine and of the High Commissioner will be important contributions to the international efforts to ensure that there will be no impunity. Mr. Vice President, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. A great achievement, and its importance and impact are hard to overestimate. The Declaration and all the human rights treaties that followed have transformed our societies and our world in profound ways. The past 75 years have proven that human rights, democracy and the rule of law are not just words on a paper. If respected, they are a blueprint that can and have shown us to build societies that are more free and more just, with less hunger and less fear. That is our heritage, and that is what we now must build on, because the work is far from over. As we mark the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we recall not just the rights attained, but also the rights that are still denied. Mr. Vice President, unless we embrace freedom of expression online and offline, free media and the rule of law, will we struggle to find lasting solutions to our challenges. Only an open society that can freely draw on the genius, the competing views and diverse voices of all its members will be innovative enough to deliver what we need, a decent and sustainable future for all. My government's determination to protect human rights, democracy and the rule of law remains unabated, and our support to civil society actors and those defending democracy and human rights is steadfast. In the same way, unless we embrace gender equality, we will never succeed in building peaceful or prosperous societies. The great advances in women's and girls' enjoyment of human rights, including sexual and reproductive rights in the post-war period, have gone hand in hand with an unparalleled democratic and economic development. And let me underline that human rights are and must be universal and should be fully enjoyed by all, irrespective of gender, religion, ethnic background, disability, sexual orientation or gender identity. At this session and over the coming years, this Council will address many of the key issues before us, such as the serious situations in Iran and in Afghanistan. A lot is at stake. Will the open standards that form the foundation of today's digital world be replaced by protocols that give states control over critical data flows? Will human rights-based or authoritarian principles form the basis of the artificial intelligence technology that will shape much of our future? Mr. Vice President, I started my intervention here today by saying that we live in a new era. And in this new era, we see an increasing competition over values and narratives. opposing views of how societies should be organized. We see efforts by major powers to create political and economic dependencies to bolster their positions. In this era, it is more important than ever that the Human Rights Council steps up to its role as the global body charged with protecting and promoting international human rights law. By promoting international cooperation and developing the normative framework, but also by addressing the violations and demanding accountability from those responsible. Civil society, human rights defenders, and victims of human rights violations must be able to make themselves heard in this Council without fear of reprisals. The new High Commissioner and his office must be empowered and financed to carry out their work with full independence. Mr. Vice President, human rights, freedom, democracy, and the rule of law are core values for Sweden. We will always react when there is systematic oppression and when rights are violated or abused. And we will always believe, like the drafters of the Universal Declaration 75 years ago, that the best world is a world where freedom and equal value of every one of us is respected. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Hala Maziad Al Tuwai, President of the Saudi Human Rights Commission of Saudi Arabia. High Excellency.
Mr. Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, peace be with you and mercy and blessings of God. At the outset, I'm pleased to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Václav Balek upon his election as President of the Human Rights Council. I also congratulate Mr. Volker Turk on his appointment as High Commissioner for Human Rights, wishing them both every success in the fulfillment of this mandate, to which we all accord high importance. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 constitutes a framework for the human rights, and the memory and the celebration of the 75th year of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights proves that we have been making headway in embodying the values and core objectives of this Universal Declaration. In Saudi Arabia, we had carried out real changes in the field of human rights, which had ample influence in improving the quality of life in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. For example, we had a vision on 3 axes. These axes are a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. Each of these embodies a number of goals and programs relating directly or indirectly to the protection and promotion of human rights. The vision focuses in particular on women's rights, on rights to security, health, work, as well as children's rights, persons with disabilities, the elderly, the right to development, the right to participate in public life, and the right to freedom of association. By virtue of this, we are carrying today large-scale reforms in various fields centered on the human being. The Kingdom has developed its legislative system by promulgating and amending numerous legislative enactments, such as the Law of Evidence and the Personal Status Law. The Penal Code and the Code of Civil Procedures are currently being drafted. With regard to the rights of the child, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz has launched an initiative in collaboration with international organizations to protect children from the increasing threats that they face in cyberspace. A national policy in the prevention of life labor has also been enacted in order to provide a safe and child-friendly social environment in which children can enjoy all their rights. With regards to the right to work, The unemployment rate recorded a significant drop during 2016 to 2022 from 11.6% to 5.8%. A national policy has been issued to promote equal opportunities and equal treatment in recruitment and professional employment with a view to eliminating any discrimination. In housing sector, the rate of home ownership by citizens has increased from 47% in 2060 to more than 60% today. With regard to the right to a healthy environment, the Kingdom is committed to meeting the increasing challenges of climate change. In this connection, the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative have been launched as part of the Kingdom's endeavors to strengthen its regional and international partnerships designed to meet and overcome environmental challenges. The Kingdom announced contributing $2.5 billion to support the initiative's project and the budget of hosting its secretariat for the next 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the Kingdom has made considerable progress in promoting the empowerment of women in the fields in keeping with its Vision 2030. One of the strategic goals of which is to increase the level of women's participation in labor markets. Therefore, a Center of Gender Balance was established in 2021. As a result of these endeavors, women's proportional participation increased in 2017 to 2022 from 21.2 to 34.7. Women's economic contribution increased during the same period from 17% to 37%. Women's representation in middle and higher level administrative posts rose during 2017 to 21 from 28.6 to 39%. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom is very keen on the right to education, and its endeavors to support the right have transcended the national and extended the regional and international levels in keeping with its fundamental role that education plays a pivotal role in human development and achieving human aspirations. To this end, the Kingdom has provided more than $3 billion in development and humanitarian assistance. In addition, my country's government has sought to enhance food security to many countries to the value of $3 billion. My country's government has diligently also shown solidarity with Syrian and Turkish victims after the devastating earthquake that caused tremendous losses of life and property. In order to alleviate the consequences of this disaster, the custodian of the two holy mosques ordered an airlift to transport medical shelter, food, logistics, assistance, and a nationwide campaign that was organized in order to raise funds to the value of $160 million. The same assistance was given to our brothers in Yemen to the value of $10 billion. Furthermore, the Saudi Development and Reconstruction Program for Yemen has developed projects up to $1 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the Kingdom's values, leading role, and seeking to maintain international peace and security, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has spared no effort to support human rights. Accordingly, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has shown awareness and willingness to mediate the quest for a resolution of the Russian-Ukrainian crisis. It is noteworthy that the intervention by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Abdulaziz, Crown Prince and Chairman of the Council of Ministers, has helped to secure the release and repatriation of numerous prisoners of war. In regard of the decision of the Afghan caretaker government to deprive young Afghani women of the right to university education, my country's government wishes to express its profound dismay. Accordingly, we hope that we call upon the government to rescind its decision and enable women to fully enjoy their rights without discrimination. My country also condemns and deplores the burning of the Holy Quran in some European states. We reaffirm the need for compliance and principles of rules laid down in international human rights standards and prohibit any advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, and violence. In conclusion, my country's government reaffirms its determination to continue promoting, protecting human rights in conformity with its firmly established values and its leadership's resolve to accord the human person's precedence over and other considerations. It also reaffirms the importance of respect for cultural diversity and equality between peoples as provided in the international instruments and covenants. My country's government calls upon the Human Rights Council to assume its responsibility regarding the improvement of human rights situations throughout a world of spirit of constructive dialogue, objectivity, commitment to transparency, neutrality, promotion of a culture of tolerance. We reaffirm the need to accord all human rights equal emphasis without focusing on some rights at the expense of others in a manner consistent with the principle of complementarity and indivisibility of human rights. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now I have the honor to receive via video His Excellency Mr. Qin Gang, Minister for Foreign Affairs of China.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, in October 2022, the Communist Party of China held its 20th National Congress. A blueprint was drawn for the advancing national rejuvenation through a Chinese path to modernization. The Chinese path to modernization provides another option to developing countries in the pursuit of modernization, is China's contribution to the exploration by humanity for a better social system. The process of Chinese modernization is also a process of advancement in human rights. As President Xi Jinping stated, China will follow a Chinese path of human rights development, actively participate in the global human rights governance, and promote all-around development of human rights. China has found a path of human rights development that meets the trend of the times and suits its national conditions. This path holds the key to the country's historical achievements in human rights and will stay on this path going forward. For us, the biggest human rights is the happiness of the 1.4 billion Chinese people. Meeting their immediate interests is what all our efforts are about. The 1.4 billion people have been deeply involved in the development of human rights and have benefited the more in this process. They have now a growing sense of fulfillment, happiness, and security. In China, we have ended absolute poverty once and for all, completed the building of a moderate, prosperous society in all respects across the country, and put in place the world's largest education, social security, and healthcare systems. Guided by the new development philosophy, we are pursuing the high-quality development by fostering a new development paradigm to promote common prosperity for all. Under the constitutional principle that the state shall respect and protect human rights, we have comprehensively advanced law-based governance and enhanced legal safeguards for human rights to uphold social fairness and justice. We have continuously developed the whole process people's democracy, under which the people enjoy more extensive, substantive, and comprehensive democratic rights. We advocate the common values of humanity, namely peace, development, fairness, justice, democracy, and freedom, and practice true multilateralism. We have fully participated in the UN human rights affairs, earnestly fulfilled our international human rights obligations, and put forth China's propositions and initiatives. We have engaged in constructive dialogue and cooperation with the UN High Commissioner and other countries, and helped advance the reform and development of the global human rights governance system. Colleagues, 75 years ago, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was born from the ashes of the Second World War. The Declaration affirming the respect and promotion of basic human rights is a milestone in the international human rights course. 30 years ago, the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action established the equal status of all human rights. The vision of promoting human rights through development cooperation has become more and more widely appreciated. As we speak, the COVID-19 pandemic is still lingering. The global economy is at risk of a recession, food and energy crisis, disruption to the industrial and supply chains, climate change, and other global problems keep emerging. The international human rights cause is facing severe challenges. Given these new circumstances and tasks, we need to ask ourselves how to better promote and protect human rights, how to enhance and improve global human rights governance. In answering these questions, China wishes to promote the following: committing to a path of human rights development that suits the realities of each country. Human rights for all is the shared pursuit of humanity. Meanwhile, Countries vary from one another in historical background, cultural heritage, national conditions and needs of the people. There is no one-size-fits-all model in the protection of human rights. The right of all countries to independently choose one's own path of human rights development should be respected. Blindly copying the model of others would be ill-fitted for one's own conditions, and imposing one's model upon others would entail endless troubles. Committing to the comprehensive protection of all human rights are indivisible. The rights to subsistence and the right to development are basic human rights of primary importance. Civil and political rights and economic and social cultural rights should be accorded equal attention and advanced in a holistic way. Just as all men are born equal, all countries are equal members of the international community. More attention should be paid to the human rights challenges facing developing countries and their human rights needs. Measures of unilateral coercion violate international law and the basic rights of the people of the countries concerned and should be lifted immediately and unconditionally. Committing to the international fairness and justice, the advancement of the international human rights course needs solidarity and cooperation, not division or confrontation. No country is qualified to act as the judge on human rights, and human rights should not be used as a pretext for meddling any other country's internal affairs or holding back other countries' development. The purpose and principles of the UN Charter should be observed by all, and human rights exchange and cooperation should be carried out on the basis of equality and mutual respect. The acts by some to politicize, weaponize, instrumentalize human rights issues should be opposed. The practices of lecturing and finger-pointing on others' human rights while ignoring and failing to solve one's own serious human rights problems should be rejected. Committing to dialogue and cooperation. The Human Rights Council should be a stage for constructive dialogue and cooperation rather than an arena for political manipulation or bloc confrontation. The Council should be UN membership-led. The human rights treaty bodies and the special procedures should operate within their mandates, build bridges of communication with member states. Only by following the principles of impartiality, objectivity, non-selectivity and non-politicization can the UN human rights system function well and bring continuous positive energy to the international human rights cause. Colleagues, China is a unified multi-ethnic country. Its 56 ethnic groups, diverse yet tight-knit, are closely united by the seeds of pomegranate. Together, they form a community of solidarity and mutual assistance of the Chinese nation. Some forces will, with hidden agenda, keep hyping up issues related to China's Xinjiang and Tibet in an attempt to smear China and suppress its development. We are firmly opposed to such moves. We welcome all fair-minded people from across the world to China to visit more places and see more things, to learn what is truly happening on the ground. Since the legislation on safeguarding national security in Hong Kong took effect, the city, standing as an international financial, shipping and trading center, has strengthened. Hong Kong remains in the lead of multiple global index rankings concerning the rule of law, safety and security and business climate. The lawful rights and freedoms of its residents are better protected. Hong Kong is now at a new stage where it has restored order and is set to thrive. We will remain steadfast in fully and faithfully implementing the policy of one country, two systems, firmly safeguard China's national sovereignty, security and development interests, maintain Hong Kong's prosperity and stability. Hong Kong will embrace an even brighter future tomorrow. Planet Earth is our one and only home. When the Japanese government decided to release contaminated water of the Fukushima nuclear plant into the sea, this decision bears on the security of the global ecosystem and the right to health of the people around the world. As many as 1.3 million tons of such water is to be discharged, containing over 60 kinds of radionuclides, some of which have no proven effective technology for treatment. Estimation shows the release will last 30 years. With the world's strongest ocean currents along the Fukushima coast, this radionuclide will reach every corner of the ocean around the globe 10 years after the discharge. this is not Japan's private business. Countries should urge Japan to take the legitimate concern of the international community seriously, fulfill its due international obligations, and deal with this nuclear wastewater in an open, transparent, science-based, and sane manner. Mr. President, colleagues, as the new year starts, China is ready to work with all parties to advance the global cause of human rights protection, promote the building of a community with a shared future for mankind. I wish this session of the Human Rights Council positive outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Dominique Hassler, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein. You have the floor, ma'am.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by expressing my sympathy towards the thousands of victims of the catastrophic earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Liechtenstein expressed its solidarity with the victims in both countries from the first minute and immediately decided to provide emergency relief. And we will consider further contributions in due course. Mr. President, 1 year ago we met at the Human Rights Council in complete shock about the tragedy that the Russian aggression against Ukraine has brought to the Ukrainian people. Now, 1 year into this unprecedented and unprovoked war of aggression, we are still in shock over the overwhelming evidence of crimes that have been committed, as well as the human rights and humanitarian crisis that has unfolded. It is important that the perpetrators of the most serious crimes in Ukraine, in the context of the ongoing Russian aggression, are held accountable. In this respect, Liechtenstein strongly supports the establishment of a special tribunal on crime of the aggression, as aggression is ultimately the origin of all other international crimes committed in Ukraine. Given that the crime of aggression is a leadership crime, it is also of crucial importance to ensure that there are no immunities, including for head of states and other persons in political leadership positions. A special tribunal for the crime of aggression, created through an agreement between Ukraine and the United Nations on the recommendation of the UN General Assembly, would ensure such comprehensive accountability and help deter would-be aggressors in the future. Liechtenstein continues to stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people and reaffirms its support for the sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity of Ukraine. In 2022, Liechtenstein provided approximately 2 million Swiss francs for humanitarian projects in Ukraine and its neighboring countries. We have focused on emergency relief, support for displaced people in and from Ukraine, as well as on projects to ensure accountability for the most serious crimes. Liechtenstein will continue its humanitarian engagement in Ukraine and will also do its part when it comes to reconstruction. Mr. President, the international community celebrates this year many anniversaries of important human rights documents, including the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 30th anniversary of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action, as well as the 25th anniversary of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. These anniversaries remind us that the international community came together decades ago to agree on key principles, to uphold human rights and fundamental freedoms, and to prevent and respond to violations thereof, as well as to international crimes. We should seize these anniversaries as an opportunity to recommit ourselves to the values and principles agreed upon in these milestone documents. Let me be clear. Upholding human rights and fundamental freedoms is a legal obligation and a prerequisite for sustainable development and peace. And whenever governments or de facto authorities decide not to uphold human rights, it has dire consequences for large parts of the populations. We see that, for instance, in Myanmar, where the military coup 2 years ago has led to a further deterioration of the already difficult human rights situation in the country, and in crimes against humanity committed by the Kathmandu regime. We also see it in Iran, where the peaceful protests in favor of the respect of rights, in particular for women and girls, have been responded to by a violent crackdown resulting in hundreds of deaths and thousands of arbitrarily arrested among protesters. We furthermore see such consequences in Russia, Belarus and Egypt, where individuals are imprisoned for exercising their rights to freedom of expression as well as to freedom of association and assembly. There are obviously also major human rights violations in Afghanistan, where the takeover by the Taliban has led to drastic deterioration of the living conditions for civilians, also particularly women and girls. Mr. President, unfortunately, these examples are only a few among many. It is important that the Human Rights Council addresses these situations and enables discussions on human rights situations which merit the attention of this Council. This is exactly why this Council has been established and all its members adhere to these principles. It is our common responsibility to use this Council as a forum to discuss some of the most pertinent human rights challenges of our time and to find common ground to address them adequately. This includes, among many others, the persistent discrimination of women, contemporary forms of racism, the impact of the environmental crisis and climate change on human rights, as well as challenges for the right to privacy stemming from new and emerging technologies. Liechtenstein will continue to actively promote and protect human rights at the domestic level, but also in foreign policy. We are looking forward to our fourth review under the UPR at the upcoming 43rd session of the UPR in May, and to a constructive engagement with all delegations. Last but not least, I would like to reiterate our strong support for the human rights system and urge all states to actively and constructively engage in order to resolve the human rights challenges we are facing. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Tordez Kulburon Rikifjord Gylfadóttir, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Mr. Vice President, High Commissioner, Excellencies, the past year has been a year that has brought on many disappointments, but it has also been a year of inspiration. The last time I addressed this esteemed body, it was only 4 days after Russia launched its illegal and brutal invasion of Ukraine. When I last spoke here, there was almost a complete consensus that Ukraine's infrastructure and government would soon crumble under the overwhelming weight of the Russian assault. But a time-tested truth has once again been re-established. An overpowering force of arms does not always suffice to defeat an overwhelming strength of purpose. I mention this here today because I believe that the world has drawn inspiration from the magnificent courage of the Ukrainian people and the dynamic and often poetic words of their leader, President Zelensky. As I said in my speech a year ago, Putin's war is waged against the advance of tolerance, against understanding, against peace. The worldview that the Russian president is offering to the world is based on repression, a stifling of free thought, violent nationalism, and fear of the other. It persecutes those who challenge authority. It stigmatizes for those who, by choice or by nature, are different and unique. For these and many other reasons, Russia's war and Ukraine's defense are relevant to the entire world. The invasion strikes at the heart of the UN Charter and the international rule-based order and is intended to undermine the fundamental human rights that all member states of the United Nations have undertaken to defend. At this juncture, it is encouraging a great majority of all UN member states have stated their clear opposition of this grave assault on the system we have built since the end of World War II. Last week, 141 nations again voted in favour of a resolution demanding the immediate withdrawal of Russia's forces from within Ukraine's internationally recognised borders and emphasised the need to hold those accountable who have committed crimes against international law. Horrendous reports of atrocities, rape, stealing and deportation of children, and forced deportation of children, and other grave human rights violations and abuses have fueled a sense of urgency that we all feel of ending this war and securing a just peace for the people of Ukraine. Iceland remains unwavering in its support and solidarity with Ukraine, and we are committed to playing our part, including in our presidency of the Council of Europe. We also stand with the people of Belarus in their fight for a free and democratic society denied to them by authorities that have also been enabler of this war. The relentless struggle of Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya for the rights of her people is an inspiration to all of us who value human rights. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, in the past year, the world has also been inspired by those in Iran who have risked their all to fight for human rights and an end to the subjugation of women by the state itself. In November, this Council took a stand against the injustice, the blows and the bullets which the Islamic Republic of Iran used in trying to stamp out peaceful protests by establishing a fact-finding mission. I am proud that Iceland played a role in this process. Unfortunately, the people of Iran are still being subjected to brutal violence and arbitrary actions by the state. In Afghanistan, the Taliban are committing the gravest violations and abuses of human rights by excluding half of Afghanistan population from society and the right to education. We call on the Taliban to lift the vast restrictions on women. Mr. Vice President, human rights are a fundamental part of Iceland's foreign policy, and over the past few years, we have increasingly become active in the Council, both as a member in 2018 till 2019 and an observer. As part of our commitment to the Council's work, Iceland is running for a seat on the Human Rights Council for the term 2025 until 2027. Our candidature is supported by all the Nordic states. If elected, we will be resolute in our support for the Council's mandate and will encourage all Member States to live up their human rights obligations and commitments, including through cooperation with the High Commissioner and the Council's mechanism. Mr. Vice President, in too many countries, people are persecuted because of their faith, their political views, or their sexual orientation. Human rights defenders and journalists risk their lives and liberties every day for calling out these injustices, and for engaging in an open, democratic debate. We have a collective duty to promote and protect human rights and freedom of all. And let us not forget that the fundamental freedoms of individuals, including the freedom of assembly, expression, conscience and freedom of thought, are needed to fuel human creativity and innovation, which in turn are the foundation of economic and social progress. The critical importance of this Council has perhaps never been clearer. I wish you all peace and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I have the honor to receive by video His Excellency Mr. Nikolaos Georgios Dandias, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Greece.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before I begin, allow me to convey our sincere condolences for the tragic loss of lives following the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. Greece has expressed its solidarity right from the beginning. Now it is an honor to address the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. I would like to congratulate Ambassador Balek on assuming the presidency of the Council. I also wish a warm welcome to the new United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Turk. We're looking forward to working with him in the difficult task he has assumed. Mr. President, we are faced with a series of unprecedented crises. The long-term effect of the pandemic, climate change, scarcity of basic goods such as food and water, and of course, prolonged conflicts caused by the blatant violation of international norms. In this context, we need to reaffirm our universal commitment to the respect of international law, and in particular, in the United Nations Charter. 75 years after its adoption, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is here to underline that there can be no peace if human rights are violated. Unfortunately, on the 24th of February, a year elapsed since Russia invaded Ukraine. I personally have visited Ukraine 3 times since the beginning of the war and one just before. I have seen for myself the suffering of innocent people. I'm apprehensive about the fate of the Greek community in areas now under Russian occupation, including Mariupol. In these challenging times, we stand along with all our partners in seeking justice and accountability. At the same time, we must not forget other conflicts conducive to human rights violations. Syria, Afghanistan, Libya, and Belarus are just a few cases. In this turmoil, Greece once again stood by its principles. Respect for rules-based multilateralism based on international law. After all, not all is doom and gloom. Efforts are being undertaken to improve the human rights situation in several countries. In times of severe challenges, there is one way forward: working together and building bridges in order to reach our common goals. To actively support this effort, Greece has put forward its candidature for the United Nations Security Council for 2025-2026. At the same time, we contribute to resolutions such as promoting cultural rights, sports and the Olympic Games, as well as the human rights in neurotechnology. Mr. President, it is with these priorities and principles that we aim to promote the vital work of the Council. In this vein, Greece presented its candidature for the Human Rights Council in 2028-2030. Greece has never had the chance to serve in the Council before. We will continue working in a spirit of international synergy and dialogue with all relevant United Nations bodies and member states, because we are convinced of the added value of effectiveness of consensus-based approach. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mehmet Kemal Buziye, the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Turkey, via video. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished friends, I address you today while the Turkish nation mourns its losses following the largest natural disaster of the century. We lost more than 40,000 lives. We have more than 100,000 injured. Earthquakes affected a large area of 110,000 square kilometers. Statistically speaking, this is an area larger than almost 150 states. Many regional countries felt the impact, most particularly Syria. This is the most devastating and unprecedented natural disaster of this century. We are in an undefinable and a deep sorrow. However, as Rumi says, whenever sorrow comes, be kind to it, for God has placed a pearl in sorrow's hand. The pearl was the profound international solidarity that we have been receiving from first day on. The pearl were the tears countless foreign rescue team members from all over the world shed from the joy of saving lives. The whole session would not be long enough for me to give you all the precious examples of support we received and tell you how grateful we are. This solidarity reconfirmed that we should adopt one humanity, one world approach in tackling our problems. Dear friends, despite all the difficulties, Turkey will continue to engage with UN Human Rights Council for protection and promotion of human rights for all. Turkey is committed to Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, including Crimea, as well as diplomatic efforts to reach a just peace. This is what we did by brokering Istanbul grain deal, mediating prisoners exchange, and facilitating talks on Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. We reiterate our support for Crimean Tatars' right to live freely and safely in their homeland. Turkey denies all sorts of discrimination, be it in the form of Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, racism, or xenophobia. Most recent despicable acts against our holy book Quran yet again made one thing clear. Hate crime is a hate crime and should not be allowed. Pushbacks, systemic violations of rights of migrants and refugees continue to cause major concern as well. We should not let desperate human beings die, neither in Mediterranean nor at the borders. In Syria, Turkey is trying to revitalize political process, enable safe, voluntary and dignified returns, and eliminate terrorist threats such as PKK, YPG, and Daesh. We facilitated humanitarian assistance to Syria from additional border gates after the earthquake. Also, international community must not allow the situation in Afghanistan deteriorate even further. We remind the interim government that recent limitations on women and girls, such as those on the right to education, are not humane. Establishment of an independent sovereign Palestinian state based on 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as capital is the only way for a just and sustainable peace. The recent escalation will serve nobody's interest. In Libya, free, fair, and nationwide elections under the UN's guidance is key to stability and peace. In South Caucasus, we will continue our sincere efforts for stability, including normalization process with Armenia. While respecting China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, we attach importance to the protection of the rights and freedoms of the Uyghur Turks and other Muslim minorities. It is important that recommendations of High Commissioner for Human Rights be implemented. Turkey wishes a peaceful resolution of the situation in Jammu Kashmir on the basis of UN Security Council resolutions. We reiterate our call for restoration of democracy and improvement of the Rohingyas' living conditions. Finally, let me touch upon Turkish Cypriot people. They were deprived of their inherent rights, namely sovereign equality and equal international status, by force in 1963. They still cannot exercise their basic human rights due to unjust and inhumane embargoes. Their situation should be addressed by this Council. Mr. President, distinguished friends, 2022 was a difficult year with multiple intersecting crises that know no boundaries. The only way to deal with these challenges is through more dialogue, engagement, and cooperation. As the most generous nation per GDP, Turkey has been underlining the importance of international solidarity. This is the approach that will unite us. Once again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you all for your solidarity.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Muzaffar Hussein Zoda, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished participants of the session, Tajikistan, from the early days of its independence, has taken a course towards building a secular and democratic state, where the human rights and freedoms are recognized as the highest values. Our country attaches great importance to cooperation with the United Nations structures, including the special procedures. The recommendations made by the special procedures following their visit to Tajikistan are included in the 2021-2023 Action Plan to implement the National Human Rights Strategy for the period up to 2030. Tajikistan also adopted a number of strategic documents in the area of human rights and national action plans to implement the recommendations of the United Nations bodies. These plans provide a set of measures aimed at implementing the recommendations of the United Nations human rights mechanisms, as well as specifying the time frame for carrying out the measures and the government bodies responsible. Distinguished participants, we value the important role played by civil society in actively promoting human rights and engage in collaboration with the civil society institutions. The civil society institutions and international organizations participate in the interagency commissions in an advisory capacity. They are members of the interagency working group established to implement the National Action Plan to prepare for the ratification and implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, covering the period of up to 2024, as well as the Commission on the drafting of the National Health Development Strategy for the period of 2030. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Tajikistan is committed to elimination of stereotypes and discriminatory attitudes towards women and ensuring equal rights between men and women in all spheres. Under the government gender policy, women's activism in the public sphere is being encouraged. Strengthening women's political participation and increasing the number of women in public service is a priority of the National Development Strategy for the period up to 2030. And the 2017-2024 State Program for the Education, Recruitment and Appointment of Gifted Women and Girls to Leadership Positions. Distinguished participants, climate change and its consequences have a profound effect on the enjoyment of human rights for billions of people. Alongside the increase in mud flows and floods, water scarcities and droughts, today the accelerated melting of glaciers, primary source of fresh water on the planet, is of great concern. To this end, our country is actively promoting an integrated approach to addressing water and climate issues. On the 14th of December last year, the United Nations General Assembly, at the initiative of Tajikistan, unanimously adopted the resolution to declare 2025 as the International Year of Glacier Preservation and March 21st as the World Day of Glaciers. At the same time, Tajikistan is dedicated to fulfillment of its obligations to improve access to clean drinking water and sanitation. The Drinking Water Supply and Wastewater Disposal Act were adopted on 19th of July 2019. On the 2nd of April 2020, there was adopted a water code which guarantees the right of access to safe and clean drinking water as an integrated component for the realization of all human rights. Human rights to water and sanitation are essential for eradicating poverty and building peaceful and prosperous societies in which no one is left behind. On 21st of March, we will gather for the most important once-in-a-generation event in New York, the UN 2023 Water Conference. This will be a crucial moment not only for the water sector, but for everyone working in sustainable development to review and evaluate the progress made and the gaps and obstacles we have encountered in realizing the goals of the water decade, and most importantly, agree on concrete measures and actions. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have the honor to give the floor to Son Excellence Madame Louise Mushikiwabo, Secretary General de la Francophonie. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Vice President of the Human Rights Council. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ministers and other state representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honoured to once again take part in the work of the Human Rights Council in the high-level segment of the 52nd session in my capacity as Secretary General of the Francophonie. I would like to take this opportunity to hail the decisive action taken by the group of French-speaking ambassadors here in Geneva who constantly strive to further respect for human rights in their own countries and around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to represent the International Organization of Francophonie, which brings together 88 states and governments across the 5 continents. They're brought together by the French language and the values at the heart of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And this year we are commemorating its 75th anniversary. This liminal text is part of humanity's common heritage, and Francophonie has built on this within its own sphere by adopting the Bamako Declaration in 2000, which is a blueprint of standards for promoting and safeguarding freedom, democracy and human rights. The 75th anniversary gives us an opportunity to take stock of the progress made implementing the Universal Declaration as well as the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action. Despite some significant difficulties, the French-speaking world has made a number of achievements over the past 20 years. The member states and observers have shown great commitment to international human rights instruments. Initially, it was a rather low commitment, but it has grown significantly so that nowadays 95.2% of our member states have ratified the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, and the same amount have ratified the Convention Against Torture. 84.3% have acceded to the Refugee Convention, 88% to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And one of the major achievements has been to abolish the death penalty in around 3/4 of our organisation's member states. 11 have done so since 2009, including the most recent abolitionist countries, the Central African Republic and Equatorial Guinea, who abolished the death penalty last year. So almost all our states can now be considered as de facto abolitionist. Now, when it comes to the International Covenant on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights, some progress has been made. Nevertheless, further attention must be paid in particular to the health sector, as the pandemic has recently showed us, and more consistent action should be taken on the right to education as well as women's rights. Failure to fulfill economic and social rights poses a risk to democracy and human rights. It's a source of crises and conflicts and thwarts development. I would also like to hail the wonderful cooperation that we've had with the High Commissioner for Human Rights through his support for our member states, and also the support that we've had in the Universal Periodic Review, which is a true turning point. This partnership must be strengthened in order to meet our member states' expectations, as was shown at the 6th Francophone seminar on the UPR last September. This seminar highlighted the need for an inclusive approach to promoting and protecting human rights involving national human rights institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, this 75th anniversary then is a good time to take stock, but it should also allow us to look towards the future. We must look how we can best ensure the promotion and protection of human rights in a context which is epitomised by a number of new and emerging challenges. So the Francophonie organisation must pay greater attention to the respect for the rule of law and human rights by implementing appropriate legal frameworks in some of our member states, fighting corruption which undermines the rule of law and triggers possible discrimination which could lead to a whole array of violations. We must also fight against fake news and hate speech. These seriously undermine people's dignity and can foster instability. So I would like to congratulate the member states' work to fight against fake news, particularly over the past 2 years. We must also pay greater attention to equal access to vaccinations and diagnosis and treatment tools. This attention must also be extended to youth and considering their needs in promoting and protecting human rights. The Francophonies consultations show that, like other people around the world, our young people want a more inclusive society where each and every one of us can exercise their rights effectively, including environmental rights. That's one of the main claims of our young people. They also want equal access to the digital world because otherwise inequalities will only be exacerbated online, particularly social and economic inequalities. As I did last year, I would also like to underscore the fact that girls' education is a major challenge for our era. So we must strive to ensure that greater attention is paid to the right for girls to have access to education wherever they be. It is also our collective responsibility then. So we would like in this context to hail the role played by the Human Rights Council, which has had a sincere, constructive and demanding dialogue. This dialogue represents renewed multilateralism, which is what we aspire to, but it must also cover different situations. I'm sure that you'll agree with me and the organization's member states who in the Geneva summit issued a declaration on linguistic diversity in international organizations. And this is my conclusion. Multilingualism is a prerequisite for the enlightened and equitable participation of all in debates and decisions, including, of course, debates on human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Mrs. Jan Beagle, Director General of International Development Law Organization. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Mr. Vice President, Office of the High Commissioner, Excellencies, it is a pleasure to address the Council on behalf of the International Development Law Organization. As many before me have noted, human rights are under tremendous pressure from a combination of overlapping and linked challenges, from the lingering COVID-19 pandemic to increasing conflict and the effects of climate change. Through our work in some of the world's poorest and most fragile contexts, IDLO knows all too well the threat that these challenges pose to peace, sustainable development, and human rights. 75 years ago, the drafters of the Universal Declaration were fully aware of the symbiotic relationship between human rights and the rule of law. Human rights give the rule of law its moral content, while the rule of law helps turn rights into reality. Strengthening this mutually reinforcing relationship is critical. The Declaration's call for human rights to be protected by the rule of law has rarely been more urgent or timely than at this time of intersecting global crises. Allow me to share 3 reasons why. First, the rule of law can help constrain the arbitrary and unchecked exercise of power at both national and international levels. Rising conflict and authoritarianism, closing space for dissent and debate, and attacks on the independence of the judiciary are all symptoms of this malaise. IDLO takes a dual approach, working from the bottom up to empower individuals and communities to claim their rights and hold decision makers accountable. We also operate from the top down, partnering with justice systems to increase effectiveness, access, and accountability, while ensuring greater respect for people's rights. Much of this work takes place in crisis contexts, where our support is most needed. 1 year into the war in Ukraine, IDLO is proud to support national partners, including the Office of the Prosecutor General, to strengthen access to justice and respect for international law. We are also continuing our long-standing work on anti-corruption reform in Ukraine, given its significant role in reconstruction and laying the foundations for sustainable peace. Secondly, the rule of law is essential to realizing human rights by ensuring that development is sustainable, inclusive, and equitable. The 2030 Agenda is humanity's most ambitious collective blueprint to help make the full spectrum of human rights a lived reality for all, and the rule of law is its key enabler. The rule of law encourages economic growth by providing stability and certainty and resolving disputes fairly and expeditiously. It also helps to make it inclusive and sustainable through the application of human rights principles of equality, equity, and non-discrimination. In this context, IDLO's investment support program for least developed countries provides eligible countries with no-cost support in investment negotiation and dispute settlement. My third and final point is that the rule of law is key to protecting human rights in the face of frontier technologies and existential threats such as climate change. A rapidly changing world means that our conception of rights must also evolve. In 2021, for example, this Council recognized for the first time that a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a human right. A rule of law-based approach can help turn this right into reality. Applying a justice lens to climate action can empower the most vulnerable people to have a voice in setting climate and biodiversity-related policies. We know, for instance, that women and girls are the first and worst hit by the effects of climate change, but are often not included in climate decision-making. So IDLO's approach places an emphasis on gender-responsive climate action. Last year, we launched comprehensive gender assessments of climate and environment-related legal and regulatory frameworks in several countries. We're also supporting women leaders to lead and influence decision-making processes on climate and environmental governance at the national level. In conclusion, I would submit that if we want to promote and protect human rights, we must invest in the rule of law. A genuine commitment to the rule of law and placing people at the centre through inclusive governance, accountability, and equality before the law will go a long way to resolving many of the factors that contribute to the current crises. Our biggest challenge, and the true measure of our success, will be reaching those whose rights are afforded the least protection, who live in conditions of the gravest injustice, and who are at the most risk of being left behind. Achieving this will not be easy. It will require time, effort, and collective action, guided by the principles of justice, equality, and solidarity enshrined in the Universal Declaration. The Human Rights Council and the Geneva-based multilateral community will have a key role to play. IDLO is committed to partnering with you through our headquarters in Rome and our offices in Geneva and around the world to promote our shared goals of promoting peace and sustainable development and building a culture of justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have the honor to receive via video His Excellency Mr. Ricardo Patano de Monticopo, Grand Chancellor and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Sovereign Order of Malta.
Mr. President, Mr. High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is my honor to address this session to the Human Rights Council in my capacity of Grand Chancellor and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Sovereign Order of Malta. The Human Rights Council plays an essential role in promoting the respect for human rights and human dignity worldwide, especially for the most vulnerable. I wish to thank the High Commissioner and in this office for their commitment and action to protect human rights and address violations worldwide. Mr. President, the Order of Malta remains deeply concerned by the continuous and massive violation of human rights in times of conflicts, in particular in the context of the war in Ukraine. We deplore the enormous human suffering and call for immediate stop of hostilities. All parties must comply with their obligation under international humanitarian and human rights law and ensure humanitarian access. At the beginning of the war years ago, we immediately responded and continue to this day to assist civilians in Ukraine and across Europe. The Order of Malta International and the national entities and partners have to this date delivered more than 4,500 tons of humanitarian aids in Ukraine, distributed 500,000 hot meals to IDP, provided 19,000 beds in shelters, and trained 13,000 people in first aid. We are also present in Hungary, Romania, Poland, Slovenia, Slovakia, Latvia, Lithuania, assisting refugees through medical, social projects, psychological support, providing healthcare, food, and shelters. Mr. President, the Sovereign Order of Malta attach great importance to the fundamental rights of freedom of religion or belief and enshrined in Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We are committed to upholding this right through our humanitarian action and diplomacy. The works of the Order of Malta in 120 countries are the gleaming example of our commitment to advance the observance of international humanitarian laws, protecting the disadvantaged and communities whose fundamental rights have been violated. This is also reflected in our active involvement in multilateral bodies such as the International Freedom of Religion or belief alliance. At the Munich Security Conference last week, in a side event we organized, the Order of Malta once again reiterated the special role faith actors play in promoting religious diplomacy when addressing conflict mediation and resolution. The Order of Malta also engaged in interfaith dialogue and promotes such dialogue between different religions and faith communities at all levels. My delegation looks forward to participating in interactive debate with the new special reporter on freedom of religion or belief during this session. Mr. President, following the recent devastating earthquake in Turkey and Syria, the long-term impact on the human rights of the affected population will be dramatic, especially in terms of right to food and housing. The Order of Malta has instantly undertaken emergency humanitarian relief activities and continues to assist those in need. With regard to the right to health, we must note that the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on human rights is still consequent and may last in the coming years. The health crisis might be over, however, the inequalities it has deepened or created persist. The Order of Malta fully supports the inclusion of the respect for human rights, supporting the World Health Organization negotiating body which is drafting a new international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response. Mr. President, my delegation will also participate and contribute the Order of Malta expertise for the topic of the rights of children in the interactive debate on the sale of children, violence against children, children in armed conflicts, as well as on the right to food. Finally, I wish and hope that this 52nd regular session of the Human Rights Council will prove fruitful and that it can substantially contribute to the promotion, protection, and implementation of human rights for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor to receive via video Mr. Hashem Steiner, Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme. Thank you.
Of the Human Rights Council. Secretary General, distinguished President of the United Nations Human Rights Council, High Commissioner, dear Volker, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address this high-level segment of the Human Rights Council. Thus, I would first like to take this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Václav Balek on his election as President of the Human Rights Council. On behalf of the United Nations Development Programme, let me also say how deeply saddened we are by the loss of life and suffering following the devastating earthquakes in Syria and Turkey. As part of the United Nations family, UNDP will support affected communities in the coming days, weeks and months as they recover from this tragedy. As we mark the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights this year, it is a moment to reflect on the progress that our global community has made. It has propelled freedom and development. It has also helped to dismantle structures that perpetuated racial and gender discrimination. Most recently, the global community has come together and recognized the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Yet, human rights are coming under enormous pressure in this era of polycrisis. That includes shrinking civic spaces and human rights backsliding in many parts of the world. Human rights defenders, including journalists and civil society leaders, are also under increasing threat. Indeed, UNDP's latest Human Development Report shows how trust is breaking down, which may then beget more instability. Some of the worst human rights violations occur during violent conflicts, now at their highest level since 1945, whether from Ukraine to Yemen to Syria and beyond. That includes also gender-based violence against women and girls. Indeed, there is a need for more concerted efforts to tackle intersectional forms of discrimination and violence, including against girls with disabilities. A new UN interagency statement, just endorsed also by UNDP, outlines a clear set of recommendations for the full realization of their right to live free from violence and discrimination, from legislation to finance. In 2023, the right to development remains a defining issue. As dire as some economic forecasts continue to be, the issue is not that we do not have enough finance. Global wealth has been estimated today at over $463 trillion. The real issue is where money is spent and by whom, and who benefits or not. In short, there is a pressing need for financing and debt relief to respond to the development needs of communities now without shortchanging the future. We must also address gaps in technical cooperation. Last year, I referenced the need to export the findings of human rights mechanisms more consistently into development practices and policies. That is now happening, including through supporting countries to fully leverage the Universal Periodic Review Process, or UPR. With the fourth cycle of the UPR commencing, we will support member states to turn conclusions of reviews and recommendations into actions and ultimately future reality. Albania has already used the process to support women facing discrimination, including the Roma community. Or look to Sierra Leone, which used the UPR process to help abolish the death penalty. UNDP, in partnership with the UN Human Rights Office, is strengthening our practical support to countries. That includes our partnership with GUNRI to support national human rights institutions, a cornerstone of human rights systems across the globe. This support, enabled by a tripartite partnership, will be scaled up in 2023 in all regions with the support of Norway. To take just one example of this engagement, consider the Asia-Pacific region, where we support these institutions to protect the rights of the LGBTI community. We will also assist these vital institutions to put the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment into practice worldwide. UNDP is also working with partners to ensure that the business sector fulfills its human rights obligations. With support from Japan, Sweden and the European Union, UNDP is today working to equip companies in 28 countries across 5 continents with new tools to advance human rights in business. In the last 12 months alone, some 2,000 companies have participated in business and human rights academies, from Mexico to Ghana to Indonesia. Distinguished President of the UN Human Rights Council, High Commissioner, as part of the UN family, UNDP will continue to answer the UN Secretary-General's call to action for human rights. That involves using human rights as one of the most powerful problem-solving tools for development choices and decisions, and ultimately to advance the global goals. Indeed, the entire UN family and our partners are torchbearers for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights across the world. We have a responsibility to rekindle its powerful message and keep its fire burning, helping to ensure that all people can gain freedom, equality, and dignity. Thank you for this opportunity to address you today.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, this was the last dignitary we could accommodate at this meeting. We will suspend the meeting for a few minutes before the annual high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming. Thank you so much. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. High-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming held pursuant to Council Resolution 16/21 to promote the mainstreaming of human rights within the United Nations system. The theme of this year's panel is a reflection on 5 years of the United Nations Youth Strategy, Youth 2030, mapping a blueprint for the next steps. It is my honor to welcome back to the podium Mr. Volker Türk, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, who will deliver an opening statement. We will also hear an opening statement from Ms. Yatma Vikramanayake, Envoy of the Secretary General on Youth, by video. I also wish to welcome our distinguished panelists, Ms. Diana Keita, Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director of the United Nations Population Fund, Ms. Annalisa Thompson-Flores, Director of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization Liaison Office in Geneva, Ms. Christine Saloum, Representative of the International Coordination Meeting of Youth Organizations within the High-Level Steering Committee of the United Nations Youth Strategy, and Mr. Sang-Yeon Lee, Director of the Employment Policy Department at the International Labour Organization. Mr. Gilbert Hungbo, Director General of the International Labour Organization, will deliver his panelist statement via video message. Excellencies, colleagues, the list of panelists, or list of speakers, will close in 15 minutes. Speakers are encouraged to intervene in an interactive way through comments and questions, taking into account and reflecting on the interventions of the panelists. Let me remind you that the speaking time limit is 2 minutes for all, and that a maximum number of 30 speakers will be accommodated. Representatives who have not been able to take the floor because of the time constraints will be able to upload their statements to the online system to be posted on the extranet. We have an excellent list of participants and many interested delegations, so I would like to kindly ask everyone to respect the speaking time limit. And now I have the honor to give the floor to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Sir, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, friends, my co-panelists. Very great to be here again. And it's obviously a very important topic, and I think we will hear in particular from you what it is that you will keep us on our toes and see how this youth, the 5-year youth agenda has actually, and strategy has actually been implemented. So we will very much bear that in mind. If one looks at countless surveys and interviews, the topics that come up and are at the forefront of young people's concerns are climate change and human rights. It demonstrates the power and relevance of human rights, which, after all, are the principles that ensure justice and fairness and that lead to solutions to some of the greatest fears of our time. It also indicates that, taken as a whole, young people are deep-thinking and far-sighted, and that we would all do well to listen to and take on board their ideas. So especially welcome the young people who are with us today and on screen, and it's really important that we hear and listen to you and that we learn from you in your strive for a better world. The purpose of this discussion is to ensure that the UN system is working to amplify your voices and to advance your rights, and that we are supporting you with tools and capacities that you need. 5 years ago, this youth strategy, the Youth 2030, was adopted to step up efforts to work with and for young people throughout the United Nations. To date, we have to ask ourselves, how far have we advanced the youth agenda, and what lessons can we learn from it as we move forward and look at 2030? I welcome very much the establishment of the UN Youth Office, which was, as you know, one of the recommendations that was contained in the Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, and which really was a call from young people themselves that we have picked up. I'm also glad that the inclusion of human rights as a priority area of the youth strategy has provided a clear framework for action with concrete benchmarks across all areas of human rights, development, peace and justice, including climate justice. Listening to young people and working with them to secure their rights have become central to the way that my office and other parts of the United Nations system work. The Step Up campaign that was launched by UN bodies in June 21 promotes the rights of young people and future generations to a healthy environment. My office has also established OHCHR 4 Youth Network, including in Fiji, Guatemala, Kyrgyzstan, Lebanon and Senegal, working on promoting and protecting young people's rights. And I've met some of those who participate, some of the young people who participate in this network. We also support young people with concrete tools that can assist them to stand up for their rights and engage with the United Nations. It's clear that youth engagement, and I've mentioned it on other occasions, will be central to our own Human Rights 75 initiative on the occasion of the various anniversaries that we have this year. A youth advisory group will help to guide us through all the activities and ensure that we take young people's needs and recommendations on board throughout the year and beyond. It is important to remember that those needs and recommendations will be diverse as young people themselves. We need to engage with young people of every ethnicity and from every income and educational background, of every political opinion, sexual orientation or other distinction. Despite all our progress, some institutions continue to engage with young people in a superficial, sometimes almost tokenistic way. They may have formal structures that acknowledge the importance of young people's views, but they are unlikely to seek out voices that are diverse or unfamiliar, and even less likely to act on what they say. And more broadly, even though overall young people have never been more acted, they continue to face significant obstacles to achieving their full potential, as well as discrimination that blocks their access to many human rights, restrictions on health care, including in relation to sexual and reproductive health and rights, inadequate labor rights and discrimination in access to decent work, including for young women, undue limits to conscientious objection to military service. These are difficulties met by young people simply by virtue of being young. Young women, LGBTIQ+, young people, young migrants, youth with disabilities, and those in conflict with the law face multiple and additional challenges. In many countries, severe restrictions on civic freedoms also alienate young people from the structures that are supposed to represent them. Many young people have a lack of trust in the ability of existing institutions and leadership to meet their concerns. Protests by young people often express their frustrations with these undue obstacles, and I think we have seen this over the recent year or so, where indeed young people have been at the forefront of protests. I also want to emphasize the worry of many young people, even the despair about the future of our world. Climate change and environmental damage darken their horizons and may sharply constrict their future. It is absolutely essential that young people be given the space to voice these concerns and to lead and participate in shared work to address them. By fully implementing Youth 2030, we can ensure that this space is opened up. We can ensure that pervasive discrimination is countered, and that our people and societies are able to realize their full potential. My office will continue to mainstream youth rights and to assist member states to realize these rights in laws, policies and programs. We know that young people all over the world are the drivers of social change, the spirit of resilience, the genius of innovation and the strongest seekers of solutions for the future of humanity. But they also have rights today, and a great deal remains to be done to realize them. I look forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. High Commissioner, for your opening statement. And now I have the honor to give the floor to Ms. Jayatma Vikramanayake, Envoy of the Secretary General on Youth.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, it is my pleasure to participate in this high-level panel on human rights mainstreaming. The topic of this year's discussion, a reflection of 5 years of Youth 2030, is timelier than ever, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss how to further advance the youth agenda across the United Nations system. It is clear that young people face numerous challenges and barriers in exercising their human rights, and it is pertinent that we identify potential next steps on how to address this issue at the UN, including in the Human Rights Council. We need not only to protect, but also to promote the human rights of youth. The establishment of the new UN Youth Office is an important step to strengthen our capacity to step up to this challenge. Please allow me to thank the member states who unanimously adopted the UN General Assembly Resolution 76/306 on the establishment of the UN Youth Office, showing your commitment to youth and embracing meaningful youth engagement in the UN and beyond. Your support and championship of youth issues will continue to be critical and invaluable for the fulfillment of the new office's mandate, including the commitment to provide youth with a nurturing environment for the full realization of their rights, as is stated in the resolution. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, recognizing that young people have a pivotal role to play in achieving sustainable, inclusive and peaceful societies around the world, Youth 2030, the first ever UN Youth Strategy, was launched by the Secretary General in 2018 with a vision to ensure a world in which the human rights of every young person are realized, a world where every young person is empowered to achieve their full potential, and a world that recognizes the agency, resilience, and the positive contributions of young people as agents of change. As of today, we have 130 UN country teams and 51 UN agencies participating in the Youth 2030 implementation, supported by a Youth 2030 Secretariat established in my office to ensure system-wide coordination. Foundations for system-wide implementation are also in place through scorecards for performance measurement and accountability of both UN entities and UN country teams, and these scorecards are fully integrated for a routine reporting of the UN system on the implementation of the strategy. To this date, 2 progress reports have been developed based on these scorecards. Baselines for the implementation of Youth 2030 have also been established. Youth 2030 indicators have been integrated into the quadrennial comprehensive policy review monitoring framework, QCPR 2021-2024, and the first reporting was completed in 2022. Knowledge products, including guidances, toolkits, analytical reports, have been produced and supported by the implementation of the strategy. Finally, we have started addressing some priority system-wide issues like tracking investments in youth, internships in the UN, and working for and youth with disabilities. youth as essential partners and the current lack of their meaningful participation is further recognized in the Secretary General's call to action on human rights and his report on our common agenda, which is a statement of solidarity with current and future generations. As quoted directly from our common agenda, young people tell us that our systems do not listen to them meaningfully and that our systems are short-sighted and do not take their concerns seriously. End of quote. To address these concerns and with the view to improve the way that UN deliberative and decision-making processes, such as the ones in the General Assembly, the Economic and Social Council, and the Security Council, engage young people, the Secretary General has tasked me to prepare recommendations in consultation with the world's young people for more meaningful, diverse, and effective youth engagement. I hope these recommendations will be of inspiration to the UN system at large, and I urge the Human Rights Council to concurrently consider not only possible methods of improving, but institutionalizing the participation of young people in its work in a permanent, structured, and meaningful way. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, as laid out in Youth 2030 and reflected in the title of today's panel, it is time to review the implementation of Youth 2030 and update the strategy to make it fit for the present and for the future as needed. It is my hope that the next phase of Youth 2030 implementation will see increased accountability towards young people and for more parts of the United Nations system to engage strategically with the strategy as a tool to mainstream our work with and for youth. One immediate step could be to ensure recurring briefings on the progress of the implementation of the strategy to the Human Rights Council. Furthermore, I encourage member states and representatives of human rights mechanisms to consider answering two key questions when discussing how to better integrate youth throughout their work. First, how to ensure the mainstreaming of youth rights into their existing work in order to address the human rights violations and concerns that specifically affect youth populations. Second, how to guarantee the continuous participation of diverse groups of young people, especially young women, indigenous youth, youth in rural communities, youth with disabilities, LGBTIQ youth, youth without access to technology, and others, to ensure that this mainstreaming process happens together with young people and truly reflects their needs. As I conclude, let me thank partners and donors for your trust and support in the implementation of the United Nations Youth Strategy. I'm looking forward to strengthening our close partnerships and collaboration for the empowerment and meaningful participation of young people, especially those most often left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me give the floor to the panelists for their initial presentations. I have the honor to give the floor to Ms. Diana Keita of UNFPA. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, young people, Mesdames et Messieurs, I am honored to represent Executive Director Dr. Kanem and join you all today and elaborate on our efforts to put young people's rights and agency at the heart of our work with the support of member states. Upholding human rights, achieving sustainable development, attaining peace and prosperity. If we want to make progress toward this global aspiration, we have to fulfill our commitment to young people. For UNFPA, working with and for young people is in our DNA. We work hand in hand with member states on the importance of achieving demographic dividend. We believe in young people in all their diversity as full-fledged right holders with the right to shape decisions that directly impact their lives and future. We work on the conviction that every young people is entitled to a healthy, safe, and fulfilling life free from discrimination and violence, investing in their health, including sexual reproductive health and right, education, empowerment is critical to sustainable development. By partnering with young people, we can drive positive social and economic development in their communities. In 2018, the UN launched the UN Youth Strategy, Youth 2030. It was the response to a demand by youth movement, member states, and other stakeholders for the UN to step up its work with and for young people. 5 years into the implementation of the youth strategy, it continues to gain momentum as evidenced by the strengthened overall attention to youth through all the UN system and the increased integration of youth issues in institutional frameworks and the increasing number of agency-specific and UN system-wide youth-centered programs. UNFPA is proud to be a major contributor to the Youth 2030 agenda, including with our own strategic plan and related adolescent and youth strategy, My Body, My Life, My Word. However, strategy and frameworks remain words on paper if they are not put into action by our team and partner on the ground. Let me therefore share with you some concrete examples of our action in line with the youth strategy. In all the countries we work, we advocate for policy and investment in young people and adolescent girls, particularly their health and quality education, including life skills education, both in and out of school young people. These programs help prevent teenage pregnancies, gender-based violence, and harmful practices, such as female genital mutilation, which often result in loss of schooling and diminished life opportunities. The outcome of this intervention, together with soft skills, contribute to strengthening youth employability and ultimately a successful transition into adulthood. In all our programs, we join forces with youth-led and youth-serving organizations to ensure access to youth-responsive services. Those meaningful intergenerational partnerships help us build community resilience, social cohesion, and the promotion of gender equality. Together with the International Federation of the Red Cross and other 60 members organizations, we have championed the Compact for Young People in Humanitarian Action. The first of the kind addresses humanitarian response efforts, such as in Ukraine, and very recently in the response of the devastating earthquakes which struck Turkey and Syria this month. UNFPA also worked together with Search for Common Ground and youth-led organization UNOY Peacebuilders to co-chair the Global Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security. We promote the engagement of youth activists in international human rights processes and mechanisms. Since 2021, we have supported 15 youth-led organizations to raise their concern at the Universal Periodic Review. This type of visible engagement has opened doors to their participation in national processes. And these progresses and advancements are encouraging. But there are still challenges. We are living in a world in crisis, which put pressure on lives of the population we serve. While we continue to be inspired by young people's commitment and mobilization for peace, social justice, climate action, and equality, and their drive for positive change, it is a fact that civic spaces are shrinking. We need to do better to promote, protect, and care for young people's health and well-being, and provide space for them to thrive and drive change they want to see in the world. The Secretary General and our common agenda puts the well-being of the younger generation squarely on the map, and he is calling upon all of us to focus on young people. The establishment of the new UN office marks a significant step forward in our collective effort to ensure that young people have a seat at the table and their voices are heard. Excellencies, Mr. President, need to be involved in discussion on how normative frameworks can be applied and further developed to provide the specific human rights protection they need. While a youth forum to discuss development policy already exists at the ECOSOC in New York, a similar arrangement for the human rights pillar in Geneva could be considered. As the High Commissioner mentioned this morning in his statement, that he will endeavor, I quote, to promote advances in all human rights without distinction and in every region and across all UN activities, end of quote. We at UNFPA stand right by his side to help him achieve his noble goal in close collaboration with every member state. If we are to achieve a world with 8 billion of us can thrive and prosper, we must ensure cooperation at all levels, be clear on our duty towards the future in terms of intergenerational and multicultural dialogue, and focus on human rights and choices of the youth of the world. As we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the human rights, more than ever, we need to raise the voice of the vulnerable ones among the youth. Their own diversity is critical, as one size does not fit all, to allow them to grow and fulfill their potential as balanced and happy human beings. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Madam. Now we will listen the video statement of Mr. Gilbert Hungbo, DG ILO.
Ladies and gentlemen, today, 282 million youth are not in employment, education, or training, the so-called needs of this generation. Most of them are young women who are 3 times more likely than young men to be neither employed nor in school. Yet, having a job does not always equal prosperity. Young workers are more likely to be in temporary jobs or in jobs without a written contract. More than 3 out of 4 are in the informal economy, while 1 in 3 is working yet living in poverty, with little or no access to protection, rights, and voice representation. Theirs is a generation affected like no other by the COVID-19 pandemic, the recent emerging conflicts, and disruptions to global supply chains. Unemployment, inactivity, and insecure work can have long-lasting, scaring effects in career paths and future earnings of youth. Unless these vulnerabilities are addressed and unless the mental well-being of young people is protected, we may be looking at a protracted youth employment crisis. Our efforts, both individually and as partners in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the UN Youth Strategy, must, above all, protect the rights of those who we are serving. I am sure you have all heard the argument that any job is better than no job. But I'm equally sure this audience knows all too well that a low-paid, dangerous, demeaning job can all too easily become a trap for which people never escape. There is plenty of evidence that improving working conditions can go hand in hand with increased productivity. Let's together emphasize the fact that rights are not a luxury that we have to wait for until economies become rich. Rights are a means to an end and an end in themselves. The international labor standards enable an environment in which decent jobs are created and work is performed in conditions of freedom, safety, and dignity. This is crucial to young people today and tomorrow as they navigate increasingly complex labor markets. Young people must be aware of their rights and surrounded by the institutions that protect them. So let's lead by example and uphold and promote the application of international labor standards. Let's ensure our actions are right-based and strengthen youth voices in key policy-making processes and in social dialogue. And that includes through our support for young people's participation and their voice in trade unions and employers' organizations. I invite you to join hands with the ILO and the UN Global Initiative on Decent Jobs for Youth to make social justice a reality for every young person across the globe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now let me pass the floor to Ms. Ana Luisa Thompson-Flores of UNESCO. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, 5 years into the UN Youth Strategy, we have many reasons to rejoice about what we have achieved and to reflect on strengthening our actions. Our efforts have been conditioned by an unprecedented pandemic and a worsening state of the world, from the climate crisis to conflicts, divisions, misinformation, and populism, shrinking civic space, and regressions in women's rights. These have a deep impact on young people. To take the example of political participation, people under the age of 30 are rarely found in parliaments, just 2.6% of the global proportion of members of parliament. On the other hand, 69% of people think that more opportunities for younger people to have a say in policy development would make political systems better. The United Nations is delivering on the strategy's priority areas, from education to employment, rights, health, peace building. We have deployed relevant responses together. Let me cite the UNESCO UNOCT project, Prevention of Violent Extremism Through Youth Empowerment in Jordan, Libya, Morocco, and Tunisia, or the Education Plus initiative, empowering adolescent girls and young women in sub-Saharan Africa, implemented jointly by UNAIDS, UNESCO, UNFPA, UNICEF, and UN Women. In doing so, we are acting on the conviction that the engagement of young people is essential in and through all of UNESCO's field of action. UNESCO is working with its youth climate networks on new solutions for our planet. This is also what we are doing in our biosphere reserves around the world, where support youth-led initiatives that raise awarenesses of the environment and biodiversity while creating opportunities for local communities. Our World Heritage Youth Forum has, for 25 years now, brought together students and teachers, fostering intercultural learning and exchanges about heritage and heritage conservation. Through our media and information literacy program, we are also working with youth to build their capacities on using new technologies. Yet, more efforts are needed on the strategy's foundational areas, particularly on youth knowledge and engagement to achieve tangible policy impact. We should continue investing in youth research so that young people define their solutions, placing research at the core of policy processes and our actions, as we did for UNESCO's Youth as Researchers program, engaging 10,000 youth worldwide. It resulted in knowledge and recommendations, including on the right to health and participation in public life, which led to concrete member states' commitments. Youth knowledge production for policy processes is also underway through national and regional research initiatives. To support this at UNESCO, we also launched a global youth grant scheme to support youth research and impactful actions. I invite you all to join us. UN entities and member states still need to reinforce capacities to dialogue and work with young people in policies and programming in a free, active, and meaningful way. We have been doing so at UNESCO since 2017 and will soon launch an innovative toolkit for national stakeholders. Only by changing our institutional cultures will we be able to truly place young people at the core of our actions. As we look ahead, we must reinforce tailored approaches to realize the rights of young people. staying away from amalgamations that are blind to diverse identities, needs, and aspirations. We need to connect better with youth in promoting human rights and anti-discrimination. The 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights is an occasion to do so. We must also leverage the opportunities provided by our common agenda, particularly the work on the Declaration for Future Generations and the Summit of the Future, to reverse systemic challenges that affect the rights of present and future generations alike. This must build on existing commitments to preserve the rights of present generations without endangering those of future ones. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam. And finally, I have the honor to give the floor to Ms. Christine Salom. Madam, you have the floor.
Greetings to you. I would like to express my gratitude to share on this platform as a young person. My name is Christine Saloum, and I'm representing a network of youth-led organizations under the umbrella of the International Coordination Meeting of Youth Organization, ICMEO. Through the engagement of young people in various constituencies, we are involved in the implementation of the World Programme of Action for Youth, the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals through the UN Youth Strategy, Youth 2030, Habitat 3, the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2250, and the implementation of UN System-Wide Action Plan on Youth. Speaking of accountability, I will touch base on the good practices, highlight some challenges, and propose ways to ensure accountability from the youth perspective, being part of the decision makers or the process, and holding leaders accountable for meaningful partnership is a way of driving youth accountability at all levels. Back in 2014, UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon stated, "Accountability is essential to assess progress and achieve results. This should happen at the national, regional, and global levels. All actors, including government, the UN system, civil society, and the private sector, should be accountable for honoring their commitment. We need an inclusive, robust, yet flexible accountability framework. Consequently, accountability without support is a form of cruelty." For young people, to be accountable and take responsibility towards society means the one must exercise the right to be part of the decision-making process, to work in partnership with decision makers and boards, and be fully engaged. And acknowledging the importance of youth needs assessment from our knowledge, experiences, and perspective of youth helps in addressing the issue of the highest priority. Most importantly, the recognition of the value of investing in and empowering youth is unavoidable. For instance, the International Federation of the Red Cross, in a document related to community engagement and accountability toolkit, stated that evidence, experience, and common sense show us that when communities play an active role in designing and managing our programs and operations, the outcomes are more effective and more sustainable. In a simple way, like a cake, we may seem to be the cherry on the top, yet we can be the part of the main composition or ingredients. This implies that we are part of the decision-making process, and that requires trusting in the abilities, involvement, and contribution of youth, no matter how little it might seem. At this point, I will share a personal experience. By the end of 2019, the Lebanese situation started to collapse on all levels. The majority of people in Lebanon are unable to secure their social and economic rights amid a deepening economic crisis, with low-income households bearing the brunt. The response of the authorities failed to address everyone's rights to an adequate standard of living. Therefore, youth came forward to help in the situation. A group of young, enthusiastic specialists in the medical, dental, social, and the humanitarian field started an initiative of social and medical support to fill the gap. Moreover, assessing the challenges closely will help the United Nations to understand and build bridges to work in partnership with youth and assist them in actively participating in the development process. As Steve Jobs states, that if you define the problem correctly, you almost have the solution. Therefore, making room to know the challenges is part of the bridge that will lead to partnership and collaboration with the youth to ensure that the United Nations system works effectively and efficiently. As a starting point for positive change, these challenges come in several ways and include the lack of trust, opportunities, common purpose, clear expectations, communication, and collaboration. Even though every challenge is relative to each one of us due to our personal experiences, learnings, and outcomes, young people work to achieve the best result by implementing accountability measures. Youth accountability is part of the community engagement and the overall accountability that we need to achieve the Youth 2030 strategy. It is a way of working that recognizes and values community members as equal partners and the statement of working with and for youth. It makes sure their opinions are heard and used to design and guide the result and goals. For this, good practices of accountability can be viewed as shifting from what can I do to what we can do. With a we, it means inclusion and more opportunities, support, idea sharing, and capacity building. Each person has a unique role to play in making the paradigm shift. Each young person has an experience and an input. In some, meaningful participation is where young people are not considered beneficiaries but active participants and implementing partners. And by saying young people, we mean all kinds of youth. Young women, young people belonging to minority groups, refugees, stateless, and migrants. As per our recommendation, with the support of many youth across the world today, the UN must prioritize the following. Continuously encourage meaningful youth participation to bridge the gap between young people and decision makers, establishing spaces and making them accessible for young people and youth organizations to understand the perspective and challenges of young people, highlight the youth accountability experience and to build stronger system for decision making, and finally, equal and equitable access to funding by youth organizations to build youth capacities and promote youth rights to ensure meaningful participation across all UN systems. More youth should have the opportunity to participate in the HRC processes and mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the first segment of the list of speakers. Let me remind you that all interventions from the floor are limited to 2 minutes, and I do apologize for being strict, and I hope for your understanding. The list of speakers is now closed, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa, Ms. Candid Kwaite Mashengo Dlamini, Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa. Madam, you have the floor.
Mr. President, in 2018, the 73rd session of the General Assembly took a bold and timely step with the launch of a UN first ever strategy on youth. The Youth 2030 strategy recognizes the need to work with and for the youth of this world. Today, the global youth population is estimated at 1.3 billion. This is the largest generation of young people in history. Developing countries account for the largest proportion of this demographic, with more than 60% of the population of the African continent being under the age of 25. Mr. President, today young people are confronted with multiple of intersecting challenges which have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic that has disproportionately affected the youth and reverse progress made towards the implementation of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. As a result, the world is experiencing unprecedented level of unemployment, poverty, hunger, inequality, racism, and discrimination. Notwithstanding these challenges, young people are important agents of change. In the past 5 years, we have seen youth-led protests across all regions, fueled by rising unemployment, cost of living, poverty and inequality. In my own country, the youth played a key role in fight of human dignity, freedom and democracy against the pernicious apartheid government. The culmination in the June 1976 youth uprising. It is for these reasons that South Africa's National Youth Policy 2020-2030, which was developed in consultation with the young people, is inter alia underpinned by the principle of non-discrimination, social cohesion, diversity, gender responsiveness, and transparency. It is therefore important that young people are included.
I'm really, really sorry for jumping in, but we have agreed on certain rules and principles, and one of them is 2 minutes speaking time. And I'm really sorry, I do apologize, but this is the rule which is going to be applied to everybody. Now let me pass the floor to the delegation of Cabo Verde on behalf of CPLP. Thank you.
Mr. President, it is with great honor that I deliver this speech on behalf of the community of Portuguese language countries. We share the vision of the United Nations Youth Strategy 2030. We desire a world in which the human rights of every young person are realized, a world that ensures that every young person has the necessary condition to reach their full potential, and a world that recognizes the resilience and positive contribution of young persons as agents of change. Conscious of the strategic role of young, there are several CPLP initiatives aimed at empowering youth and creating conditions to enhance their activity role in community. First of all, I wish to rally the approval of the CPLP into Charter in 2013, which realities our community's commitment to the sustainability of new generation, combating unemployment and job insecurity, promoting professional training, employment and youth entrepreneurship, and guaranteeing their participation in public decision making. Moreover, I wish to mention the creation of the CPLP Young Parliament in 2019 within the scope of the United Nations recommendation for the creation of space for reflection on citizenship and peace and the further development of democracy.
Madam. I'm really sorry for jumping in again, but please, let's stick to the time allocated to each and every delegation. Now let me pass the floor to the delegation of Uzbekistan, speaking on behalf of a group of countries. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the members and observers of the Organization of Turkic States. Young people have an enormous capacity to transform the world for the better. Promotion of the rights of young people to education, employment, and health will help achieve peace, security, justice, climate resilience, and sustainable development for all. Yet globally, young people face numerous challenges to realize their potential and human rights. We note with satisfaction the Council's recent resolutions on the human rights implications of the COVID-19 pandemic on young people and on youth and human rights. Organization of Turkic States recognize the value of investing in and empowering youth. Human rights education equips them with the knowledge to advance their rights. Youth platform established in 2017 strengthens coordination and cooperation among more than 100 youth organizations of the Turkic states. Young leaders forms enables to prepare the future leaders of Turkic states with an increased awareness of social problems. The organization announces 2022 as the year of support for youth initiatives in the Turkic world. And in this year, we are planning to hold the International Congress of Science and Innovation of the Youth in the Turkic world. In the framework of the United Nations Youth Strategy, Youth 2030, Turkey proposed to establish a youth center in Istanbul. I thank you.
I thank you for your speech and for respecting the others. Now let me pass the floor to the delegation of Lithuania on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Nordic Baltic countries, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Lithuania. Today we see active, determined, and concerned young people. The international community has an obligation to provide a safe and prosperous future for the next generation. But the main global urgencies remain, including armed conflicts, climate change, disparities in education and employment, both within and between countries, digital inequalities, and social exclusion of vulnerable groups. In order to make progress on these issues, we fully support the UN Youth Strategy, and we are determined to continue engaging and working for and with youth. As a next step for tangible results, we see the need for strengthening cooperation among the private sector, governments, and civil society. Only by working together, we can provide platforms for young people to express their concerns and participate in decision-making processes. Furthermore, we believe it is important to provide opportunities for active youth participation in the labour market and ensure increased youth employment without any discrimination or age-related exploitation. It would allow young people to improve their skills and balance labour demand. Our goal is to hear, learn, and work together with youth. We are looking forward to engage in further implementation of the UN Youth Strategy. I thank you.
I thank you, Excellency. Now let me pass the floor to the delegation of the European Union, speaking on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you. I have the honour to deliver this statement on behalf of India, the EU and its member states, as well as a group of other countries across the regions representing 87 countries in total. We welcome the focus of this year's discussion. Young persons are powerful agents of change for our societies. We recognise the significant contribution of young persons towards building a more inclusive, just and sustainable future. Young persons worldwide are essential partners in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement, Women, Peace and Security Agenda, the World Programme for Human Rights Education, as well as the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Global crisis and instability disproportionately impact young persons, especially girls and young women who increasingly face multiple and intersecting challenges. The climate crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic have exacerbated gender inequalities and increased the digital divide in education. We call for a digital transformation in education that ensures access to inclusive quality education for all. We also call for the promotion of full, equal and meaningful participation of young persons, including girls and young women, young persons in vulnerable situations and youth organisations, in decision-making at all levels. We stress the need for the protection of young activists and human rights defenders. Only by engaging and working for and with youth, supporting them in standing up for their human rights, and creating the conditions allowing them to play an active role, can we achieve enduring peace, security, climate resilience and sustainable development for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me pass the floor to the delegation of Qatar, speaking on behalf of a group of Arab states.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to present this statement on behalf of the Arab group. Youth are the force behind achieving peace and security, sustainable development in all countries. It goes without saying that many challenges that youth face in various parts of the world require comprehensive perspective on their issues. and take account of their real needs, interests, and priorities, and above all, their aspirations for a secure and prosperous future. The Arab world, the Arab region, is one of the youngest regions in the world. Arab countries, though through their relevant national measures and policies, have taken care of the youth and have adopted many initiatives at the national level, especially with regard to providing quality education, decent job opportunities, investment in construction, and developing youth capabilities in all aspects of life. Our countries have also raised awareness of youth issues and challenges to include them in national plans to enable them to work in technology and media and economy and sport, etc. However, there are remaining initiatives and fears that threaten their future, such as the conflict and political instability, as well as unemployment and climate change. And in order to respond to the strategy 23 youth, there are many steps have been taken in order to develop their capacities by cooperating with the United Nations and the international community. Thank you, sir.
Now let me pass the floor to the European Union.
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the European Union and its member states. We welcome the focus of this year's high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming on youth. At a time marked by multiple challenges impacting young persons, especially young women and girls, there is a need to strengthen our partnership with young persons to achieve positive change. In this spirit, the European Commission designated 2022 as the European Year of Youth to bring young persons' voices and needs back to the center of the EU policies and actions. To keep building on this legacy, the Commission adopted the Youth Action Plan for 2022 to 2027. Mr. President, the EU is committed to creating more inclusive societies where young persons take part in decision-making processes, not just at the regional and national level, but also at the UN level. Empowering and engaging young persons is essential to build stronger, inclusive, peaceful, and democratic societies where human rights and the rule of law are respected and the interests of future generations are taken into account. I thank you.
I thank you. The next statement will be delivered by the delegation of El Salvador on behalf of a group of countries.
Señor Presidente.
President, I'm making this statement on behalf of the group sponsoring the resolution on youth and human rights of this council. The list of countries will be published on the extranet. We wish to thank the UN representatives and the panelists for their contributions in recognizing the global, regional and national progress that has been made in the 5 years since the implementation of the UN Youth Strategy. We recognize significant progress in terms of inclusion, empowerment and participation of young people in different strategic areas for bringing about the 2030 Agenda. Nevertheless, young people face many challenges that are a violation of the full enjoyment of their human rights. We are particularly concerned at the repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic, which persists and has a negative impact on the life of young people, such as physical and mental health, the lack of access to education, the lack of decent jobs, difficult economic situation, amongst others. We need to tackle these challenges urgently and adopt comprehensive actions to build an environment which allows young people to really reach their maximum potential. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen existing initiatives to guarantee that young people are included in a significant manner in the decision-making process, in politics, in social affairs, in the economy and in cultural issues, particularly in the context of the 2030 Agenda. We need to contribute from the multilateral sphere to guarantee the full realization of all the human rights and fundamental freedoms of young people. We also need to work together with the new Office of the UN for Youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Now let me pass the floor to the delegation of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. You have the floor.
Excellencies, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your valuable contributions today. The Kingdom of the Netherlands aligns itself with the EU-India joint statement. Young people will live the longest with decisions made by today's policymakers. The Netherlands therefore believes that young people should be structurally and meaningfully included in international policy making, including throughout UN processes and at UN fora. This implies we work with them as leaders, partners and beneficiaries, that we attentively listen to what matters most to them, that we take their views, concerns and suggestions into account in our policies, strategies and programs. This is why we actively work together with youth and our Dutch youth UN representatives to incorporate the voices of youth in all our policies and multilateral contributions in a most meaningful fashion. This collaboration entails the continuous engagement of youth representatives in consultations, negotiations and policy making. Meaningful youth participation involves more than cooperation and consultation with youth organizations and youth representatives on matters that feature high on our agenda. Young people should also have the opportunity to speak out about their own ideas, hopes and concerns. As a vital part of the participation process, we thus need to ensure that young people are fully informed about the issues at hand and the processes they are engaged in. Young people can form the bridge between the present and the future. Intergenerational dialogue is essential to ensure the sustainability of human rights. This demonstrates how critical it is to not only include young people in our conversations now, but to also advance the inclusion and interests of generations yet to come. I'm proud that our Youth at Heart strategy
Thank you very much. Let me remind you about the buzzword 2 minutes. Please, please. Now, I would like to invite the delegation of Qatar. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, President. The state of Qatar pays considerable attention to youth and women specifically by investing in education, training, and providing employment opportunities, including leadership positions and decision-making positions. Youth centers, both of a general and specialized nature, have been established in order to improve their competencies in all areas. Qatar has adopted a national strategy for youth, which is a national vision and strategy that determines the needs and priorities related to youth, including involving them in development and decision-making processes in order to enable them to participate in solutions that have to do with global challenges, including the SDGs and the Reach Out to Age project. Since 2009, we have been organizing youth empowerment conferences in the framework of Qatar's initiatives to support youth at the regional and international level. The Silatek Foundation, created by Sheikh Moza bin Nasser, is also empowering youth both socially and economically by providing them with opportunities and resources to create and develop their own enterprises. This foundation offers global and innovative solutions for youth, working with international and national partners, including the United Nations, and has created projects in 17 countries to help youth escape unemployment and poverty. We also have an agreement with the European Union to the tune of €10 million to help youth in provinces. Thank you.
Mr. President, Nepal appreciates for convening this year high-level human rights mainstream panel focusing on youth and thanks the distinguished speakers and panelists for their insightful remarks. The United Nations Youth Strategy launched in 2018 has recognized the strength of youth's view, insights and ideas and their inclusion in the works of the UN system. As the implementation of this strategy has entered its 5th year, we are happy to note the progress achieved in its implementation as highlighted in the latest progress report. Mr. President, youth are the agents of change and are the leaders of tomorrow. Their meaningful engagements in the global agenda at present would contribute to the prosperity of the future generation. Having said this, the impacts of the pandemic and other multiple crises, including the economic crisis, have been posed unprecedented setbacks on the progress made so far. The rise in unemployment, deepening global poverty, widening inequalities, among others, have disproportionately impacted the enjoyment of youth's right in the developing countries, in particular the LDCs. It has also affected their mental health and livelihood. Mr. President, in Nepal, we have developed a Youth Vision 2025 with the objective of making the Nepalese youth strong, competent, competitive, and self-reliant to build a modern, just, and affluent Nepal through their meaningful participation and promotion of their leadership capacity. We underline that the implementation of Youth 2030 should continue towards empowering the youth with due focus of addressing the ongoing global challenges and also ensuring their meaningful inclusion for the attainment of the 2030 agenda so far further sustainable development. I thank you.
Thank you. Now let me pass the floor to the UN Women.
Microphone for the speaker.
Microphone, please.
Thank you, Chair. The empowerment of young people, the protection and fulfillment of their fundamental human rights is an indispensable precondition for just, inclusive, peaceful, and sustainable societies and the achievement of gender equality. Young people are mobilizing worldwide to demand and catalyze change on critical global issues. They are at the forefront of initiatives aimed at transforming society towards social justice, gender equality, and sustainability. At the same time, young people face unique barriers in exercising their human rights. UN Women acknowledges these barriers and the importance of approaches that value co-creation, dialogue, shared perspective, and centering the voices of historically excluded groups. Youth leadership, especially for women and girls, in all of their diversity, is well aligned with UN Youth 2030 strategy, which aims to scale up global, regional, and national actions to meet young people's needs, realize their human rights, and increase their agency. By including young people in our work and in their wider United Nations system, we hope to not only support the protection and fulfillment of their human rights, but also raise awareness about youth and adolescent issues and increase their participation in decision-making processes. As we work towards the realization of gender equality, we remain committed to prioritizing their perspectives and the needs of young people in creating a more equal and just world for all. Thank you.
I thank you. Now let me pass the floor to the World Vision International.
Thank you, Mr. President. World Vision, Save the Children and Child Rights Connect welcome the UN increased focus and work on youth issues, recognizing that much more needs to be done to address challenges and barriers that young people face in enjoying their human rights and the need to empower them. The important and welcome gains for youth participation and agency have also benefited children, as the term youth often includes adolescents. However, the lack of an internationally agreed legal definition of youth often results in the exclusion of children from discussion and processes that have an impact on their rights. Subsuming children in the youth terminology contributes to blurring the lines between children and young adults, despite children constituting a group of distinct right holders as laid out in the Convention of the Rights of the Child. As the empowerment and safeguarding of children requires dedicated expertise, there is a bias in practice towards youth representing both children and young people, with a risk in undermining the voices of persons under 18. We therefore encourage more synergies between the work on youth and children. We welcome the forthcoming Secretary General Guidance Note on child rights mainstreaming, which will help address existing gaps. This is even more critical at a time where there is an unprecedented pushback against child rights, in particular on issues of children agency and participation, which is an essential element of the child rights approach. Therefore, we call on the UN and member states to recognize the specific rights and needs of children and frame the discussion around children and young people and not exclusively on youth, and explore how existing youth mechanism can be expanded to ensure children's representation, outreach to children's network, and accountability to children. And finally, to ensure the upcoming Secretary General guidance note on child mainstreaming is implemented by all UN agencies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for the joint statement, and another joint statement will be delivered by IAMA.
Thank you, Mr. President. Istituto Internazionale Maria Ausiliatrice and Vides welcome the choice to dedicate this annual high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming to the theme of youth, and in particular on the implementation of the United Nations Youth Strategy, in line with the 2021 report of the Secretary General entitled Our Common Agenda. As IIMA and Vides, we remember when the first resolution on youth and human rights was adopted in 2016 by this Council. We passionately advocated then and continue to advocate to ensure that youth rights were placed high in the agenda of the Council in the following years. It is true that since then, the Human Rights Council has come a long way in identifying human rights violations suffered by young people, but also in recognizing the great contribution that they make for the promotion and protection of human rights, both for their peers and for society at large. We observe how a few recommendations on youth-related issues are now raised also in the framework on the Universal Periodic Review and the treaty bodies. And yet much remains to be achieved, especially regarding the mainstreaming of youth rights at the national, regional, and international levels. To adequately address the challenges faced by young people and unlock their potential as human rights advocates, there is a need for systematic and effective mainstreaming of youth rights through the existing UN human rights mechanisms. How can we ensure adequate policies, processes, and platforms for meaningful youth engagement across the UN system if we do not know youth reality on the ground? How can we ask them to commit if youth-related issues are still often kept out of the country's human rights reviews? Therefore, IIMA and Vides call on the member states and the concerned UN bodies to realize an effective and systematic mainstreaming of the human rights of youth through all the existing UN human rights mechanisms, especially the UPR and the treaty bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker on my list for this first segment is Youth Parliament for SDG. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Euromed Monitor and Youth Parliament for SDG would like to highlight the difficulties that young migrants and refugees encounter when it comes to accessing educational facilities and proper political guidance. In 2021 alone, EU member states received 23,255 asylum applications from unaccompanied minors, most of which were forced to flee their homes due to political persecution, child labor, underage military recruitment, trafficking, sexual exploitation, unequal living standards, and violence. In most cases, unaccompanied minors who are seeking asylum do not have access to education and are exposed to harsh living conditions such as detention centers and foster care services, where they are unable to access human rights institutions. Due to these restrictions, young migrants are either unable to identify their basic rights or fear political persecution, which hinders their ability to advocate for their rights in institutions such as the United Nations. The cases of these minors are especially concerning as they are already suffering previous trauma, discriminatory treatment, unequal educational opportunities, and often lack civic engagement whilst they are in the process of receiving their refugee status in completely foreign countries. These young migrants and refugees are at the heart of human rights violations in Europe and should have access to a platform to be able to engage with policymakers, member states, and international organizations to address the concerns they have. Euromed Monitor and Youth Parliament for SDG stressed that in the process of strengthening the implementation of the United Nations Youth Strategy, young migrants are given the priority in decision-making to ensure they receive equal opportunities and are provided with the attention and safety assurance needed to integrate the youth with the work of the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you. As I've indicated already, we have exhausted the first segment of the list of speakers, so we will now proceed with the second segment of the list of speakers, but please keep in mind that 2 minutes limit remains in place. I give the floor now to the delegation of Niger.
Délégation se félicite.
President, my delegation welcomes the organization of this high-level roundtable on the mainstreaming of human rights, particularly emphasizing the youth. In Niger, where over 49% of the population is under 15 years of age, and the 15 to 35 age group amounts to over 72% of the population, the issue of the youth is of central importance in the governmental policies. Since his accession to head of state, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Mohamed Bazoum, is personally involved in encouraging the significant segment of the population, specifically emphasizing girls, to participate effectively in the process of socioeconomic development and political governance through access to high-quality education for all, the promotions of creativity, merit, civic responsibility, and citizenship. The actions taken to develop human capital in Niger also involve protecting and strengthening the capacity of the youth through adopting the National Youth Policy and its strategic plan, territorial activities in centers of promotion of youth, and strengthening access for youth in rural and urban areas. All of these actions prove the interest that Niger is investing in youth and its intention to continue to take efforts to enable them to play a role of social transformation and change, peace building, and stability. To conclude, we commend the progress made in the framework of the UN Youth Strategy, and we call on the international community to revitalize its global efforts to support youth at all levels and to achieve the goals set. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Of Jamaica.
Mr. President, Jamaica is pleased to participate in this year's high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming with its focus on the United Nations Youth Strategy. We believe that our youth are torchbearers for realizing national development and the sustainable development goals for the future we need. This belief underpins the policy programs undertaken by Jamaica and aims to increase opportunities for our youth. These programs include the Jamaica Youth Ambassadors Program, the Youth Advisory Council of Jamaica, the National Youth Parliament of Jamaica, and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, to name a few. Mr. President, we are cognizant of the disruptions induced by the COVID-19 pandemic to youth's learning, employment opportunities, and their participation and involvement in the society and the economy. This stark reality should accelerate our collective actions and renew our commitment for youth mainstreaming, ensuring that no youth is left behind. Jamaica recognizes that when youth are provided with opportunities, they repeatedly demonstrate and bring their creativity and innovation to national discourse and policy formulation. It is within this context that Jamaica held a historic sitting of the first all-female youth parliament involving women aged 18 to 25 on the 21st of February. This initiative is aimed at cultivating young women's interest in public leadership and equipping them with the knowledge, skills, and networks as youth leaders. We encourage the UN to continue frequent impact assessments of the UN Youth Strategy. We remain committed to this important agenda and anticipate the great work
Thank you very
which
much,
lies
Madam.
ahead.
The rules
Thank you.
apply also for Jamaica. Now let me invite the delegation of Malawi.
Mr. President, High Commissioner and Excellencies, Malawi welcomes this panel discussion and thanks the panelists for their insightful presentations. As we all acknowledge, the youth constitute the greatest proportion of the world's population. Consequently, as Resolution 5117 of this Council emphasized, member states should ensure that they do not leave behind the majority of the citizens of the world in their development agendas. Further, reality has demonstrated that the youth are one of the most vulnerable demographic groups world over. We should therefore do all we can to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of all human rights of our young persons, including civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. The need to include the youth in every layer of our development agenda is even more paramount as we face mounting challenges such as COVID pandemic, climate crisis, and conflicts. Resolution 5117 stresses that states should promote new initiatives for the full, effective, structured, sustained, and meaningful participation of young people in the relevant decision-making processes in political, economic, social, and cultural spheres, including in designing and implementing various policies, programs, and initiatives. In this regard, Malawi ensured effective youth participation in the development of our National Development Blueprint, Malawi 2063, and we continue to ensure their involvement in the implementation of the development agenda and other initiatives. We continue to empower the youth through education, skills development, and access to economic opportunities. We remain committed to working with the young people and other stakeholders to ensure that the voices of young people are heard and their rights and needs are addressed in every cycle of our national development agenda. Thank you.
I thank you. Now let me invite the delegation of Burkina Faso.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. President, Burkina Faso welcomes the organization of this high-level round table, which presents an opportunity to discuss the decisive role that youth play in responding to economic, political, and social crises, in protecting human rights, and the implementation of social change. Burkina Faso is aware of the challenges related to the promotion and the rights of youth and their involvement in developmental processes, and has introduced policies in accordance with the UN strategy for the youth in order to empower them and strengthen their capacity to respond to adversity. It's in this spirit that we've adopted and implemented a national strategy for employment 2021-2025, as well as a national strategy for the promotion of youth entrepreneurship and operational plans of action. We also have programs combating poverty and encouraging development of youth. In order to ensure that the voice of the youth is heard and that we build a peaceful, just, sustainable world, the government has implemented a project for the promotion and protection of young peace builders and young human rights defenders, which has enabled numerous young human rights defenders to be equipped and educated on human rights in the context of the fight against terrorism, especially on mechanisms for the prevention and sanction of torture and forced disappearances. To conclude, Burkina Faso recommends, when planning future actions for the UN strategy for the youth, that we develop actions to combat the enlistment of youth in terrorist groups. I thank you.
Merci à vous. Now we will hear the statement by the delegation of Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations.
A central principle of the 2030 Agenda is the assurance that no one will be left behind. The universal nature of the 2030 Agenda entails that young people should be considered across all goals and targets. Thus, young women and men's importance is of universal concern. Nearly 1 billion of the world's 1.2 billion youth aged 15 to 24 reside in developing countries, and rural youth make up around half of all youth in those countries. By 2050, the global population will reach 9.6 billion, requiring a 70% increase in food production. Young women and men are key for rural development and inclusive transformation, while providing ideas, inspiration, and energy to imagine, create, and grasp opportunities for stronger, more connected, resilient, and prosperous rural areas. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations recognizes that youth are already at the front line to build more sustainable agri-food system and are best placed to rejuvenate the sector. Since its launch in 2018, FAO has strongly supported the implementation of the Youth 2030 strategy by providing support to countries to develop more youth-inclusive policies, strategies, investments, programs and projects. FAO remains fully committed to furthering the implementation of the Youth 2030 while making agri-food systems more inclusive. I thank you.
I thank you. Now let me invite the delegation of Vietnam. Sir, you have the floor.
We appreciate presentations on how the UN system is supporting states party in scaling up global, regional and national actions to meet young people's needs, realize their human rights and increase their agency. To contribute to the same objective, we would like to share some of our major policies. In promoting the important role of youth in socio-economic developments as recognized in our law on youth, Vietnam is implementing the National Youth Development Strategy for 2021-2030, focusing on 6 major objectives on high-quality young human resources, vocational training and sustainable jobs for young people, improving the health of young people, and promoting the role of youth in national socio-economic development and defense. We are working to achieve our clear targets. By 2030, Vietnam will have at least 50% of young people be proficient in digital media for communication and business purposes, and reduce youth unemployment rate in urban areas below 7% and below 6% in rural areas, respectively. This reflects our deep commitment and actions for youth empowerment and education as one of the most powerful tools to make the change in the society and build a sustainable future for all, in recognition that sustainable development starts with safe, healthy and well-educated children, and the voices of children and youth are critical in our efforts to build a sustainable future for all. Finally, we reiterate Vietnam's pledge for United Nations Youth Strategy 2030 and renew our long-standing commitment to its full implementation for every youth, every right, and our collective ownership of this strategy. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you. Now I would like to invite the delegation of Tunisia.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. تجدد
Thank you, President. Tunisia renews its support for the UN Youth Strategy for 2030, as well as its noble goals, especially with regard to protecting and promoting their rights, their economic empowerment, and their involvement in public affairs, so that young people can play their role fully, especially in development, and so that society can benefit from their energy. This requires providing the favorable conditions for young people by protecting their political, civil, economic, cultural rights, and giving them the possibilities to fully benefit from their potential, and also making sure that they are involved in society, and also protecting them from extremism. Tunisia has been paying particular attention to youth in education and healthcare and in employment, especially since young people from 15 to 29 amount to approximately 24% of the population. The Constitution of July 2022 strengthens the right of youth and encourages them to contribute to public life. The empowerment of youth is one of the priorities of our 2023-2025 development plan, as well as a number of other sectoral strategies related to education, professional training, and employment, the encouragement of initiatives as well in education, in reforms, It is also important to strengthen confidence and trust, and that is how we will move towards the future. Thank you.
Delegation of Thailand.
Mr. President, a lot has been said about youth being the future of our world. I'd like to add that they are also the reflection of our present and our past. While we are endeavoring to shape our future, we must also attempt to take a realistic look at the world in which we live, so we could become a positive agent of transformation we aspired for our youth. What then is the world that is our own creation? First, it is a world of constant broadcast of it bleeds, it leads notion, the desensitization of violence and dehumanization of enemies are all at all-time high. Two, the advent of technology and ubiquitous of the so-called smart gadgets as well as social media that are enhancing human connectivity like never before are also disconnecting and de-engaging us at unprecedented level. Social cohesion and rhythm of life have been destroyed by the need to achieve material wealth that has become to define success and by the wars that we deploy to settle our differences. Third, the growing multiverse realism, where not much is real, has posed serious questions on the rules and standards by which we are living. Fourth, is the world where the extreme sense of entitlement entails the culture of impunity, that rights do not have to be accompanied by responsibility, that condemnation is conveniently enough to keep our conscience clear and thus allows us to justify living happily in the bubble we have created. Fifth, we often preach about equal opportunities, but we have not tried nearly enough to create a conducive environment for genuine justice to rectify structural discrimination and racism. And sixth, ours is a world where apathy has replaced empathy, Schadenfreude replaced kindness, and quick fix replaced toiling the soil to right the wrongs, cancel culture replaced respect, and peace has lost its rightful place in our lexicon.
Thank you, Madam.
So
now let me invite the delegation of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Mr. President. The outcome of human rights mainstreaming is planned and preventative measures to ensure the continuous promotion and protection of human rights. As part of efforts to achieve this for our youth, the United Republic of Tanzania has designated human rights focal persons in all ministries, including the ministry mandated with youth matters. Human rights focal persons support sector institutions in meeting international human rights obligations, including those captured in the Youth 2030 strategy. Further, education policies and curriculum are being reviewed to ensure that the education system empowers the youth in becoming self-sufficient as per the aspirations of the Youth 2030 strategy. Mr. President, these are best practices in alignment with meeting the Sustainable Development Goals objective to leave no one behind, including the youth, which can contribute to the next steps of the Youth 2030 strategy. I thank you.
I thank you. The next speaker on my list is Romania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Romania aligns itself with the youth statement. We welcome this year's high-level panel focus on youth. This is a timely debate relevant for our human rights system and the work of this Council, and the commitment my country is striving to achieve, including through its UN Youth Delegate. Youth are the hope of our planet and the mirror of our actions. We should nowadays have a greater ambition than that of fostering the solid and responsible adults of tomorrow. For enabling them to carry on and better than we did the heavy burden we laid on their shoulders, our generation has the duty to respect their role in public affairs, to train them and to ensure the education they need for overcoming the challenges they will confront with. A healthy and robust next generation requires from us protection and respect. There is no better way to grow responsible individuals other than recognizing their rights and involving them in decision-making processes on issues that affect their lives. We've seen progress during these last years in the UN system with the 2030 Youth Strategy and the new UN Youth Office. We commend it, but there is still much work to do in terms of consistency and approach coherence. UN systems should remain committed to take joint actions to advance the rights of future generations, including with regard to climate change action, in line with the UN Secretary General's call to action. We are convinced of the essential role of youth education and education on environment-related issues and youth engagement in climate change and environmental decision-making processes in building inclusive and peaceful societies. We welcome the initiatives taken by states in this respect, among them my own country, and encourage member states to develop and implement strategies that give young people real opportunities to participate effectively and meaningfully in society. Mapping a blueprint for the next steps will require articulated, inclusive and tailored measures in education, job creation, technology and climate change, aiming at cultivating youth potential and increasing their sense of responsibility. It would be a lost opportunity of this decade not to harness their enthusiasm, creativity, honesty and skills for the transformative processes our world is already embarked on. Giving young people the chance to master their own construction.
Now let me give the floor to the distinguished representative of Maldives. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, let me take this opportunity to thank the esteemed panelists for their valuable insights. Today, youth account for 16% of the global population, a record high in the world's history. With this number expected to grow by 7% by 2030, the role of young people in our societies has become more relevant than ever. The Maldives recognizes the true potential within the youth population to promote and protect human rights and fundamental freedoms and to achieve the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development. In this regard, the Maldivian government has taken concrete steps to support and empower young people. We have invested in the education of young people by launching the free degree program in 2019, an initiative that has produced over 6,000 graduates to date. Numerous projects have also been launched by the current administration to nurture the creativity and skills of young people. The Maldives also commends the work undertaken by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to ensure universal right-based participation of youth within the United Nations system. In particular, we believe that the youth-centric strategies outlined in the United Nations Human Rights Management Plan further reaffirms the role of youth as right holders and constructive agents of change. Before concluding, let me reiterate the commitment of the Maldives towards the promotion and protection of the rights of youth and the implementation of the pledges outlined in the United Nations Youth Strategy and the Secretary-General's call to action for human rights. I thank you.
I thank you, Ambassador. We will continue now with the video statement of Mauritius.
Thank you, Mr. President. The young today make up 16% of the world's population, and by the end of this decade, that will be 25% of the world's population. More than 60% of that youth live in Africa, which in essence means that Africa houses 10% of the young people in the world. Africa, therefore, must remain central to youth development programs which are being elaborated, particularly when it comes to ensuring that these leaders of tomorrow are at par with their counterparts in other regions of the world. We must be able to build a conducive environment for young people, one that provides them with health and education facilities, with secure environments, with access to the internet and digital skill development, amongst others. Mauritius, for its part, provides free education up to tertiary level, free healthcare facilities in all public institutions, free transport for school and university students on a non-discriminatory basis. We have adapted our education system to current crises, such as COVID-19, and to the climate change. And we are incrementally digitalizing the learning process. We engage young people in public affairs with competitions such as the Model United Nations and the Youth Parliament being held. Government equally empowers the youth by economically helping them with the Youth Empowerment Program, whereby university graduates can work in government institutions. Mr. President, given the significant digital divide between Africa and the rest of the world, we would like to ask the panelists in what ways they propose that international institutions work together to support the Youth Strategy 2030 in this direction. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now let me invite the representative of European Youth Forum.
Mr. President, my name is Andreas Crioșteanu and I'm a board member of the European Youth Forum, the democratic platform representing over 100 youth organizations and 40 million young people across Europe. We welcome the high-level discussion and the commitment to advancing youth rights. In times of crisis, young people are often overlooked, but our generation is among the first to respond and lead global movements. Yet, Human rights violations, climate and humanitarian crises, and a lack of accountability mechanisms are contributing to widespread inequalities, from poverty, youth unemployment, declining mental well-being, or discriminatory acts against us. We welcome the UN Secretary General's common agenda, notably the commitment to remove barriers to political participation, as well the Human Rights Council resolution on youth rights, establishing the biennial youth panel that was adopted last year. Young people continue to face obstacles in accessing decision-making spaces at all levels. In the last 10 years, the well-being of young people has not been accounted for. We are witnessing a dramatic decline in their individual rights and blatant threats to their freedom of speech and assembly around the world. Mr. President, what actions are being taken to ensure the safe, meaningful, and accessible participation of young people across the world in UN spaces? Based on our recent mainstreaming study, we are also concerned that within the existing UN human rights mechanisms, notably the treaty bodies, universal periodic review, and special procedures, only 1% of the total number of recommendations made are specific to young people. Steps must urgently be taken in line with the UN Youth Strategy to ensure that the rights of young people are mainstreamed across all three pillars of the UN, including in the development of the UN Youth Office. Mr. President, in the absence of an international legal framework on youth rights, what efforts are being made to ensure that young people's rights are accounted for in existing human rights mechanisms? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now let me invite Réseau Unité pour le développement de Mauritanie.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We welcome the high-level discussion. Human rights mainstreaming is a key component of human rights-based approach, which places human rights at the center of development, governance, and decision-making. It is also an important tool for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and promoting social and equal justice. Xenophobia and discrimination against young migrants are unfortunately common in Northern Africa. Migrants, particularly those who came from sub-Saharan Africa, face discrimination in various forms, including social exclusion, economic marginalization, and violence. It is important to address xenophobia and discrimination against migrants. Governments should work to create policies that protect the right of migrants and provide them the opportunity for economic and social integration. Additionally, education and awareness campaign can help to reduce prejudice and promote tolerance and acceptance of diversity. Mr. President, we call North African countries to implement laws that protect migrants and mainstreaming human rights. Young migrants, sub-Saharan, are our brothers. Keep them safe. Thank you.
I thank you. And since we've received only 2 requests from the NGOs, and you've been very disciplined, I can now accommodate additional requests for the floor from the delegation of Algeria. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. Youth is the central pillar and promoter of all change, promotion of peace and security in every country. The very many challenges that young people face everywhere in the world require a comprehensive global approach which bears in mind their needs, their hopes for a safe and prosperous future where their expectations and hopes which are legitimate could come to fruition. We are aware that all nations are founded on young people. They are the life sap of nations. 75% of our population is in fact young, and our country gives real primacy to relevant policies for young people. We want to ensure that young people can participate in political, social, economic and cultural life for a new Algeria based on the principles of participation of citizens and the principles of social democracy. The new Algerian democracy has emphasized the importance of equal opportunities, gender equality and the participation of young people. So the Supreme Council of Young People has been established, and they provide advice on the needs of young people in every sector. And all of this will contribute to the promotion of our national values values social solidarity, and it will participate in the design and implementation of the National Youth Plan. We have adopted many national initiatives for young people: quality education at all levels, decent employment, amongst others. We have established SMEs according to different plans and programs, and we have supported young people to build their skills and knowledge to bring about the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker we could accommodate. I wish to remind you that the representatives inscribed on the list of speakers who have not been able to take the floor during this discussion will be able to upload their statements to the online system to be posted on the extranet. I will now give the floor back to the panelists for their concluding remarks. You'll have 3 to 4 minutes maximum. The first speaker is going to be Ms. Diane Keita. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, please allow me to thank you for your leadership. I would like to thank all distinguished member states for the support towards the Young People Rights and Agency. I am most grateful to our donor countries in their strong partnership with us on the ground. The program countries' effort to achieve demographic dividend and resilience is truly imperative to reach sustainable development and inclusive growth in this decade of action towards reaching the 2030 agenda. Your effort in that matter in the round of census is truly critical in including more youth-sensitive indicators that is much more appreciated. And lastly, as we work towards the SDG Summit and the Summit of the Future, we look forward to reinforcing our ongoing partnership with you all and give a true meaning to the 75th anniversary of human rights. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you. The next speaker is going to be Mr. Sang-Eun Lee, representing DG Hungbo. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to all the council members for the rich discussion with insightful examples which will guide our work in the years to come. We are particularly delighted to see the global recognition of the importance of strengthening youth rights and voices. The discussion today has confirmed that deficit in youth rights will have large socio-economic consequences, not only immediately but also over a longer period. As the ILO Director General mentions, when young people denied decent opportunities, they are more likely to be unemployed and also earn less over the rest of the period of their lives. So therefore, investing youth rights is one of the best investments the society can make for economic prosperity and social cohesion. To make this happen, we need to place a strategic focus on the boosting decent job opportunities for youth while not compromising opportunity for other age groups. For that, first we need to invest in skills and training, but that's not sufficient. We need to create jobs which can make best use of young people's skills, which means more and better investment in job creation. We also need to engage youth in these important policy decisions which will shape their present and their future. Let me conclude by reaffirming the commitment of the ILO to the full implementation of the UN youth strategies. We very much look forward to working with you all in advancing a youth employment agenda that is rights-based, inclusive, and results-oriented. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Now let me invite Ana Luisa Thompson-Flores. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to express also my appreciation for having been invited to participate in this panel representing UNESCO, and I thank the collaboration of my panel colleagues, and very much so the very rich and varied contributions and comments from the member states. And I think that in listening to all the interventions, I think it's very important to highlight that it seems that we need to also break the silences between disciplines. And I think working together to revisit policies and programs through a whole of society approach is essential to addressing the multiple impacts of crisis on youth that were mentioned during the various interventions, the holistic manner to address youth development and rights, as well as the interdisciplinary innovative solutions that young people can bring. And in this thought, I think it's very important that UNESCO participate in this process, because we are able to mobilize an interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approach considering our mandate, and thus our collaboration in this process is indispensable. I think that moving forward, we need to consider how relevant the strategic intentions of 2018 are today. And it was mentioned in several interventions, given the current context. Both the foundational and the priority areas of Youth 2030 remain critically relevant, ça va sans dire. However, we also need to recognize that additional issues have arisen more prominently, such as the impact of the rapid technological developments on people, society, and ecosystems, and related ethical questionings. And after the pandemic, the need to address the digital divide, as was mentioned particularly in the field of education. I think that we must also leverage the opportunities provided by our common agenda, as was mentioned on different occasions during the various interventions of my panel colleagues and of the member states, particularly the work of the Declaration for Future Generations and the Summit for the Future. As UNESCO has stated, to its contributions to the process, we need to make sure that the declaration is an ambitious and strong normative instrument to reverse the systematic challenges that stand before present generations and will impact future ones. Last and definitely not least, youth have to have a leadership role in the conversation, based on the UN's firm conviction in young people as change makers to the present and for the future, having proven time and again to be a source of consciousness and responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, let me invite Christine Salon to make final remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I was glad to see young people speak today, and I would like to encourage the presence of us in future councils. I'm happy to hear that everyone is able to highlight the importance of youth participation in each and every shared topic at all levels and fields. Since the challenges of youth were shared, I believe that it's well known now that we are well knowing the issues. Therefore, we're able to build the solution further together and promote it. I can say that on today's session, we were able to express ourselves, young people, from all around the globe, and many topics and that are getting quite challenging. So we are all agreed that it is challenging, yet we're glad to know that each organization is aware of this and taking it into consideration. I would like to say thank you. Merci beaucoup وشكرا جزيلا لكم.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of the annual high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming, and I wish to thank to all of you, to the keynote speakers, panelists, and all the participants who contributed to our discussion, and to all of you who helped us actually to organize and conduct this meeting. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the biennial high-level panel discussion on the question of the death penalty, after which we will continue with the high-level segment. I hereby close the third meeting of the 52nd session of the Human Rights Council. Have a nice evening.